bewildered as they looked toward the opposing group. Manhwa appeared first and offered a greeting. "We meet again, don't we?" Right after that, Henjibi also showed up. Another monster that looked like the superhuman Ali emerged as well. The swordsman stood there squinting his eyes. He was exactly the swordsman that the other group had been searching for. But now he had transformed into a monster. In particular, his glowing red eyes stared intensely, leaving everyone stunned. You could call him the final boss of the group. The two groups stood facing each other in silence, preparing for the battle that was looming ahead. Ayla stared blankly with wide eyes, looking up at the horrific scene before her. It was hard to even imagine. Her face was covered in blood and her whole body felt like it had turned to stone, even though she couldn't move. Every sensation was still vivid. Ayla's mind was a mess, as if she couldn't synchronize with her own body, which only functioned in fragments. Despite her efforts, her hands were shaking uncontrollably. Veins popped out clearly against her skin. She thought to herself, "My limbs are completely paralyzed." Facing a pack of monsters, instinct urged her to come up with a tactic to confront the enemy. In previous battles, she used taunting, analysis, and observation to maintain a defense or counterattack head-on. That was back when she still had a chance to strike back and choose a suitable response. But now, the situation had become more dangerous than ever. The enemies were right in front of her, surrounded by a series of freakish red eyes, lying in wait. Unable to make a decision, questions kept haunting her mind. Ayla felt like she was descending into madness. She was lost in an illusion, pulled into ghostly visions. Eyes drenched in dark energy and bizarre imagery pushed her even further over the edge. Her mind was being slowly eaten away by terror and delirium. She was trapped in shackles, unsure of what was real or fake, while enduring heavy pressure from the deformed creatures with only a single eye. Her body went stiff, yet her mind kept screaming, searching for a way out. What should I do now? What is going on? Those questions kept repeating on a loop, relentlessly tormenting her psyche. She felt like she was looking for an exit, in a maze with no way out. She remained dazed like that, until Diane anxiously called out her name. Only then did Ayla gradually snap back to reality, realizing she wasn't alone. Behind her were so many people waiting, placing their hope in her. Ayla couldn't let her guard down, or allow herself to go down so easily. Diane gently advised, "Don't act rashly. Just take a step back." Ayla turned around and realized who had just advised her. She silently repeated that name in her head. After a few seconds of silence, she finally broke free from the madness caused by Sid's eerie gaze. As she regained her composure, she started to think clearly again. Good. The shame and feeling of helplessness from being unable to make her own decisions made her agitated. She could barely move a muscle anymore. The surrounding air was thick and gloomy. Ayla fixed her gaze forward. Sid let his arms hang limp. He surveyed the situation with his glowing red eye. She thought, "I've been stripped of my right to choose." He had imposed his existence on everyone, regardless of whether they were friend or foe. At this very moment, she had to admit, this was the clearest truth about him. Everyone felt it. There was no one who didn't understand. Sid stood silently like a monolith between them. On the beach, signs of life were fading away. Under the sand, and among the picnic mats, lay twisted corpses and body parts scattered everywhere, all within his line of sight. Even the dying ones, writhing in pure despair. Blood pooled everywhere, staining the ground crimson. KuBI shrieked in agony. The worm man crawled up from the dirt, wheezing as he called for Lord Sid. Pant, pant, pant. Sid remained dead silent. His deep-set red eyes didn't even flinch, not even bothering to acknowledge the filthy sight of the wretched crowd, struggling in the blood-soaked mud. Right then, a fierce gale swept through, kicking up swirls of dust and debris. From the center where KuBI stood, bizarre objects began to materialize through the sand. KuBI emerged from deep underground. An unbelievably grim and desolate rise. Dean stared at Ayla and blurted out, "What the hell is that?" Beneath the earth, another violent whirlwind erupted. It was like a sewer rat, tunneling through the soil to reach its master, then stopping right before Sid and calling his name. KuBI stood frozen, not daring to move, only stealing a glance at the path he had carved. She was totally spooked, thinking this was an incredibly deep burrow. What the hell is this? Sid's eyes appeared once more. He just looked on coldly and hissed, "You!" His eyes showed neither joy nor sorrow, merely observing, "It seems you're desperate for validation." KuBI struggled to speak. "Cousin, I'm so sorry!" Sid spoke up. "Everything has kept me in the number 2 spot. My persistence, my insane loyalty, and my sheer power. But this position has officially been handed over." His words became a garbled mess. Panicking, he cried out, "Lord Sid, it's me, KuBI! It was just an accident! Please, we want it back!" The two parasitic bodies fused and detonated. His screams hit their breaking point. Isla and Dien watched wide-eyed at the gruesome scene. His body was literally torn to shreds. Sid continued right where he left off. That punishment is exactly what you deserved. Sid looked down coldly at the bloody, chaotic mess. Despite his body being mutilated to that degree, he wasn't dead just yet. He let out one final weak whimper, calling Sid's name until his very last breath. Ayla froze, thinking he was already toast. What is this? Dean stood dazed, wondering if that was a monster's corpse. Either way, it just crushed him to death. Lightly reaching out his hand, he answered the questions in their hearts. You can't kill them. He spoke while pointing forward, saying, but they can be inverted. All of them are two bodies living parasitically together. When separated, they become Sid, a mutated supermonster, forcing everyone present to listen intently. A wild whirlwind began to stir. As I said, killing them is impossible. Before long, they rise from the remains and regenerate. Their bodies, a sword blade flashes. Isla was shook, thinking a swordsman was charging through the gale. Dean's eyes widened, completely stunned. Amidst the chaos, the monsters kept rushing in. Ayla realized the critical situation, instinctively turning her head back, and just like that, she took a direct hit from him. She groaned in pain and fell backward from the momentum. He dashed as fast as lightning. Speed so high he was practically invisible, leaving only white streaks across the sand, leaving behind a haze of dust that clouded everyone's vision. Amidst Dien's heavy breathing, he was shook, thinking, damn it. This is seriously insane, and something bizarre began to take shape. Using the terms foundation and cradle tower to describe it, behind the layer of mist, the sky shattered. The worst possible weather then appeared. A strange structure slowly emerged. It had only one entrance and one exit. Sid was also drawn to that weird thing. Calling it a structure might be a bit much, but no ordinary object. Was that massive and imposing? Manhwa silently assessed the situation. The surrounding atmosphere had shifted. What on earth is this? As the mist dissipated, the landscape on the other side became clear. Meanwhile, the thunder grew increasingly violent. A high-voltage current began to spread from the center of that strange object. This place looked like a long-abandoned tower. It's been 5 long hours, and finally I can escape this darkness. Ayla's eyes widened at the sight before her. It's a stone tower. She hesitated for a moment, but as she took a closer look, everything led her to one single conclusion. She quietly speculated that some kind of special force was at work, causing the meteorological shifts in this area. Even the souls of the dead were reacting to the stone tower, as if they were possessed by something. She sighed and stayed silent, brushing off those strange occurrences. A question loomed in Ayla's mind, and by the way, where is Dien? Out there, where the thunderstorms had yet to strike. Scott supported the young girl as they walked, calling for Daff in a panic. The blood won't stop. What should I do? Every now and then, Scott glanced toward the distant horizon, his heart racing. What the hell is it now? Daff could only remain silent. Her body was completely wrecked. Blood smeared across her beautiful, now distorted face. A twisted memory flashed back to that run-down house. It was just her and Dien, but she would never forget the advice from that time. At this moment, standing before Daphne as she leaned weakly against the wall, she advised her not to push herself too hard. She gazed fearfully toward that place, where it all began. Lightning crackled across the sky once more. Daphne thought to herself that perhaps nobody knew about this. This time I've given up everything. Dien, she thought as lightning tore through the heavens. Dean stood atop the towering cradle tower, his eyes gleaming, radiating a brilliant, murderous intent. Ayla cried out in shock, then suddenly bent down, picked something up from beneath his feet and hurled it down. Immediately, a massive boom echoed through the sky, accompanied by a blinding flash of light, preventing anyone from seeing inside, trying to find any clues. Ayla shielded her eyes and backed away. What the hell is this? All the monsters were just like her, not rushing to make any obvious moves without knowing the situation. They stood still, deep in thought about the unfolding events. Manhwa wondered to himself, is it a massive tidal wave with terrifying power? But why is there music too? 4. Sid stood in silence before the strange spectacle. I wonder what this psycho is plotting in his head. Or maybe he isn't thinking at all, just acting on pure instinct. Standing dazed, looking at her body as it was wrapped in a glow of blue light, softly enveloping her. She thought about the rapid recovery. I'm feeling more hyped than ever before. Every wound and all that fatigue, everything has healed, while she was still in a daze. From the streak of bizarre events, before she knew it, Dien had left the high platform of the cradled tower and ran over to Ayla. Dien, what is this? Ayla asked hesitantly, without waiting for her to finish the sentence. Dien already knew what she wanted to ask. Dien answered firmly, it's all good. That is the energy from the cradle tower. As long as you stay near the tower, you'll be constantly healed, both in body and mind. And right at the cradle tower, using it as the ground zero, a mysterious power keeps radiating into the space. Then, Dien stood steadfastly beside Ayla. She had become Ayla's only rock. The two girls leaned on each other to overcome the hardships. Ayla looked at the person beside her and thought, at first I thought the healing wouldn't work. But now, she gazed at the tower in front of her and marveled. The stone tower by Honda. This foundational power is beyond imagination. 6. Dean let her arms hang, waiting in silence for whatever was coming next. Her eyes darkened under the soft blue light. Then she stole a glance behind her, at the desolate ruins of a city that was once so lively and bustling, remembering the chain of events that happened in such a short amount of time. She thought to herself, I don't know if this is the aftermath of the attack or not, but this energy source is terrifying, completely unpredictable. The swordsman has been corrupted by darkness. Blue Eyes remained in a silent stance. Riang softly called out to Ayla, they're surrounding that Sid guy. The brief announcement stunned Ayla, but perhaps because she'd been shook so many times in such a short while, she had grown used to it and didn't show much emotion. Dien continued to speak. She noticed he was completely different from the one she had faced before. Those words made Ayla recall the bloody scene. At that moment, she silently assessed the situation. Duong shuddered just thinking back on it. Yeah, that big guy. He doesn't care about the hands of the dead. He'll tear them apart and come for me. Ayla replied firmly, I know, right? How could I even stand a chance against him? But we can still win this. However, Riang asserted without a shred of doubt that she wouldn't allow it. Ayla continued to overthink, and fear began to creep in, with unnecessary imaginings. This wasn't entirely baseless. Once they had recovered, their wounds healed fast, and they narrowly escaped death. Now they just needed to wait for an opening to end it all. Full of determination, she said, let's just keep defending the tower. Our time will come. The sword's edge gleamed. Sparks flew as it rubbed against the scabbard. It wasn't hard for her to recognize this sword as a familiar object. Riang watched the others' movements intently. They were looking to make a move, instead of maintaining this stalemate with no way forward and no way back. His eyes flashed as he leveled the sword at the enemy. Mangtra stood nearby, silently observing the swordsman. He crouched down, acting with speed and precision. Ayla thought helplessly, is he drawing that sword again? Immediately after, a brilliant light charged forward. It was the sword seeking its target. As it brushed past her, Ayla pondered. From that distance, the scene became chaotic, with endless stone dust flying and pale colors filling the space. If you're not sharp, you could get finished off in an instant. Sid stood on the sidelines, watching the fight with a look of pure disgust, as if he had become an observer. The sword suddenly plunged deep into the ground. He clenched his fists and hissed. This is a desperate Hail Mary. Long time no see. Ayla was momentarily dazed, even though the swordsman showed no emotion. He shared the same feeling as her. The monsters behind were all frozen in place. Look over there. This will just be a minor misunderstanding. If Duyan doesn't admit it, she leisurely replied, it's all the same anyway. The creatures began to rise, stretching their hands, then their entire bodies, up from the ground. The situation was absolute chaos. She continued to intimidate everyone. You guys are in for a world of hurt. That was also when the bizarre creatures rose up from the ground and appeared in a vibrant bar in the heart of the city. Upbeat melodies played without end. The sparrows chirped away. Someone in the crowd asked if they felt better yet. One person excitedly replied, this is an all-you-can-eat event, of course. Under the dim light of the disco ball, a sweet voice rang out. We are welcoming a new morning, a somber tune for some reason. Time fades away like a cigarette ash. Frankie sat on stage, watching his senior sing with deep emotion. I hope that you feel happy when I am no longer here. He moved his mouth close to the microphone. The melodies echoed throughout the bar. Suddenly, someone in the crowd noticed and blurted out, are you crying? That person even laughed mockingly. Ha ha! He continued to sing while crying. On these turbulent waves, every memory of you and I surfaces. The crowd below grew more and more rowdy. Yo, come on! Someone called out. 5 more rounds over here, please. Someone even cried out, God, it's a madhouse. At the same time, a green-haired youth spoke up. He let out a giggle. Haha, what do you mean by that? The green-haired youth raised an eyebrow and explained, at least it's not like it was 2 days ago. You know what? We haven't even fixed up the bar yet, haha. The man from before was smoking a cigarette. While holding his phone to check the news, he didn't seem to care much. He replied, that's not what I meant. Is Australia some kind of joke? Suddenly, a news report flashed on the screen. Shocking footage has been recorded and leaked. They are truly terrifying. 4. The sense of tension among the people continued to escalate. Only then did everyone notice and speak up anxiously. My God, what the hell is happening? On the screen, fierce battles are being reported. The Australian government is facing a national crisis. The scale could be as massive as the Korean War. The anchor continued with the shocking news. However, the government also mentioned that they are considering using an aerial strike system, but they are still investigating to see if any heroes will assist them in this war. So far, Jen Sonata from England is the only hero. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but be surprised and commented, "Oh, just Jen Sonata? She's a British hero. So where are the others?" The blonde man standing nearby also fell into deep thought. Crossing his arms as if contemplating something, the man with the phone furrowed his brow, thinking Sunburn could potentially join to help them. The news anchor's voice rang out again. Meanwhile, the USIST has also been dispatched to provide support. Judging from the following images, the special forces might face difficulties in entering the battlefield. At the moment, we recommend that the community does not panic. Please move to the nearest shelter and quickly establish a defense line whenever possible. The blonde man, known by his stage name Emote, still stood there without saying a word. The green-haired youth asked anxiously, "In the end, the heroes will stop them, right?" The man rubbed his chin and replied, "True, but have you ever actually thought about it?" A bleak vision flashed through his mind. But when the superheroes fall, he questioned coldly, "What are we going to do if the heroes die?" The other guy's eyes widened, his mouth stammering. "If the heroes—" Emote heard that and glanced over. The man pointed his finger and spoke intensely. "Let me think about that. To be honest with you, there is nothing we can do. Other than rely on the heroes, I am certain that they will never lose." No surprise there. Another person slammed their glass on the table and fired back. "No, this is straight up bad. I'm no theorist or critic, but everything depends on luck." The other man grew pensive and didn't say another word. The opponent paced by the lake and continued his reasoning. "Surely if there is a heaven, there must be a hell. Wouldn't it be weird if everywhere was just inhumane? You still can't even imagine it. Just think about it. For all these years, there has been no inhumanity. Even if you wanted to see it, you still wouldn't be able to. Are you worried?" After that question, the bar activities like grabbing ice and popping bottles continued busily. That person was Guan, reminding Bihan to open his eyes. At the same time, the bartender, the green-haired youth named Hugoma, just opened a bottle of fine wine. Looking dazed while listening to the babble, Robert Bihan gnashed his teeth and shouted angrily, "What the hell are you talking about? Are you even listening to me? When the heroes die, Australia will be the first to get hit." Hugo had completely checked out mentally. Without a single worry, he frantically called for Frank. On stage, he was still lost in his tragic lyrics. "Eternity. Our storm of love will eventually fade away, as if it were all just a lie." "Down there," he shouted, "change the track!" "Can you change the song? You think what you're singing is cool?" The singing still echoed nearby. To let your life go on, he continued to shine with his skillful strumming, creating wonderful songs. His stage name is Franklin. He looked up and replied with annoyance, "This song isn't stupid at all. It's about love. Yeah, this song really means a lot to me." Suddenly, he angrily slammed the guitar onto the ground. Everything crashed with a deafening screech, making everyone jump in shock. "Whoa, what was that?" To everyone's amazement, Franklin pulled out a brand new guitar, leaving everyone surprised and asking, "He wants to change the vibe." The whole bar started heating up. The lights flashed incessantly, syncing with the thumping beats. Frankie played his new riff and leaned back, and the crowd began to cheer wildly. "I love you, Franklin." Hugo raised his hands to hype them up. "Ha-ha, let's turn up." Robert gripped his wine glass, furrowed his brow, and exclaimed, "Amazing, it was so quiet before." While Emote let out a helpless sigh, the muscular drummer kept playing the most energetic tracks. The cheering grew louder and louder. "Master Franklin!" With masterful moves flowing with the music, he looked up at the sky, opening his mouth wide to belt out his favorite lyrics. The trumpet player almost ran out of breath. Everyone danced wildly to the upbeat rhythm. Everyone forgot about the dangerous battle from earlier. The whole group burst out laughing. "Ha-ha, what even is this?" Emote whispered. "So what about the rest?" "Oh, for real," Emote replied nonchalantly. "I'm afraid my clothes might rip." And just like that, the bar lights shone all night long, echoing with laughter. "Ha-ha!" Extremely skillful dancing footsteps. But no one noticed that. There were many small scraps of paper on the bar floor. They accidentally stepped on them. Some people were praising the show. When someone stepped on a paper, it was instantly crumpled. A faint, mysterious image appeared on it. Returning to the battle on the other side, the superheroes continued to fight relentlessly. Great powers collided, creating violent explosions, making the whole world shake. Rocks and earth shattered into pieces. Dust and smoke rose up, blurring the vision. Neither side would back down. Dian's eyes glared at the opponent. She frowned and called for Orlando. Just like that, two swords clashed, releasing a terrifying source of power. One side was almost completely shattered. The swordsman with purple eyes glared menacingly. Finally, he was pushed back by Orlando. He refused to give up, continuing to swing his sword forward. Then both sides charged at each other like a storm. The clash was incredibly intense. Weapons crumbled into pieces. A sword floated in the air. Its form was cracked and battered. Many people below watched closely, as if gaining the upper hand. The swordsman swung his blade high, preparing to strike down at Ode. Suddenly, an iron sphere flew across his line of sight, causing him to freeze. Orlando swung his final weapon at him, catching him off guard and sending him flying a long distance. In the sky, mysterious vortexes suddenly formed. The swordsman slammed his hand on the ground to gain momentum, preparing to fight again. In front of him stood the high and mighty Orlando. He looked up at the sky in shock, and suddenly a hammer fell with earth-shattering force, creating a massive resonance. Orlando stared in shock at that disgusting creature, but the swordsman remained unfazed. He was safe, protected by his comrade. Giant feet rushed forward. Another supergiant teammate of his appeared. Fierce rage erupted violently, making everyone flinch in surprise. Explosions, big and small, echoed incessantly. The sharp claws of the monster dug deep into the ground, shattering the earth and rocks all around. The massive monster slowly stood up, and someone asked, "Did you feel the arrow in a split second?" The knight drew his bow and wondered, where did these monsters come from? Ayla looked over worriedly and said, "Archer? I can't see the trajectory. It's beyond the throwing power of my banner." Before them, Orlando dashed past, moving so fast it left them stunned. The three knights landed hard on the ground at once. Ayla looked into his hollow black helmet and gasped. The knight watched the trembling people before her and sighed. Orlando was pushed back for a moment. "Maintain your distance and support each other. If we scatter, everyone will be wiped out instantly." Ayla looked at the knight's back, shielding her, worriedly thinking that this was the worst-case scenario. But if Duyan calls, she believed that, even if this era ends in destruction, they would still dive in together. Ayla's eyes widened in horror as she cried out. The sword snapped, and the blade began to shatter. The outer shell created a glow all around. Duyan's words reached your senses. "Listen, Flag, listen now." Ayla was startled, confused. Duyan, hovering in the air, continued. "Ayla is no longer with us. There's no point talking about winning odds." She heard that, and her eyes went wide. Amidst a sky full of lightning and blinding light, Duyan stood alone in midair, saying, "If there's a mountain, even if everything burns, it still can't be crossed. Even if we fall, it's not too late." The monsters heard this and fixed their eyes on her. Duyan confidently encouraged her teammates. "I told you there's still hope." The boss stood at a distance, observing pensively. Her voice was firm as she provoked the enemy. "I'll talk to you again." The boss glared at her with angry eyes. Duyan showed no fear, speaking firmly, "Protect the tower. Never let go of this chance." A car speeding down the road. At top speed, shouts and scolding came from inside the car. "What the hell are you thinking?" It turned out Scott was driving while leaning toward the passenger seat, constantly checking up on her. "Do you want to pass out again? How could I possibly just blink and watch you in this state?" Suddenly, the person in the seat, passenger Daphne, interrupted him. "Scott!" Daphne, covered in scratches and blood, still comforted Scott. "Even if I can't heal them, I can still heal myself, so I'm going to be okay." This sentence made him go wide-eyed. She calmly checked the two powerful energy sources in her body and predicted, "The energy Duyan gave me is definitely intense, so it might take a while for me to fully recover." "No. But since my self-healing ability has gotten stronger, I only need half the energy I used to get back on my feet. So don't worry about me." He was truly worried. Staring intently at her, he asked, "I know, but what exactly are you planning to do?" Before he could finish his sentence, her bloodied mouth gave the answer, "I need to go there, to Jen's place." Hearing this, his eyes widened in horror, recalling the fierce battles, regardless of life or death. She continued, "Even if my body is not in peak condition right now." Remembering the image of Herring B's relentless attacks, she was also beaten mercilessly. She kept talking, but thinking about just sitting still. While Jen and A have to fight, what's the point of that? Whether you agree or not, this is still my mission. I must fulfill my duty as a hero. Despite her blood-stained face, her eyes showed a look of determination and resilience. She insisted, "I need to go now." "So Scott, you need to head to somewhere safe right now." Scott continued to focus on the road ahead. Breaking a sweat, he didn't say a word. The car accelerated to a suspicious speed again. Then it suddenly drifted and came to a halt. Daff turned back to look at him in shock, calling out, "Scott!" He cut her off and suggested, "Let's go together." After a very long wait, he finally got her approval. "All right." He recalled fleeting images in his memory. Then he drove seriously and spoke with a noble air. I'm no hero with some crazy powerful ability, but unless you give me a legit reason to stay behind, then this is enough. Her eyes and lashes squeezed shut, leaving deep creases. The two continued speeding down the road. Sitting in the car, she warned, "You should stop right here." Her words gave him a start. At the battlefield, the fog was so thick you couldn't see a soul. Only the sound of clashing weapons could be heard. As a metal blade grazed past, he narrowly dodged it. This time, a reckless attacker leaped up to strike with a sword. From behind, a figure in armor turned around. Using dual blades to block the single sword, 2 or 3 others in blue armor appeared and charged in. Fierce purple eyes flashed through. The swordsman was hit by a full-force downward slash. The one with purple eyes slowly and calmly backed away. Immediately, he gave the swordsman no chance to recover, flicking a barrage of stones right at him. In an instant, he was knocked back 10 meters. The swordsman skidded back a long distance, quickly regaining his footing on the sand. From afar, he, panic-stricken, saw 3 people charging straight at him at a terrifying speed. Finally, when the fog cleared, an elegant silhouette emerged through the haze. Faced with the misty illusion, he focused on moving. A mantis stood high above, calmly observing the battle below, with 6 eyes taking in the entire scene, happily praising under his breath. Exquisite. Standing high up, he watched the whole battle, lost in thought. Initially, it seems like they are trying to set up a defensive line to protect the tower. As it turns out, they are using their powerful combat abilities to hunt down and analyze the enemy's formation, even though their attacks are quite chaotic and hard to track. They possess remarkable recovery capabilities and wield powerful skills. Where they came from remains a total mystery. Recalling the powerful warriors that were summoned with a vast array of different powers, he continued to sink deep into his own thoughts. Although 7 warriors were summoned, each with distinct strengths, they are all useless compared to the person who summoned them. That is the power of Sonata, one of the strongest heroes. The mantis eyes looked ahead with a somber, deep gaze. Under the glowing moonlight, a young man stood atop a towering stone pinnacle. Under that night sky, a horde of colorful monsters lined up. Standing below, gazing upward, their eyes were all fixed intently on a single point. A gleaming sword was unsheathed. He stood majestically upon the stone pillar with Shakira's sharp blade in hand. He and the swordsman seemed to have something in common. "You've brought us to the brink of death." Amidst the raging storm and thick clouds of dust, the swordsman fought the horde of monsters alone. Alan's head flickered in and out of sight. His eyes narrowed, yet they still radiated a murderous intent. He whispered softly, "The phantom dance." He watched the monsters' moves with intense focus, thinking about them. 3 black faces flashed through his mind. He figured this crowd wouldn't be able to stop him. He vanished into the fog once more, planning a surprise attack on him. But he was struck back mercilessly. The swordsman continued to fight at close range, drawing the sword at his hip to strike at his face, but suddenly he disappeared. He thought in amazement, "He's gone again." He drew his sword with force, delivering a decisive slash that traveled a great distance, causing a landslide that spanned 10 meters. Seeing this, Jan's eyes widened in anxiety as he shouted out loud. Allen tilted his head to one side. The small boat had docked at a deserted island. There was no sign of any animals or plants. The boat sat silently by the shore. The sailors stood near the cliffs, taking cover from the sunlight. Under the harsh glare, one of them spoke up to inquire, "Hey, Senior, does something feel a bit off to you?" Everything has suddenly gone dead quiet. Ha-an glanced at the speaker with a mocking look. This Ha-an was truly arrogant, always bragging about having a 6th sense. "I'm just worried they've already figured out we're breaking in and are just laying a trap for us." Namki countered decisively, "No way. Before we reached this island, I shrouded the boat in black mirrors. They won't find us that easily, especially with a barrier this thick." Intent on the monsters who were quietly sitting and watching him, Nancy continued, "But it's not exactly the perfect shield either. But if they do spot us, we don't have much of a choice. After all, this is their turf. If they see us, they'll come say hello right away, because they're super hyped about their own fighting spirit." Nancy's eyes narrowed, feeling out the issue he just laid out. "What I find weird is that this island has a problem." Hearing this, Dan Yang and Han both shot a glance over, recalling the massive explosion from earlier before they docked. He continued, "The explosion earlier had nothing to do with us breaking in. After that incident happened, I noticed. The island's defensive layer has become more blurred, or rather it weakened this morning." Nancy turned sharply, speculating on a theory now, continuing to review the boat's journey. What's going down right now is just like a ripple effect. Continuing to recall a certain image, Nancy also thought to himself, "Is that for real? Just as I thought, this stuff is a total mess." But Dan Yang didn't think that far ahead. With a serious face, she said, I have no clue what he's talking about. But Kenta's words were just too basic. It's true that this island is eerily quiet. I also don't buy that Shakira has been here, so I'm even less sure about it. Haran glanced back, pointing at Huran. I'm a hide-and-seek pro. If you want, I'll go scout this place out. Nani immediately waved him off. No need, zip it, I'm checking it now. A cloudy purple eyeball floated in midair. Seeing it, Ra couldn't stop being amazed. She looked up at the eyeball, confirming his visual prowess, Hak Nyan. Ha'an just stood there, catching you off guard. He tried to keep his voice low. Hey, Chisaki. What the hell are you doing standing there? Don't do anything stupid. Chisaki stepped out under the scorching sun. His small eyes looked at a tattered hat on the sand. Nani frowned while looking at him. Danyang and Haran were equally confused. Both were staring intently at him. A voice counted, 1. His eyes became somewhat lifeless. At the second beat, he looked down at the torn conical hat on the sand, and all three of them ran away. Fifi, don't laugh at me, uncle. His childhood memories came flooding back. Recalling the days of playing with the owner of the hat, these fish are super sharp. Just a little splash and they'll all swim away. The person turned back, handed the hat to Chisaki, and ordered, Hold this so I can show you how to catch them. Chisaki, watch closely. His whole body shook uncontrollably as he gasped. Uncle? He fell to his knees. The conical hat continuously emitted a blue light. Both Dan Yang and Haran panicked at the sight. The Haknyan eyeball emitted a voice calling, Nant! It projected the scenery around the island and said, I found some cool stuff. The destination was the source of the red pillar of light they had seen. While they were on the boat, dozens of cubes lay scattered across the ground, and sitting there was a colorful monster. Its gaze was filled with anticipation. Torres Sand Cube. Torres Sand. Torres Sand sat there quietly under the blazing sun, observing everything, still holding 2 cubes in its hands. He, Nani, and Haknan, 3 creatures watching one another. A soft chuckle escaped Nanki's mouth. Ho ho, over here! He thought intently. I've never seen a creature like this before. All right, I'll go check to make sure of everything, including that figure over there. Danyang anxiously turned to him and asked Nanki, Did you find anything out? Suddenly, she remembered something. Glancing away, she thought to herself, but Chisaki. She looked over there. Haran was by Chisaki's side helping him out. The boy looked incredibly heartbroken right now. Aan patted his head to comfort him. Take it easy, kid. His hand tightly gripped the torn hat on the sand. He spoke up to remind him, I know I'm a fool. But I didn't think this hat was actually yours. But it's just an ordinary hat. He sat there quietly, stroking Chisaki's head and advising him not to lose hope. This is only the beginning, Chisaki. Danyang thought in astonishment. Ann, he's actually reassuring the boy. He pushed the arm away and remarked, I really am an idiot, silently recalling the happy times of the past. He said, I know it's been a long time, clinging to the arm as he poured his heart out, but I just want to bring everything back to the way it was, even though I'm not doing great. I'll do my best to move forward because I know I can bring back those peaceful days, just like before. Remembering the peaceful and happy memories of his youth, he quickly expressed his feelings. Maybe it's just because I'm slowly drowning in fear, and that's exactly why I've made a fool of myself. He held on to Ha'an tightly, tears falling, even though my heart is broken. Yeah, I'm just a stupid kid. Chiaki had a good cry to let it all out. His broken voice kept echoing. I no longer have enough courage to face the truth anymore. Anki stood to the side, observing everything, and the eagle on Danyang's head suddenly flew away, catching her by surprise. Gen and Kenta landed gently. Their 2 hands were tightly clasped. It perched there quietly, looking at Chisaki with its stunning emerald eyes, its steady gaze fixed on him, leaving him deeply moved. Kenta! A voice suddenly called out to Chisaki. Nanki stepped in with a funny remark. Did you forget what I just said? If you keep moaning, I'm gonna kick your ass until you're rolling around. He smirked and said, Get up. We're moving out right now. Over here, the swordsman had shredded the rolling heads. He stood there, silent and imposing. Dien was so shocked by the sight he froze up. His eyes narrowed as he watched. Then, Dien was stared down until he panicked. Suddenly, someone flew past Dien's face. A grappling hook shot through mid-air. A shadow appeared behind the swordsman like lightning. The swordsman was an ugly, red-skinned monster, covered in scars from head to toe. The iron hook was then pulled back by its owner. As Ayla retrieved the iron hook, she loudly warned Dien, Over there! Dien stood there quietly watching and comforted. It's fine. She pensively sized up the swordsman face to face, pointing at him and telling Ayla, more importantly, that guy with the sword, he's built different. I'm not sure if I'm right. But his mysterious energy, The swordsman raised his sword high and swung it in a circle. He gripped the blade firmly, his hands trembling slightly, then quickly poured all his strength into it. The sword stabbed powerfully into the ground. His eyes narrowed. Ghost power. With him at the center, the entire vast area around him shot out golden light from beneath the earth, forming a mist of blood. Everyone present had to shield their eyes from that blinding light. From within that light, a silhouette emerged. But immediately, the mysterious figure was washed out by the glare. But as the light faded, a sheltering tree base appeared. A moment later, Dien slowly lowered her hands. Her eyes widened in shock as she looked around. Everywhere was completely covered. She spun around in disbelief and cursed. "What the hell? Over here!" Isla was just as stunned. She turned in circles, wondering where on earth she was in this god-forsaken place. She tried calling out to Dien. Isla frowned and thought, "Wait, what? I can't sense anything at all. No way! It feels like I'm in another dimension." Above, a bizarre-looking monster flew past. "This place is so weird!" She clearly observed the bamboo forest and that monster, pondering an endless forest. The dense bamboo trees could make me lose my sense of direction. Thick fog blanketed the area, cutting down visibility and changing the entire environment, creating a massive, sprawling illusion. The dense bamboo forest was eerily quiet. Suddenly, a streak of light shot across. A swarm of monsters followed. Feet silently skidded to a stop on the ground. Two sets of intense eyes met face to face. He gripped his sword, swinging a strike that sliced a monster in half. This nightmare was created by Shakira. There was truly no escape, because it didn't even exist. The swordsman thought, "We can catch her." His eyes narrowed as he ordered, "Aim for her shoulder." A groan echoed from behind. Everything was getting weirder. Her eyes snapped open in shock as she turned back. What? A golden streak of light shot through the bamboo forest at high speed, flashing her shoulder and drawing blood. She moved in a hurry, her legs already starting to shake. Her blood splattered all over the ground. Clutching her wounded shoulder, she told herself this illusion was his home turf. She quietly opened her azure eyes and thought, "Even if this body is torn to pieces, I will never choose to give up." Continuing from behind her, a streak of golden light charged at an incredible speed. On this side, Nancy stood watching the monster, laughing her head off. "Ha ha ha, that's so weird. Your nasty, ugly appearance doesn't match your skills at all." Getting his attention, Anki boldly spoke up to roast him. "If you're bored, I'll play with you. But first I want to ask a few things." Danyang and Chisaki were both speechless, not knowing what to say, while Ha'an thought to himself, "That is just inhumane." He approached the monster and asked, "Can you talk, or are you just a bot? Do I need to pry your mouth open?" While he was looking at him with puppy eyes, Chisaki watched in shock. The scene ahead suddenly felt suspicious to him. His eyes widened in panic as he turned around. Danyang and Harry also sensed the anomaly, shouting Nan's name in a low, stern voice. "Nanki!" All around them, creepy and horrific hands emerged from beneath the ground. He narrowed his eyes and thought, "Underground?" Digging their way up from the soil. Moi. Chisaki looked at them in shock and thought, "That monster?" From the other side, another one emerged, gleefully saying, "Ugh! Ugh! Ugh! This is absolutely lit!" Its hideous mouth began counting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Moi Aokan crawled out of the ground, opening its mouth in excitement. "So, what should we do with you guys, Moyatukan? Maybe we should just pop your heads off first." Heraxius turned to call out, giving the order, "Grab the cube and fall back now! Level 2, Heraxius!" He turned to look at Nanki's group, asking with a look of pure disdain, "Who gave you permission to set foot on this island?" They lined up, surrounding his group, mocking them. "I didn't think there were still idiots dumb enough to rush in here, just like that guy who came before." He looked at the three of them and threatened harshly, "Now quit with the BS questions. There's no reason why I shouldn't crush your skulls until you're dead." Nanki narrowed his eyes at them, his face remaining completely calm. He smirked and began to trash-talk those monsters. "Haha, I'm also wondering why you're crawling out from the ground, like a bunch of low-life pests." He faced the three of them, staring into the eyes of the three monsters and continued to roast them. "Man, basically, you're all just trash from the same hole. I kinda dig that." He grinned and drew his weapon. "I'm not in the mood to listen to you pieces of crap calling us fools. That's just unacceptable." Nanaki drew his weapon and boldly admitted, "True, we did make a mistake by setting foot on this island. I know." The gazes of Danyang, Ha'an, and Chisaki were fixed steadily on him. He recalled a vague and blurry figure. He narrowed his eyes and said with a smirk, "But we're just following the wish of a total madman." He faced one of the monsters and asked, "Are you she?" But Heraxius, with total sincerity, gave him a compliment. "You've got some serious guts, kid." Hearing that, the superhuman wasn't the least bit surprised, thinking, just as I thought, he's not here. He looked at him and spoke out boldly, mocking, "This is just straight up laughable. When an ant like you has to go lick she's boots." The other two glared intently at him. Danyang recalled his determined expression, thinking seriously he's going to fight. The tension was rising fast. He looked up toward the sky, his voice rising as he recounted, "A long time ago. I remember seeing a detail." Nancy's words made the other three curious. A cube was carefully placed inside a glass case, exhibited in the U.S. An unidentified cube remains a mystery. An explorer unexpectedly rushed over to the cube's location. According to that explorer from that land, they were the first to discover it, in a remote area of the Mojave Desert. No one knows if it's a sculpture or something else entirely. There wasn't a single soul in that place. The explorer tried to take the cube away. From lifting to digging, nothing worked. They speculated the cube was lost or misplaced, but when trying to lift it, it was freakishly heavy, as if a massive internal force was holding it down. They said it was incredibly durable, as it couldn't be damaged, and didn't have a single scratch on it. It took forever to finally bring it to the museum for display. Public opinion was divided. It could be a material from space or some ancient artifact. Currently, it's being displayed at the O'Hara Museum in the U.S., but the unidentified object remains mysterious and is still under research. Nani pointed her weapon and asserted, "But I'm certain it's just like the toys you own." Recalling the stunning light emitting from the cube, he continued, "However, the center of the cube emitted a red light. We noticed its light was much brighter than the other blocks." Remembering its image, he continued his analysis. "So that means two cubes of the same color form a pair." Visualizing the scene, he had a breakthrough and quickly explained the cube's function. "And if you activate a pair of cubes, they create a spatial effect that allows you to move between the two across an infinite distance." Nani continued to recall the time before the ship reached the island. He stated firmly, "When I arrived and saw the energy coming from the red cube, right at that moment I felt your energy dropped significantly." He continued to make a naive guess. "Perhaps your energy has been split apart, meaning the source. A part of your power comes from Australia, where things are a total mess right now, huh?" Of course, I don't look that far ahead. This deduction left the three monsters facing him in utter shock. He gripped his weapon and raised it forward, seeming not to care whether the cube was at the O'Hara Museum, in a desolate desert, or on an island, or even in the middle of a city center. He said it didn't matter where the cube was. From inside a lavishly decorated white villa, a powerful beam of red light shot into the sky. "You can play dumb all you want, and keep freaking out whenever you like." The eyes of Danyang, Ha'an, and Chisaki widened in amazement as they watched Nanki stand seriously before them. Danyang was in disbelief, thinking she also remembered info about that thing, but only just recalled it now. She observed closely and thought, if that's the case, there are 5 cubes in total, each leading to a different dimension. But where on earth could it be? Malkin cracked his fingers lazily, impatiently complaining, "You're yapping way too much." Arashis glanced at him and asked, "So are you done talking?" Finally, Nanki got serious and cut to the chase. "Where is Sigera?" Hearing that, he smirked and called it a pointless question. Malkin charged toward him, shouting, "Looks like someone is about to get deleted from this world." Both Danyang and Chisaki thought in shock, "They've started their attack!" Haran stood to the side, watching closely. Nani narrowed his eyes at the charging monster. He wasn't worried at all, recalling the time back on the boat. They were all sitting together, chatting. "You're sweating a lot. Are you okay?" "I'm fine, just stay put." No, Kenta. I bought this at the supermarket, haha." "Ha." Han sat there, gathering Nani's hair to tie it up, and said, "Yeah, Jang Yi is right. This is hard as hell." Suddenly, he called out. Haran sat in front and asked, "Are you shaking? Am I right?" Ha'an looked shocked and countered, "Huh? What are you talking about?" The two Haran behind laughed while tying his hair and said, "Ha, you mean those creatures, right? Ha, come on now, ha. My dad guessed that since I have no experience fighting them, I should be a little scared and anxious. Maybe I should have just stayed on the mountain for good, you know? Ha. Without even turning his head, he quietly reminded him, "But of course, I'm also a bit hyped. A human attacked by the unknown. You might have just let your own imagination make you shiver." Breaking into a sweat, he asked back, "What? Andy, what the hell are you talking about?" He didn't answer the question, but continued, "We have different perspectives and mindsets. Why don't you try changing yours?" He said seriously, "You only think you're afraid of them." He grit his teeth tightly. Then a powerful arm choked Malkin and pinned him to the ground. His arm flexed rapidly, bulging with muscles. You're pretty strong. With a powerful strike, Haran knocked Molken away. His arm was smoking. Recognize that I am a top-tier warrior. With a fierce look, he grit his teeth and continued. And greatness is shown through those who have mercy. Suddenly, a surprise blow punched him right in the face. It was Haraxius who had kicked Haran in the face. He asked back coldly, "Mercy?" Nani's eyes widened in shock. He was sent flying back, causing an explosion that sent debris everywhere. On the other side, Ala moved constantly with her weapon. In this vast forest, she could sense it. She narrowed her eyes and asserted, "Protect the tower." This place was being controlled by a type of powerful magic with mist surrounding every side. A tower appeared faintly behind the wall of mist. The cradle tower hadn't disappeared at all. She moved quickly while forcing herself to find a way. Ala looked up in disbelief. "That's Jan." She cut him off and spoke comfortingly. "It's all right." Alan and Jan struggled to stand up. His blood-covered body asserted that nothing had changed. "I'm still alive and can keep going. The four of them can't break the Red Tower. This won't be easy at all. But you and the warriors should focus on the battle." She clutched her blood-soaked arm tight, with fingers already turning purple and black, admitting that it was definitely not easy. "Damn it!" Ayla's eyes widened in shock. "And Jeannie, your hand!" She quietly recalled the way she fought, her eyes fixed intently on her own arm. "When I had the chance to counterattack him, I put everything I had into my fist. Maybe it's because I've burned too much energy. I couldn't put full power into that punch, so my hand just snapped." A pair of massive feet stomped hard onto the sand. Jan's voice rang out to comfort Ayla. "You must be in total shock. But despite how it looks, the injuries aren't too bad. We have to be extremely careful with his sword. We can't beat him in the one-on-one fight." Watching the swordsman who had stood back up, clutching his throat and vomiting a pool of blood, Jenna and Oren's eyes were glued to him. They marveled at how insanely strong he was, looking at his bloodied face. Jenny thought he was just like the guy she met at sea. At a research lab, a voice rang out with an announcement. It's been 10 minutes since he woke up. Bruno lay inside the treatment pod. The voice continued to echo, however, he is still unconscious. The doctor observed and evaluated for a moment, then gave his assessment. His breathing is unstable, and his eyes are showing signs of rapid movement. He has several abnormal symptoms, such as seizures. He was Posen from the Ministry of Health. The pink-haired girl listened to the report and replied, "I see. We still don't know how long he'll be in a coma. I just hope he can wake up as soon as possible." Looking at guns lying in the compartment filled with machinery, she confirmed that he is in critical condition. These symptoms will definitely occur. Even after he is able to move again, he will still suffer from lingering after effects. It will take a lot of time to get used to things. We can only wait and see. Yuri looked at guns lying in the storage pod, deep in thought. This person is a student from Kang School. He also once fought against the guns monsters. He quietly recalled many images from the past, thinking to himself, "I have to save him, please wake up." The pink-haired girl looked at Guns and gave the order. "He needs a craniotomy." The black-haired assistant agreed and replied, "Yes. He needs surgery to treat the subdural hemorrhage caused by the trauma." He looked at the report in his hand, looked up, and continued. "That will be the first step to maximize brain damage prevention." She listened to him, also looked at the paper in her hand, and asked, "Fine, what else?" Recalling the severe surgery just now, he continued to discuss the state of his body. 60% of his bones are fractured and several internal organs are in bad shape. We've tried to remove all the contaminants from his body. He looked at the severed arm. He continued regarding the severely injured left arm. "We've amputated the upper part of the humerus." He raised his hand in front of him and said seriously, "Most importantly, our biggest problem right now is his vertebrae. The cervical, thoracic, and lumbar vertebrae. Over here," the red-eyed man listened intently as he continued. "Many of them have suffered compression fractures. We are in the process of identifying the trauma that is most severe to determine where to start, and the treatment method that is best for him." The pink-haired girl focused on the report in her hand. She gave an order in the cold voice, "Pop!" The issues listed here are quite similar to your treatment regimen. As soon as his breathing stabilizes, the spinal fusion surgery is underway. She looked seriously at the group in front of her and announced, "During the spinal fusion process, my advanced technology will be integrated with all the damaged organs. Beyond survival, we will then enter the enhancement phase. I will personally perform the surgery." Her words made everyone in the room's eyes pop with shock. Hearing this, Biocook Jun stood up to give an opinion. "But regarding the technology you mentioned, we lack the necessary materials and equipment. We also have no information about his kidneys. and his overall health status is still unclear. She coldly emphasized every single word. But I'm here now. That statement left him wide-eyed with surprise. She gave a slight smile, turned away, and asserted, "This new technology is one of my own inventions, so there's no need to worry. And of course, we don't need East's support. Furthermore, I'm confident I have all the necessary expertise, so just trust me." She gripped the paper tightly and waved her finger dismissively. "This Plan B will be the stepping stone for the enhancement phase." She turned her back and said seriously, "Senior, this is a prime example. And as you all can see, he isn't feeling any pain at all. The next person will be exactly the same." The red-eyed man was speechless. She walked closer to the pod, shutting everyone up with a single sentence. "That's enough for now. We'll pick this up later. The top priority right now is to save Guno. Everything else can wait." She quietly asked for everyone's consensus in the room. "Does everyone agree with that?" She thought about the benefit of humanity, looked into the eyes of the 4 people before her, and gave the order. "Roll up your sleeves. We need to bring some things into the light." She looked serious, her eyes filled with determination. "Our new organization will be named Cosmo." Her eyes were filled with firm determination. "Let's show them what humanity is capable of." On this side, Manhwa quietly observed everything from above. He recalled the fierce battle that had just occurred. He thought to himself, "That's a wrap. These warriors were taken down by Hira's chains, but now they have recovered." He narrowed his eyes, looking down below, thinking, if they need an energy source to function, then... Both Ayla and Ren's eyes were full of shock and wariness. An ugly, massive monster was aiming for the tower and charging toward it. From above, Manhwa observed closely and thought, they finally realized what's on top of the tower. Hing-bi quickly ran to the top of Tower 1. A giant arrow flew toward him, aiming at Hing-bi with a powerful attack. But he was incredibly agile, dodging it with just a slight sidestep. Orland, holding his bow, exclaimed in surprise, "He's too fast!" He continued to draw his bow and aimed again. Dozens of arrows continued to rain down on Hing-bi. Not only that, despite being covered in wounds, Hing-bi charged and tore him apart. Below, the 4 of them were absolutely terrified. Hing-bi quickly rushed to the top of the tower. Suddenly, a chain reached out and wrapped around his neck, jerking hard and pulling him backward. It was Orland. He held the chain tight around the neck and dove straight down to the base of the tower. Suddenly, he appeared from above again. He swung down with a powerful strike while cursing, "Just how stupid are you?" A powerful sword stroke slashed across Hing-bi's neck, and just like that, it was a clean hit. His head was severed from his body. His body was violently dragged down by Orland, while his head went flying toward the top of the tower. From the ground, Orland rose up with his bow, aiming an arrow directly at Hing-bi's head, and blew it to pieces in midair. The arrow zipped past and quickly flew toward the swordsman. 2 pairs of purple eyes narrowed when suddenly, the swordsman's eyes turned a fiery red. Suit quietly appeared from a distance. His footsteps moved slowly. High above, Manhwa was also stunned to witness this scene. With a hiss, 4 long, hideous tentacles suddenly shot out. His tentacles lay flat on the ground, obediently awaiting orders. He scolded, "Trash!" This single sentence also terrified Manhwa, breaking into a nervous sweat. A long tentacle lunged forward. He continued to insult them. "You guys are filthy. How did you even manage to mess around in a battle of this caliber?" It's truly a sight to behold. Orland, Ren, and the 3rd person opened their eyes wide in disbelief. He continued speaking. Suddenly, they lost their confidence, hesitating in fear. Ayla's eyes widened, her face clearly showing her horror. He growled assertively, "Because once I'm here, all of you are dead meat." Sit's eyes burned red with murderous intent. With those hideous tentacles staring down everyone, Sit stepped out slowly as the massive tentacles swayed. 3 pairs of eyes simultaneously bulged in shock. These things... On this side, a kick shattered a stone tablet as he charged through one area after another. The stone tablets, shaped like human faces, were gradually smashed to bits. The 3-eyed monster leisurely cracked his knuckles. Ren thought in terrified shock, what kind of creatures are they? Ren seemed to have completely lost focus. Ayla called her name loudly and repeatedly. Suddenly, she snapped out of it, eyes wide, and turned around. Ayla rushed over in a panic, screaming something to her. A figure lay still on the ground, completely motionless. Watching this scene, Ren felt so cringed out that she froze up. A massive explosion erupted violently. Debris flew everywhere, blanketing the area. The tentacle stood firm and powerful right there. Rocks, dirt, and even wheels were sent flying outward. Suddenly, the car on the highway braked hard, screeching, echoing inside. Scott panicked and gripped Daphne's hand, warning her, "It's an earthquake! Hold on tight, Daphne!" Then, Scott gripped the steering wheel and cursed. The ground suddenly shook violently. Damn it, what the hell is going on? Only Daff remained obediently silent, not responding. After a brief pause, the car continued rolling. From inside the car, his voice came out reassuringly. We're almost there. Thick smoke billowed, blanketing the sky and earth. Today, Orland was powerful, carrying one person in each arm. With Ayla on his left and Ren on his right, he quickly sped away. Ayla called out to Orland in surprise. Hearing her call, he turned back and said, "This won't be easy." "Aren't you the one who said that?" Turning to the person on his right, he ordered, "So just focus." But as Ren was carried on his shoulder, she thought about what was below. Suddenly, from beneath the ground, there emerged something as blood-red as crimson. Seeing this, he froze in shock. Still carrying the two, he stood there silently, no longer moving. Orlando. He only had time to think about this thing, before the three of them were directly blown away by it. Scattered in different directions, Ayla, exhausted, was sent flying, groaning in pain. He cried out her name in terror again. Her whole body was limp as she fell through the air. In another development, a large screen showed the ending of a movie. Blood splattered. Cheers echoed throughout the bustling cinema. "Woohoo! Evolutionaries!" The lights suddenly flickered on. Everyone in the theater was ecstatic, shouting for joy. One man was still lazily munching on snacks. Soy looked over at Tara and Ani with excitement. He asked enthusiastically, "That was freaking lit, right?" "I'm so down with that." "Have you heard about part 3 yet? Is that how it really ends?" "What did you think of that ending?" Tara also excitedly turned to her, clapping and chatting. "You mean that ketchup guy?" "Of course I saw it. It was epic. Finally a movie worth watching." Noticing Ani, he asked anxiously, "Ani, didn't you like the movie? What's up? Why the long face all of a sudden?" She sat there quietly for a long time. Annie didn't seem to care much. She turned and walked away, tossing a handful of popcorn into her mouth and saying, "Well, it was okay, but I didn't get it at all." Tara. Annoyed, he called her out, "I totally heard you snoring just now." Sui watched her turn around and walk away. He could only sigh, "Oh, come on, you really should have seen it." Annie didn't bother arguing. She quickly changed the subject. "Please don't push me, Sui." Tara headed straight for shopping, returning to the brutal battle. Her whole body slammed into the ground. Everywhere she made impact was stained with blood. On this side, Ayla was also covered in wounds, struggling to step forward. Looking up, she saw Jen lying motionless not far away. Worried her sister might die, she frantically called out to Jen. She narrowed her eyes in thought. "They crawled up from the ground so fast. I couldn't even react in time." The healing of her wounds slowed down. "My breathing is unstable." Recalling that the power of the tower's peak had run into issues, Ayla thought worriedly, "Is this going to be okay? The power of the cradle tower isn't what it used to be." As she thought, she suddenly noticed something. Blinking in disbelief, a massive tentacle was aiming to snatch Jen. Her gaze turned determined, glowing with a blue light, gradually shifting into purple. She screamed out loud, "Jen!" With a thunderous strike, the hideous tentacle lunged for her. Dust filled the air as debris flew everywhere. Ayla covered her eyes with her hands. She squinted through her fingers to see what happened. The hideous tentacle had settled into place. Beneath the tentacle, someone was straining to hold it back, leaving Ren wide-eyed in astonishment. At that moment, Orlando used all his strength to block the tentacle, to protect her as she lay on the ground. Orlando struggled to hold it off until he was battered, mocking himself. "How many more times do I have to die and come back to life? This is getting ridiculous." Ayla watched the soldiers in shock. She gritted her teeth fiercely. Raising her hand, she gripped the iron chain, determined to strike. The iron chain flew out at an unpredictable speed. Her weapon lunged forward with great force. It didn't miss a beat, pinning itself straight into the tentacle. She planted her feet firmly in the sand. Suddenly, a swordsman rushed in, using his blade to sever her hook line from the tentacle. That giant tentacle, his deep, unpredictable gaze fixed on her. She wasn't one to back down, thinking about the swordsman. After prying Ayla's weapon away from that hideous tentacle, he gently lowered himself to the ground below. Right then, her trembling arms collapsed onto the dirt. Ren thought in despair that the consequences of draining too much energy had finally kicked in. "My body just won't react anymore." Suddenly, her figure was enveloped by a shadow. She looked down, wondering in shock. The dark shadow arrived. Even Orland was stunned by this sight. The tentacle had detached from the person. He continued to lunge forward to attack her. Ren's eyes widened, her face filled with regret. Once again, my mission, but it didn't attack her anymore. Instead, it immediately surged toward the top of the tower. It pierced directly into the tower's summit, causing the summit to crumble as rocks plummeted down. Both Ren and Ayla watched the shattered ruins Their eyes wide with disbelief, Ren lay helplessly on the ground, watching the tentacle destroy that tower top. Orlan's entire body began to crack and splinter, emitting a blue light. He spoke softly. There's never been such a peaceful breeze before. If it weren't for this war, we could have continued having our conversations, feeling completely at ease with each other. Orlan's body was coiled by the tentacles. He looked at Ren quietly and said, Ren, I don't want you to look down on yourself because of me. He remained steadfast, using his body to hold back. The tentacles urging, don't give up. Both Ren and Ayla stared wide-eyed at this scene, watching what was unfolding before them. They wondered what would happen if the soldiers died. Ayla quickly grabbed her weapon and charged in with force. The hideous tentacles began to swallow everything. They were sprouting up all over the ground. So many, countless, horrific tentacles. The sight before her caused Ayla to doubt her own eyes. What? Back to the peaceful setting in front of the cinema, voices still echoed. Like I just said, you should watch the first season of The Evolutionaries to get the hang of it. The three of them walked along, chatting away. Ani remarked with interest, I probably don't understand a thing, but I still enjoyed the movie. And I gotta say, Ryota is drop-dead gorgeous. Sui clung to her arm and asked, you enjoyed it even without knowing the backstory? Tara chimed in happily. I totally agree, Ryota was hot as hell in that movie. Even VKPR would agree with that. Let's go, let's go! Annie gently nudged her. Ouch, stop pinching me already, ow! Annie stared intently ahead. Anyway, the fact is I really enjoyed the movie. It's just that something is making me feel restless, and I've been trying to figure it out for a while now. Tara asked in surprise. Huh? What is it? Recalling the scene in the theater, she thought about the cheers for a hero, but her gaze became unusually firm. When I think about it, it's actually heartbreaking. Elsewhere, a blonde girl sitting on the hood of a red car said wearily, if there's anyone I can rely on in this chaotic world, it's only you and myself. After all, the only thing they can do is praise me. She sat up, looked down at the person below, and continued, I don't hate the way my sister takes care of me. Instead, it helps me maintain a sense of responsibility. She stared intently forward. There's a difference between being enthusiastic about someone and relying on them. Her expression softened as she spoke. Tell me, what kind of person are you? If you have something on your mind, talk to me. Ren let out a soft sigh from her full lips. She spoke softly but firmly. I want to go see Ern. Remembering the image of herself covered in blood on the ground, she thought, I've heard that we easily remember the things we love most at the end of a long journey. A large vehicle stopped at a ruined courtyard. I don't have a good feeling about this. Opening the car door, both Scott and Daphne rushed out. They were both stunned. Their eyes widened at the scene before them. Ayla was there, screaming frantically. She thought, in the end, I feel a little tired. Covered in blood, she slightly parted her lips to watch, the tentacles relentlessly coming at her to attack. She thought as much, but still tried her absolute best. Suddenly, a powerful beam of light shone down from the sky. That beam of light directly blasted away a tentacle, sending it flying as dust and sand filled the air. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes widened in total shock. Xi's glowing red eyes flared as he spoke. It seems you've really lost your cool. In that case, let's end this. Thin lips mouthed the name Ren. An angry voice, stepping onto the tentacle, yelled out, let's fight. Until one of us is completely finished. Through her hazy vision, the familiar image of her father appeared. He softly called out, Ayla? Scott's face became clear, dripping with sweat. He called out urgently, almost breaking down, Ayla, you're still alive, right? He shook her as her vision gradually cleared up. She opened her eyes to see Scott's worried face. Her whole body was covered in bloody wounds. She struggled to speak. Dad? He quickly replied, I'm here, I'm right here. Ayla tried to prop herself up to sit, asking, why are you here, Dad? Seeing this, he immediately supported the back of her head, trying to calm her down. No, just stay still. Ayla winced, speaking with difficulty. Oh, my head. Why did you even show up on the battlefield? Scott was drenched in sweat, beyond worried. Ayla, you've lost too much blood. Just shut it and stop pushing yourself. He continued. Sanburn is here too. But right before she arrived, they almost lost. Especially her. Hearing that, her exhausted face gradually turned to anger. Right. Ayla recalled the fading image of Ren just before she passed out. Yeah, I saw Sanburn. Then her face tightened with fury, mixed with beads of exhausted sweat. Lips pressed thin. No, those oppressive gazes from those three monsters. They're so freaking annoying. No way. No matter what, those three are extremely dangerous. Even I can't handle them. The scene shifts to a different time. Daph, also covered in blood, said firmly to Ayla. Daph was kneeling beside a man. He was sitting propped up against something, by the roadside, his body drenched in blood. Right now, you're just like Ren, in a very bad state. That's the reason why I can't help you right now. So just get some rest. She looked at Ayla, giving advice but with a very stern tone. Don't try anything stupid. It'll only make your situation worse. But if you're still stubborn, that's fine too. From now on, let Sanburn handle this and just rest. Hearing those words, Ayla paused for a moment, staring intently at Daff. The scene shifts to another intense battle between Ren and a monster. She landed a powerful punch right on his face. The force of the blow sent him flying backward. The fight was grueling, with neither side backing down. The guy grabbed Ren's hair with one hand. Her face became grave and tense, but her gaze remained persistent. He held Ren's head, using all his strength to snap her head back. With sheer brute force, he slammed his forehead into hers in a painful headbutt. He gloated over Ren's current state. He let out a chuckle, just like before. The image of a man with a scorpion tail flashed by, a fighting spirit that disregards life itself. Still won't give up? It's like a suicide mission. A powerful fist. Unyielding and resilient, Ren's fist continued to swing out, punching him hard in the face. I don't care. If my entire body is blown to bits, I will not give up. Both of them. With her face covered in blood, she twisted her body and landed an uppercut on him. But as they fought to near exhaustion, a figure wielding a sword rushed quickly toward her from behind. When the swordsman intended to pull a sneak attack, just as he drew his sword, she was quick as a flash. Sensing his sharp blade, it grazed across her forehead. Blood from her wound splattered everywhere. Ren looked in shock toward the swordsman who had just struck. She grit her teeth at him. A cold purple light glared at her from his eyes. He swung the blade around once more, quickly slashing toward her head. From head to toe, that swordsman seemed to be covered in solid rock. The powerful woman, disregarding the danger, grabbed the blade with her bare hands, looking at him sternly. He hadn't expected Pia to catch the blow with her bare hands, so he stared in wide-eyed surprise at her arms, clutching the blade. She spoke up. You look pretty surprised, huh? Right after saying that, she used every ounce of strength she ever had to shatter it into many small pieces. Blood streamed down her hand, soaking her glove completely. Suddenly, she kicked the swordsman hard in the stomach, sending him flying backward. Out of nowhere, a massive worm-like monster opened its maw and rushed toward Pia as she was distracted. It approached at a terrifying, god-awful speed, intending to swallow her whole, but she managed to dodge it by a hair. Her battered body was covered in wounds and dried bloodstains. Since when? Suddenly she did a flip. Her face gradually scrunched up, mixing with shock and fear. She thought, this speed and accuracy. Looking up, under the scorching sun, 5 worm-like monsters were watching her. By the time she realized it, it was already too late. At the exact same time, all 5 lunged just as her feet touched the ground. Their shadows loomed closer and closer. Right where she had been standing, the 5 monsters attacked at once, sending debris flying everywhere. She had escaped that predicament. She dashed forward. Pia's image blurred as she sped past, dodging the relentless attacks aimed at her. While dodging, she winced and grit her teeth, thinking to herself, I can't take down these annoying worms. They keep popping up like tree roots. Suddenly, she spotted a figure standing there, controlling the monsters with haunting red eyes. He glared at her with wide eyes as she struggled to dodge. Every move Pia made was incredibly fast. All of a sudden, the swordsman she had just kicked back caught up with her. In a split second, their eyes met. Pia's eyes widened in terror when she saw him catching up to her. What? The sword in his hand quickly slashed toward her, but as the blade grazed past, she managed to dodge a lethal blow just in time. She leaped into the air, looking down at him. A chill ran down her spine as her gaze sharpened. She spun around, and just as she turned, a bullet flew at her from behind. The bullet grazed her shoulder blade. While Ren was suspended in midair, the bullet hit her arm, leaving a large wound. Blood began to flow incessantly. After that hit, she slammed hard onto the ground. She clutched the bleeding wound. The enemy was right in front of her, staring her down. Her body was covered in various gashes that were constantly bleeding. She pressed down on the wound on her arm, wondering what kind of sharp object had shot straight into her. The power of that thing had easily pierced through her body. Among those long monsters, there was one with smoke swirling around its mouth. That worm functioned like a sniper rifle. He slowly walked over, saying, San, your existence is nothing more than a useless crutch for humanity. His blood-red eyes widened as he continued smugly, There is no way to escape the pit. That has been dug for you. There is nothing but a cruel and brutal future for the whole of mankind. Isla knelt in the sand, clutching her wound, listening to him continue. But I will give you a chance to follow the path I have laid out. So what? The reason is quite simple. His eyes turned devious as he looked at her. Sanborn looked at him steadfastly as he rambled on. Those sharp eyes of yours? I want them to stay with me forever. Suddenly, from the sky above, she sensed something and looked up in surprise. Amidst the smug group, the sky suddenly fell silent. A white streak lunged toward her. A trail of white smoke plummeted at high speed. A loud crash behind her made her turn around in shock to investigate. The monster stared intently with scrutinizing eyes. Its eyes widened. He stood silently staring at where the object had fallen. The thing that just fell was a person with a massive frame, lying face down in the sand. Her gaze was filled with absolute shock, showing clear surprise upon seeing the person who just landed. The other guy's face was bulging with veins. His eyes were spinning in circles. Dizzy, he stammered that he felt like barfing. He propped his hands on the ground, struggling to stand up. He just said, "Hold on, buddy, I gotta puke first." Another person, with blonde hair, also landed softly on the ground. As soon as Kiryu, the blonde guy, got his footing, he exclaimed, "Oh my God, I thought after that long flight we had lost each other." He realized the situation and frowned. "Uh-oh, at least we've arrived. But Basilop, things don't look too good right now." He replied, "Yeah." He slowly stood up with his bulky frame, surveyed the scene, and continued. "Looks like we're cooked." Kiryu pulled a tired face and thought to himself, "The atmosphere here is so heavy. I can't even stand it. Where are the other heroes? I only see Sunburn." "Don't tell me. She's fighting those idiots all by herself." Manhwa silently observed the other heroes. Judging by their appearance, it seems like they've been through hell in battle. From behind Zit and the monsters, a red light beamed straight into the sky. Their eyes seemed to recognize a terrifying power. Gradually becoming struck with awe, that red light kept spreading further and further. The source of that red light came from a Vichy block, surrounded by a dense, hazy white smoke. "What? Look at the expression on his face." Peter appeared, looking forward with a serious gaze. Manhwa cried out in terror. When looking in that direction, they couldn't believe their eyes when they saw Q's corpse. Vector has been defeated. None other than Ha-an stepped proudly out of the smoke. His face was covered in blood, one hand tightly clutching the head of Q Vector. They stared at the body and wondered, are these the guys? Everyone present there was stunned, watching him walk out. Beside him, the heroes appeared clearly one by one, Chisaki with a resilient gaze. Standing next to him was Da Nang with a serious expression. Kenta, the falcon, soared straight through the dust and smoke. It let out a majestic cry, signaling that the heroes had returned. Everyone has finally gathered. The head of the defeated Herosius was brought out. Aha, what the hell is this? Nancy, with powerful muscles, he held Herosius's head high and said, "Humph, all you guys, dummies with those stupid drawings on your faces, seem to really not understand one thing. I feel like I'm watching a movie." The white smoke gradually cleared. The heroes began to emerge, standing tall and proud, just like a finale where the main character takes the stage. All the heroes stepped forward, majestic with firm and determined eyes fixed on them. Its blood-red eyes stared toward them. He maintained a cold attitude, silently observing the situation. Nancy seemed to recognize the lead boss, and so continued to speak boldly in front of the monsters. "Now that the protagonists are here, what should we do next?" Standing before those giant monsters, Nancy showed not a single shred of fear. On the contrary, he felt hyped, and more thrilled than ever before. Nancy could say, in terms of being a psycho, he completely outclasses Zit, essentially a true monster. Nancy laughed heartily, staring straight at the indescribable scene before his eyes. "Haha, this is lit. This is the first time we've ever joined a banger party like this, huh?" After the remark, he assessed the situation once more. Narrowing his eyes to see more clearly, he said meaningfully, "Oh, I see a few familiar faces here." Similarly, from afar, Kirill gazed back. "Oh, even though I can't see clearly, I'm sure it's him," unable to hide the shock. Not just him, but the girl opposite, hidden behind her cloak, also showed a flicker of horror. After silently confirming that name many times, in his head he did not hesitate to wave at her. Her face also softened, losing the fierce vigilance in the face of danger. Thus, Da Nang realized with surprise the person was Kirillop. She then tried to call out in response. Kirillop's mind was racing with thoughts. Is he here to join the war in Australia? While waving hello to her, he secretly informed the enemy side, heading toward the Barcelona teammates. That is Banker's group. He remained silent, reflecting on the information himself, remembering the last time they met before leaving. Nancy quietly left a parting word. "No matter where you go, we will definitely meet again." And now it has actually come true. Unbelievable. Amidst a vast sea of people and a desolate apocalyptic world, fate brought them together for a reunion once more. He said solemnly, "Just like last time, right? But how did they get here? Did they use a portal or something? Either way, at least we get to see them again." He mused, "Yeah." While they were talking, she continued with her pile of issues. "Anyway, in a place like this, you can't tell friend from foe. Black Hat, no, wait a minute." She kept hitting roadblocks while trying to connect. The chain of information forced her to summarize the whole event to find the loophole she had missed. Two things that led her to one wrong conclusion after another. We went to Japan to find Shakira, then took a boat to an island. With Kenta's help, we went to meet Shi in Australia, thanks to the power of the cube. And now we run into these people again. Sanfam is also here, that fat guy, and Kiryu. Wait a sec, why am I so shook right now? She fell into another mind-bending loop. Indeed, intellectual work always takes a lot of effort and mental energy. Suddenly it became clear that all of our paths seem to have led us right here. Shit, not bad. Nanki suddenly offered some praise. Shit again. His name was mentioned, but except for fighting, he didn't care much for conversation. Chisaki's hands were shaking uncontrollably. He stood there dazed, looking like a total deer in headlights, speechless with horror. In the distance, behind the fog, the figure of Main Cray flickered in and out of view. Suddenly he turned his head and said, "Keeve, tell me what's going on here." But the final words couldn't be uttered, because he foolishly turned his head only to be scared witless. Seeing Nanki's squad fully assembled, on the other side of the mist, his heart was in a knot. Horatius gave a wicked laugh and answered for him, "Oh, don't worry about that. I'll tell you. I promise, as long as you answer my questions and do what I say. Then we've got a deal, okay?" He was terrified out of his mind when that person spoke. To be honest, right now he really wants to turn tail and run, but he didn't care much. Continuing his heartfelt monologue. "First off, you are Main Cray. You are very loyal to Sid. You even support his goals. You're a very useful guy to him." He hesitated as if about to say something. He continued, "To me, you look great. And that's sad because today is pretty bad." The words were light as a feather, yet they hid 1,000 sophisticated layers of malice, fighting the monsters all by himself, while leaving his squad behind to treat the wounded. She tried her best to provide first aid to the injured soldiers. Come on, just breathe." Aaron was nearby. He was in pain, constantly spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. The situation was becoming increasingly critical. "Cough, cough," she tried to shake him awake, fearing that once he falls asleep, he'll sleep forever. And if that happens, it's game over. "Cough, hey, are you really going to just sleep in this condition?" "Wake up," he said with heavy, struggling breaths, scolding him. "You idiot. Cough, stop it, it hurts too much." As for him, after spitting out a large mouthful of blood, he felt a bit stabilized for a moment, panting heavily and leaning against Bue's back, leaving the rear support and returning to the front lines. After those friendly opening remarks, he began to show his crazy side with a single question, backing the other guy into a corner, either choose what he wants or die. All right, since you're the only one left. This is the perfect time for a little chat, right?" He was so terrified he started rambling. Incoherent nonsense. After successfully intimidating him, he pointed in one direction and asked his first question. "What's that hole over there?" "It looks like a tunnel leading somewhere." But currently he's still unsure what dangers are hidden. Inside it, not giving him a chance to be sneaky, he pressed him immediately. "Honestly, I saw you crawling out of there. What are you hiding down there?" He had no choice but to answer honestly. "That's the temple, Sid's resting place and his throne. Only his subordinates can enter, or leave from there. That's all." While speaking, he kept trembling uncontrollably, because one slip-up, and the hands currently choking, Main Cray belonging to Nani, would not hesitate to tighten the grip. Manhwa is free, soaring through the sky when suddenly his expression turned serious upon recognizing the opponent. Who else could it be but Nancy? With that cryptic, arrogant smirk, he thought to himself with a weary sigh, that silver-haired freak must be the one who appeared during Bimos's attack on South Korea, the one who defeated Heraxium. If he's here to see the leader, then I'm afraid there's nothing we can do, even if I could help. The only thing I'm certain of is that they're connected to Shakira. He lingered a moment longer to process the remaining bits of information, then launched himself toward an isolated space completely severed from the barren wasteland below, where Sid was standing. Upon arrival, he bowed respectfully and cautiously spoke his mind. "I know I shouldn't speak out of turn, but given the current situation, it's highly likely the leader is dead. However, if you give the order, Mantra will carry it out immediately." Suddenly, he turned his head to look at him. Mantra panicked instantly, falling silent, not daring to say another word. His bloodshot eyes gleamed with terror, radiating a chilling, murderous intent. Knowing his place, he quickly apologized. "Sid, I am truly sorry I was out of line." Though he stopped himself just in time. A mistake is still a mistake. Offending this ancestor only invites disaster, but he kept his head turned 90 degrees, eyes glued to Mantra, as if a god were looking down on a pitiful prey. You dare drop such foolish words? In this wasteland, huh? At the area where Nancy's squad was resting, Chisaki looked flustered as Nancy approached. Right after leaving the basement, without saying a word, he grabbed his collar and yeeted him far away. But that sudden move made everyone around to turn pale with fear. No one understood what was happening. He stood still, coldly observing from a distance. After tossing him aside, Chisaki lay sprawled out on the sand a good distance away. His entire body was covered in dust and blood. His clothes were torn and disheveled from the impact. He scrambled to crawl up, his eyes looking back at him in a daze. A fleeting sense of peace surfaced, as if it were only yesterday. The whole village was still singing during the harvest season. Back then, everyone sang together in the warm sunrise. But now he was gasping for air, his body so mangled it was hard to watch. Suddenly he stared intently at him. Chisaki's eyes were still welling up with tears from the pain. Eden Hang just kept chirping away. Wait, what? Nanaki, what are you waiting for? I'm still waiting for your orders. I thought you were going to lead us all. Ignoring her shouting and nagging, he called out to HR. The man flinched upon hearing his name, listening intently for the next command. But before leaving, he suddenly presented him with a choice. This battle belongs to Chisaki. But then he let out a sigh. Regardless, I already know this war is unwinnable. Death is the only outcome. But in his mind, HR was confused by the task entrusted to Chisaki. He didn't understand why he would say such a thing. But then he continued, so I hope you'll back Chisaki up this time. Then he suddenly flashed a weird smile and looked up toward Basilop. Without waiting for the question or order, Basilop spoke up immediately. Yeah, even though I've never taken orders from anyone, I'll follow your lead this once. He couldn't help but burst out laughing. Good Lord! After hearing that, I don't know whether to laugh or cry. Then Basilop turned to speak to his teammate, Kirilop. The guy froze, unsure of his intent, and he was even more shocked when a man who rarely admits mistakes, spoke up. Stay there and enjoy yourself. I know I've done you dirty, but Kirilop couldn't help but recall many past situations where he used to bark orders so aggressively, we have to survive. Answer me, what the hell is going on? Hey, you still there? What kind of stunt are you pulling? Lost in thought. He heard the voice continue. However, I really appreciate what you've done, and I feel proud to see you lead the group this far, even though you can be a bit extra sometimes. Not extra. She repeated the phrase in her head, unable to hide the surprise, flickering across her face hidden behind the hood. One way or another, she was partly involved. With an awkward look, he continued to speak kindly. Regardless, I don't want to see you get hurt too badly. Heal yourself with your eyes. Beo moved in her heart, whispered his name. After a few seconds of silence, he honestly replied, Okay. Once the instructions were finished, he told himself that to shake off the awkwardness, first I need to check a few things to see who the mastermind is. Give me some time to prepare. Then he dashed off, leaving Nanaki to watch in shock. Nanaki smiled and thought to himself, ha, what a mess. But meanwhile, Basilop rushed toward Alisama, giving him a real fright. Basilop snorted a few times, radiating battle resolve. Nani began calculating the tactics. Sanbia, Basilop. This person has fought Sama Ali, Chisaki, Ha'an, and even Togasali Sugar Hira. Now only one opponent remains. He asked nonchalantly, Does it hurt to heal these wounds? Sanbia, are you ready to fight? She replied immediately. Of course, I haven't even started yet. The tentacles will attack relentlessly, and because they're so fast, I can only see them at close range. Their destructive power and speed are too intense when lunging and retracting. Impossible to strike back. It's best if you stay away from them. Don't face them head on. Now I need to scatter them, to make it easier to attack afterward. Both narrowed their eyes at the target. Their eyes were filled with murderous intent. Finally, the time has come. Both shared the same thought about the EU bastards, who just won't stay dead. Every time he comes, he brings a whirlwind with him. They tried to hold their ground, not letting themselves be thrown out of this fight, and dying pointlessly in the riot. The opening act, but with Nani in the fight against Sid, his formation was ready. Contrasting that chaos was the countryside. Peaceful, with birds chirping, Amuhi sat blankly on the wooden bed, her eyes glued to the phone screen. She was silent, her mind wandering. On the screen were messages from Kang. All were messages she had initiated. Hey, are you coming today? Are you busy today? Please answer me. I know you don't want to see everyone, but I just want us to have lunch and hang out together. Are you going? Please answer me. But there was still not a single reply from the other side. She thought in despair, will he turn off his phone again today? Then, frustrated, she looked up at the sky. At this moment, another girl was exhausted, stepping up the long, winding stairs. Haha, damn it, what a pain. Jinju finally reached the rooftop, but she still let out a weary sigh, not noticing the person approaching at all. Just as she arrived, Jinju immediately asked if he was coming. She stopped when she saw Jinju's gloomy and miserable face, remembering how happy the old days were. Under the warm sunset, this was the place where they used to gather together. The girls stood watching the view, exclaiming how beautiful it was. Yeah, imagine us gathering here again for a cozy meal. We'll definitely come back here next time. The guys were drinking and chatting. Hey, you made cod soup but ordered pizza? That works too. Hey, you should have recorded this. Yo, what are you saying? This is mine. Zip it. Hamuhi explained hesitantly. Maybe he's busy or something. Then she unconsciously looked at the phone screen. In a brief moment, she couldn't help herself and kept sending more messages. I know you don't want to see everyone, but I just want us to have lunch and hang out together. So are you going? Please answer me, I'm begging you. Are you busy now? Jinju let out a resentful sigh and continued to ask, what about the others? The answer remained the same. Just like always, only the wording changed. They can't make it. She put down each shopping bag and sighed in frustration. This is so boring. I even stopped by this grocery store to buy stuff, so we'd have some snacks to enjoy. Maybe we should just go out. Staying here is no fun anyway. She tried to keep the reunion from becoming pointless, making plans for herself, but then she suddenly felt let down. Oh, turns out I've been ghosted. Meanwhile, Hamuhi remained silent, lost in her own world. What the hell is this? Kang, hooded and bundled up, stood still and stated, I really care about you guys. His eyes suddenly widened with a sharp warning. Thanks for coming for me. But if we keep sticking together, you won't be able to escape this place. His hands quickly pushed Jongjun away. Right in front of him, Hyperion. Hai stood waiting. Two pairs of shocked eyes met, staring wide-eyed and stammering. Girl, what on earth is that? Hyperion and Kang locked eyes. Jangjun stood behind, trembling with anxiety, asking, what is that thing? He looked seriously at Jongjun's bewildered question. This strange remark left all three of them completely confused. Hey, be quiet! He ordered both of them to leave immediately. The chubby friend took the order, but still stood there stunned for a moment. Jangjun stood behind, shivering and breaking into a cold sweat. What the hell? God damn it! He stood there terrified. Unpleasant memories began to surface in his mind. Then suddenly, Jongjun gently called out his name, Jongjun. He looked into Kang's eyes and pleaded, don't look back and just run. Can you do that for me? The chubby friend's eyes widened as he asked tremblingly, yeah, but what if that monster chases me? Kang replied with a serious look, it's okay. I won't let that happen. Kang moved relentlessly across the bridge, where danger lurked at every turn. He leaped into the air, aiming straight for Hyperion and delivering a powerful kick. The heavy impact made the entire bridge shake. Jangjun and his chubby friend screamed, then ran at full throttle without daring to look back. The two ran while tearing up and cursing under their breath. Damn it, what the hell is this? Jangjun grimaced, trying his best not to let the tears fall. At a spacious and airy plot of land, Hyperion was punched to the ground. Immediately, a massive force came crashing down. The sound of continuous punches and impacts rang out. Along with non-stop, horrific explosions, he and Hyperion faced off in midair. Both gritted their teeth as they stared each other down. Hyperion reacted quickly, raising his fist. Not to be outdone, he flexed his arm with power. Two fists collided in midair, creating a massive shockwave. Neither side backed down, both ramping up their strength. From the epicenter of their clash, a powerful blinding light radiated outward. Meanwhile, someone sat in a room, nervously twiddling their fingers. Ali and Tony Fay, Kep and the Superhuman elder sat opposite each other. He spoke about his journey, participating in many major competitions. But we traveled to different countries to host these events, and during our travels, we started getting lucky and running into heroes. Before that, I was dirt poor. He continued to reminisce, letting the memories flow as he went on. Afterward, I returned to my hometown in South Korea to host an arm wrestling competition. When Lim Kang won, I suspected he might be a hero. I just didn't know how to be sure whether a person is a hero or not, especially when Ali isn't around. His eyes turned sad as he continued. Ali and I always organized events together. But when I discussed hosting an event in Korea, he said he couldn't make it, and that he'd join me next time. The Superhuman elder sat intently, his deep blue eyes fixed on the boy. And that must have been the last time you could connect with the heroes. A flower petal resting quietly in the hot tea suddenly quivered. Both people sitting there widened their eyes in shock. Tony V. kept opened his eyes wide, scanned the surroundings, and warned, looks like an earthquake is hitting. Outside, the two disciples looked at him and called, Master! Master, what the hell is going on? This shaking. The entire area was trembling violently, making the disciples almost lose their footing. The old man let out a huff, frowning as he observed, then explained, "We didn't do anything. We just saw a strong gust of wind." Then suddenly the ground started shaking. Hearing that, his expression turned grave. He narrowed his eyes and commanded, "Everyone, listen up. Go back and follow my students' instructions. The priority now is keeping everyone safe. It doesn't matter what's happening out there." He looked at the boy with wide eyes and demanded, "As for you, follow the instructions. Forget about what's going on outside." His face darkened as he rolled up his sleeves and left. Before leaving, he cautioned, "Don't go out until I return." His blue eyes dimmed slightly. Thinking about this sensation, could it be? At the outdoor campsite, a car was parked quietly nearby, with the radio echoing, "But as of now, the situation in Australia remains unclear. In the U.S., they're doing their best to support and evacuate as many people as possible." In front of their tent, a couple sat chatting leisurely. Over there, their son was happily playing in the water. Suddenly, a tremor hit while the couple was grilling meat. The wife asked anxiously, "Honey, what was that?" The husband realized the situation and replied, "It seems like there was just an earthquake somewhere." The boy stopped to feel the slight tremor in the ground. The wife, still anxious and uneasy, continued, "I also heard a loud noise. Suddenly, from above, Hyperion flew down, about to knock over their tent. Immediately after, everything turned into chaos. The grill and food were scattered everywhere." The husband's eyes widened, terrified, as if something horrific was about to happen. The scorching hot pan was hurtling toward their child. The wife saw this and screamed in a panic, "Misu!" In the nick of time. As the pot was about to slam into the boy's face, a hand reached out. Hyperion gripped it directly, crushing the pot to protect their child. The boy, after a moment of feeling nothing out of the ordinary, finally dared to peek his eyes open. Hyperion's powerful hands, without a second thought, had crumpled the hot pan. He saw this and was utterly amazed, wondering what had just happened. Then he tossed the scrap metal, the iron pan, to the ground and turned to leave. While the boy stood there in disbelief, he launched himself away, leaving only a gust of wind before vanishing. The worried mother ran to her son, calling, "Misu!" The boy sat down and replied, "Mom." She asked anxiously, "Are you okay?" The old man was stunned, watching the thing that saved his son before it disappeared. The radio continued to blare, though everything else had fallen silent. For, at present, according to the latest info that we received from the authorities, the iron pan has now been reduced to a hunk of metal. He wondered, "What the hell is this?" The radio continued the announcement. A sudden explosion occurred on an island, and St. Paul has appeared. From behind, the superhuman elder, Kang, appeared and warned, "Sir, you have to get out of here right now. This monster." The old man suddenly blurted out a name. Hyperion. That name made Kang's eyes widen in surprise. He grimaced and continued, "That's right, Hyperion. Maybe you don't remember me." Looking at the monster, Hyperion stood before him and said, "But I definitely remember you very well." Recalling several visions of the past, he raised his hand, preparing to attack the old man. A massive explosion sent shockwaves through the entire city. A white-haired old man and Hyperion continued their fierce battle in the heart of the center. "Get out of here!" Right after that, he kicked the old man away. Those legs repeatedly stomped hard on the old man's chest. He grabbed the head. The old man pulled himself up and continued to chase after his future. The superhuman elder and Kang stood on the same side, facing him. "Continue. You saved me from that inhumane white-haired man, and I believe you did that for a reason." The old man spoke softly, as if pleading, "So please let me know." Hyperion and the other two all locked eyes. The old man asked, "Why are you targeting Kang?" Suddenly, a blade pierced hard into the ground. In the thick, murky dust, the person couldn't be seen clearly. He coldly continued, "Hero, tell me, honestly, what do you take me for?" Hearing this question, both the old man and Kang widened their eyes. Sweating, the old man still maintained his stance. "We are all the same. I know that to you, we are enemies. However," he cut the old man off and kept staring at him. "If not that, then what should I consider you?" Under Kang's utter amazement, their eyes met as if saying, "I'm very curious." "Now that we're here, don't hesitate. Just tell me." He faced the old man head on. "The fateful battle for each person is approaching, and my battle is right in front of me. But it seems someone wants to get in my way." A massive, powerful arm punched straight toward the sky. Suddenly, Alisama's face appeared. He charged forward to attack the white-haired old man. In just an instant, His teeth could be seen gritting tightly. Blood splattered everywhere. A heavy punch slammed the old man into the ground, creating a zone shrouded in dust and smoke. A distorted-faced person sent Alisama flying 7,800 miles away. Wherever he flew, blood and dirt mingled together, splattering everywhere. From the ground, his body was covered in wounds, but he still struggled to get back up. He hunched over to stand up, his entire body drenched in blood. Blood dripped steadily from him. His eyes widened and veins popped on his face in pure shock. He silently stared into the palm of his hand, wondering what on earth this was. Recalling the clash just moments ago, he pondered, "That's really weird. It seems my attack power weakened when I hit him." From a distance, Alisama charged like an arrow straight at him. In the very next second, Alisama dealt him a crushing blow. Despite taking a painful punch to the stomach, Basilop still managed to land a headshot on Alisama. He glared at Alisama. Silently raising his fist from above, he let out a thunderous roar. Repeated small explosions forced the two apart. Both their faces were injured by those blasts, but right then he screamed incessantly once more. A massive explosion was about to erupt between them. Thick dust swirled in the wind, reaching even the spot where Danyang and Kirilop stood, completely unavoidable. The two of them couldn't believe what had just happened. "No way!" she cried out, eyes wide in disbelief. "I thought we were out of the blast zone already." 4. Kirilop was clutching a chain in his hand, leisurely explaining, "We made it out in the nick of time. Luckily, we didn't get caught in the middle of it." Daph's parched lips softly called out, "Everyone!" Kirilop and Danyang were both drawn by her call and turned their heads. He looked back at Daph and Scott, who were sitting there tending to the wounded. He explained, "We came here to check on how everyone's doing." He coldly replied with a simple, "Yeah." He didn't seem to care at all, cheerfully speaking the truth. "It's a good thing we're outside the combat zone." He looked over at Danyang, suddenly introducing himself. "I'm Kirilop." Hearing that, she began to wonder. This was the first time she had ever met them. Then he coldly replied to Danyang over here. Hearing the two introduce themselves, he also hurried to show his face. He looked at the guy, thinking to himself, he found that heartless person again. Could he be a hero just like Ayla? Daph looked at them with sparkling eyes. She spoke up to inquire. "It seems everyone has been through a lot of battles." Looking at Ala and Dien lying motionless on the ground, she continued, "As you can see, Dean and Ayla aren't doing too well." She lifted her beautiful face and gave a wonderful smile. "My name is Daph, by the way. It's great to meet you." To one side, someone's command echoed from beneath a small basement. "Close the hatch!" Down there was a tiny door that looked very strange. Inside the basement, a light bulb flickered dimly. One person looked around and whispered, "Achoo, it's so dusty in here." 3 people stepped down into the basement. Unduck went first to brief everyone and set them at ease. "We'll be safe here. There's a vent, so don't worry." The bald kid looked around for a bit and said, "But I don't see any air vents here at all." Hearing that, he got nervous and asked, Seriously?" Tony W. slowly and calmly walked down to the basement, wondering if they were actually safe. The bald kid climbed the ladder. He inspected the light bulb for a while. Then he said, "Looks like the bulb is busted." He walked over from a distance and nodded. "Yeah." Recalling the horrific and frantic ordeal from just before, the urgent shout still rang in his ears. "Hurry up, everyone, get down to the basement. Listen, the guest and I will stay in this small basement. The rest of you, go to the other basement over there." He looked at Unduk anxiously and asked, "I just want to know what's going on. Are you guys really okay with splitting up like this?" Both the bald boy and Unchi Duke fell silent at the question, thinking back to the fierce battles of the past. The boy honestly and painfully recounted how before there had been a truly nasty argument. Many of our colleagues were injured or lost their lives due to the lack of humanity. Therefore, to ensure safety and prevent that from happening again, we will split up to avoid danger. He finished listening to his account, sitting there quietly and looking up. "My bad, I get it now. I'm sorry for asking about such things." Unduck brushed off his shoulders, nonchalantly cutting him off. "Don't sweat it. There's nothing wrong with asking questions. Don't be so awkward." They sat down on the ground together. Un sat in front and spoke first to explain it was the boss himself who ordered the evacuation. "So, it's likely that something serious is going down. For now, I guess we have to temporarily comply and stay in this rat hole." He glanced toward this corner where the other was sitting and curiously asked, "I'm wondering what you and the boss talked about. You guys seemed pretty serious." He also leaned in to catch the tea, while the other quite hesitantly replied, We were just talking about my friend." Outside, the intense battle raged on without stopping. Merciless fists slammed into faces. Powerful strikes sent opponents flying for miles, creating a massive zone of dust and smoke. even sending the opponent crashing into a building, shattering the entire structure. Ali was knocked down onto the road from high above. Basilop jumped down, determined to crush him. A powerful pink light slammed onto the ground, causing the entire earth to shake. Dust and debris flew everywhere. Then Basilop firmly stepped on him, pinning him to the ground, and stared down at the small, flushed face beneath his feet. Alisama's hand powerfully grabbed his ankle, pulled it away, and let out a roar of exertion, lifting him high into the air. He was hoisted up, his face distorted in obvious discomfort. Immediately after, Ali swung him around while standing up, slamming him down with force, shattering the pavement. Dirt and sand flew everywhere. On his arm, a layer of golden armor flashes with blue-yellow light, and he is sent flying away. Blood splatters everywhere. I get it now, so that's the reason why. In the underground basement, a question echoes. Who is the strongest hero? Then Tony W. continues to explain, yeah, that's just my habit when talking about them. Fun Duck thinks for a moment and then says, the strongest superhuman. The bald boy is shocked and asks, are you the strongest? What I can tell you about that hero boss. I wonder what kind of power he has. Can he chop down a tree in one hit? Tony W. looks at him with eyes full of schemes, answering, the armor of immortality. At another place, Franklin drops his hands into his pockets, leisurely resting and happily cheering, keep it going! Ha! Tony W. rushes from behind and punches him in the back, startling him. Turn back. Tony W. looks at him, smirks, and curses. What the hell is this? It seems like it didn't even scratch him. He turns back to dodge the blow and teases him. Whoa, your punch is like a fly's. Oh, come on. Suddenly he punches himself in the face, explaining it to him. When I use the armor of immortality, you can't see it with the naked eye. His eyes look at him in amazement. He holds out his fist with a smoking red mark on his face. He laughs and continues. Even though this invisible armor actually surrounds my body, you can only see it. When my body reaches its limit, look, now it has reached the limit. You can actually see it. Half of his face is protected by metallic armor plates. Alisama and him stand leisurely enjoying the view. Standing next to him, he asks, but what does that have to do with being a hero? Alisama hears that and scolds him, then explains, stupid, it's obviously to keep me from dying. The strongest hero is considered meta. Do you think you can win against her? Ali looks at the drink on the table and laughs heartily. Ha! Why on earth would I fight a hero? Is your brain seriously cooked? He doesn't answer, just asking Ali, where are we holding it next? He immediately gives him a location. Let's go to Argentina. Tony W. recalls the images from just now, continuing, in case of a battle, he can summon a powerful invisible armor to shroud his entire body. This armor will regenerate upon taking damage and become even stronger, restoring him to the best possible condition. Unduk hears this and asks in disbelief, no way. How can it even work? The bald boy exclaims in amazement again. I think it's actually pretty dope. The more it's hit, the stronger the armor gets. Outside, the brutal war continues relentlessly. The dust is so thick you can barely see a thing. Alisama is hit repeatedly in the arms and chest, but all those strikes are blocked by the metallic armor plates. Today, Alisama and Basilop continue to fight without rest. A punch to the face sends the opponent flying. He is knocked far away, creating a dense cloud of smoke and dust. One person slams into a car, the other crashes into a bus. Basilop sits slumped under the mangled vehicle frame, covered in blood from head to toe. He braces himself to stand up, pointing to his head and saying, I know this feeling. He visualizes the metallic armor covering his body, not showing much surprise. He continues, an armor that grows stronger until it shatters, looking at Alisama, who is clad in golden armor steadily moving toward him, saying it's no different from himself. The two grit their teeth and unleash their power, preparing to clash once again. Basilop thinks to himself, recalling a series of brutal battles where neither he nor a certain someone would back down. In those memories, he and that other guy were like brothers, leaping into the air together, having a blast like best friends. He's forced to recall that radiant smile, and snapping back to the present, he gazes at the wreckage, lamenting that this is totally whack. You've put me in a really tight spot. Immediately after, he grits his teeth and growls, standing up from the rubble. In front of Alisama, there is only a hazy shroud of dust obscuring the vision. Inside the armor, Alisama says, I don't know where you came from. His glowing red eyes widen as he continues to press. But clearly you're just capping to yourself. Back in the old cellar, the three of them are still there. Tony W. says dejectedly, but that doesn't matter anymore. I don't care how powerful or superhuman he is. Their eyes meet as they both look toward him. Tony continues, all that matters is he's a good friend of mine. Recalling the happy memories they shared, he sheds a tear and prays, I just hope he's safe and sound. Basil stands in the dust, facing Alisama, saying, "Think of me as your spear and shield. You better hold on tight and don't budge." From your spot, he stomps his bloody feet hard on the ground, declaring, "I'm for real. I'm sending you straight to hell." An overwhelming murderous aura radiates from Basilop, his eyes glowing red like laser beams. He lunges fast as the wind, delivering a powerful punch to Alisama's armor. He's hit so hard his body starts smoking. Looking up to see Basilop diving down, arm coiled with full force for the strike, the punch slams him violently onto the concrete, shattering the stone. He lies on the ground in agony, barely raising his hand to the sky. From above, Basilop readies a direct blow. Before the punch even lands, the sheer shockwave dents the helmet. Immediately after, the punch strikes the right side of his face directly. A beam of golden light flashes in midair. Recalling happy memories of chatting with Tony Fay, he ponders. His consciousness vaguely recalls his own chill and comfortable self. Who am I? He wonders. Returning to reality, he lies flat and motionless on the ground. One side of the helmet has been mangled. He asks himself, what am I even doing here? Basilop relentlessly continues to go berserk, punching down at the spot where he lies. A powerful red pillar of light plunges from the sky, blasting cars away and wrecking the whole area. A pair of feet stomps hard on the ground, winding up for the next punch. Nancy quickly leaps high, dodging the attack of the tentacles. A powerful yellow light pierces through a pillar, knocking it aside. She is blown back, gritting her teeth, looks back and thinks, he's down there. Donkey observes carefully and mutters, I see it. Noticing small masses with dozens of chains connected. All around him, he deduces, sure his limbs are extending underground. I don't know how many limbs he has, but there's definitely over 10. Visualizing the positions and formation in his mind, he continues to calculate. His attacks are too fast, totally unpredictable. It's like he's got everything in the palm of his hand. No matter how much I try to attack, it's no use. He scrutinizes the movement of the tentacles, has completely read Shi's tactics. And those ground-based strikes, reacting will be a nightmare. He might be attacking in a circular motion, where the tentacles that went under will resurface after passing through the earth. Again, unless it's a freshly sprouted tentacle, I'm starting to get the picture now. Suddenly, a dark figure with blank white glowing eyes emerges from a tentacle right in front of him, about to strike. Straight after, he gives the word and a shadow pounces from above him. In midair, he and the dark shadow constantly use wires to set a net, trapping and binding a tentacle tight. Thick, glossy black wires wrap around it in multiple loops. Dozens of wires tighten around the mouth of that tentacle, rendering it completely immobile. Donkey pulls with all his might without stopping. On the other side, the shadow hears the command and keeps pace, pouring all its strength into pulling the wires taut. He thinks to himself while pulling, with this many wires, this trap should be enough to keep him from moving. As long as I don't totally gas out. His hands strain to pull the wires tight, shaking uncontrollably from the effort. Suddenly, the wires constrict the tentacle, slicing it into several pieces. Blood splatters everywhere from the throat. A sharp spike-like silhouette flies in, grazing Nancy's face, completely out of nowhere. Droplets of blood spray out. A deep, low voice calls out his name, Nancy. But he doesn't stop, immediately landing and staying on the move. Two tentacles are ahead, waiting to strike and catching him off guard. Suddenly, a powerful golden light blasts through, hitting one of the tentacles and knocking it aside. Bia dives down from above like a guardian angel. Their eyes meet as if silently saying, no time to blink. Right after that, the two coordinate perfectly, one in front and one behind, charging straight forward. Alternating in a continuous zigzag motion, they move as fast as the wind. Smoothly dodging the tentacle attacks, ManHwa stands to the side watching, unable to hide his shock, eyes wide open. He recalls the way the boy fights, thinking how easily he closed the gap for a frontal assault on Shi. I can't believe he actually caught and crushed it. With such insane brute force, watching the two of them dodge the tentacles, with such flawless precision, it leaves him stunned, even against a barrage of attacks. He still cuts right through them all, as if they were nothing but scraps of paper. He is gradually turning the tables, crushing Shu's advantage. Reminiscent of a tiger's roar, he thinks that at this rate, seeing Sid standing at the center, constantly controlling the tentacles. His tentacles could bite Sid's head off. The glowing red eyes of Sid suddenly widen and he springs away. ManHwa is utterly shocked, thinking, he moved! Creature flies from the sky, blocking Bia's path. He and Shi are both horrified by the sight. What? Below, Sid is waiting with bloodshot, staring eyes. Two tentacles erupt from the ground on both sides simultaneously, attacking her. She looks at the terrifying tentacles in surprise. Her eyes remain steady and resolute, without a hint of flinching. She wonders if she can react in time. The moment the two tentacles collide, she manages to evade their attack zone just in time. ManHwa observes for a while and thinks fearfully to himself, "That's real dangerous. Her next target is definitely going to be me." He reverts to his original form, opens a spatial portal to ditch the place. "Calculated, I gotta bounce now." Suddenly, dozens of wires rise up behind him, wrapping tightly around him. The wires keep tightening with force, rolling his body into a bundle like a wrapped burrito. "What the?" Nani holds the wire in the air, spinning him like a whirlwind. Then, at the perfect moment, she lets go, sending him crashing hard into the ground, creating a massive crater. He struggles to crawl up from the dirt, holding a long black scythe high in the air. The scream echoes as the black scythe swings down. Nani delivers a decisive slash with the scythe. Shure's eyes widen in absolute disbelief. ManHwa, about to take the hit, screams in terror. "Oh no!" The scythe cuts through, sending dirt and sand flying everywhere. The slash splits the ground apart, leaving it smoldering. He moans in agony. Then he and Shy face each other with worried looks, stammering as they call out. Immediately after, he collapses motionless behind Nanki. Tsubiya lands from above, laughing playfully. "Ha ha, so you were the one who decided to run. And I figured it'd be a real pain if I just let you do that, so I tried to give you a little surprise." In the early morning, the two stand side by side. He teases her with a cheeky grin. "Well, I thought you were a bit clumsy, but at least you did a great job." Flashback to a few minutes ago. The two were still struggling. Watching the tentacles rushing in, he spoke to her in a low voice. "It's coming. I'll aim for the ray." His eyes were serious as he gave her instructions. "As for you, bait Sid's attack toward you when it gets close. Close. Right then we'll swap places and I'll cut him down. No objections, right?" She looked at him and firmly replied, "None." Immediately after, the two split up, each moving in a different direction. He looked at the mass of tentacles and Sid, saying, "Your cubic power is nothing but a toy to me? Now that I've struck down some of your tentacles." Looking at Sid, standing there isolated, he taunted, "I bet you're feeling pretty lonely right now. You're powerless to resist." The three of them stared each other down. He chuckled with a warning, "No matter what, we're going to crush your bones right here." At that very moment, after a long silence, Sid finally spoke. "I'm quite curious. It's showing quite clearly." Hearing that, both of their gazes turned stone-cold serious. Sid, radiating pure murderous intent, snapped back. "You are my prey." "What do you mean by that?" He stood there quietly, observing Sid. Kenta flew in from the sky, squawking incessantly. The swordsman saw it and called out in surprise, "Kenta!" He drew the sword in his hand. Chisaki quickly jumped up to catch it, crying, "Kenta!" He held it tight, trembling as he pleaded, "Kenta, wait!" A strong hand held his head steady and said, "Looks like you're in a bit of a jam, kid." Chisaki was anxious, unsure how he truly felt about all this. The swordsman's gaze remained fixed on Chisaki. Ah-an looked forward with burning, wide eyes and told the boy, "Because I need to have a word with this big guy right here. Just leave it to me." Scene in China at Mount Huangshan. The snow is white and blanketing everything, obstructing the vision of those inside. He died with his eyes open, a truly tragic end. According to traditional beliefs, that is an extremely inhumane act toward the deceased. His whole body is buried in the snow. Chapped lips twitch slightly without making a sound. His skin is turning more and more pale. Signs of life are gradually fading away. Sarcastic voice rings out from above. "You guys have some pretty nasty slabs of meat there. How interesting." Before him are countless corpses, being buried under the thick layer of snow. Ha-an shifts his gaze toward the lone survivor. Even at this very moment, the scrawny guy is hunched over, fearing that even the first snowfall of the season could blow him away. Ha-an says pensively, "Are you the only one left? Fine then, so you're the leader of the Black Snow Gang." He whimpers in fear, letting out hopeless groans. Even though the power gap is gone, all of his comrades have fallen, even before the fight even started. The sheer difference in physique alone was enough for him to easily overpower the guy, but there's no other way. Before Ha-an's surprised eyes, he holds a trembling sword, only knowing how to clumsily point the blade at his enemy, as if trying to intimidate him into backing off. But it only makes the situation more of a tragicomedy. A moment of silence passes by. Ha-an realizes the guy can't do anything else. At this point, Ha-an lets out a taunt. Unbelievable. The ringleader is standing there like a piece of sashimi, while holding a katana. Boy, oh boy. Once someone is useless, they're only good for the trash. After finishing his lament, he suddenly becomes serious, while still maintaining his distance from the guy. "Hey, you idiot! I'm gonna tell you something, so listen up. Before granting someone death, one should at least let them accomplish some kind of great feat first. as if listening to the story of a great man like me. He began to reminisce about a long chapter of his life, stretching through his past few years. I've been practicing martial arts here on Mount Huangshan. Lately, I've focused on Korean martial arts, and I've nearly mastered every single move. I also have a passion for Chinese martial arts. Tai Chi, praying mantis style, and even the secret Yang family Tai Chi. I've mastered them all. He spoke while nonchalantly closing the gap between the two of them. I don't care how strong you are, or how much courage you think you have, because martial arts require calmness and purity. All distractions and impurities must be purged from the mind. Otherwise, karma is bound to bite you in the end. With those words, Haran was already right in the guy's face. Terrified, he tried to suppress the rising fear to counterattack the one who dared to challenge him, but instead, his blade shattered when trying to pierce through his tough skin. He stared blankly at the sword, then back at the man, and uttered, "Oh." So he just wasted his one shot at a direct hit on the enemy because he didn't know his own limits. But now it's Haran's turn. He suddenly raised his hand and gave the guy a light flick on the forehead, mocking him. "You're really stupid, aren't you? You still don't get the difference between us. I'm not just some illusion in a human shape. I am a true hero." With just a simple flick, he sent the guy tumbling from the peak down the slope. On the other side of the hill, he groans in pain, his body covered in wounds. Haha, just like that, the entire squad was wiped out. The leader has now lost all will to fight, only able to lie there and wait for the end. After years of rigorous training, my mind has been honed. Once you pick up a sword, you must sharpen it. Otherwise, you're no different from a restless ghost, just a lowly beast crawling along the road. He was livid, hurling a barrage of cutting insults at that person, aching deep down, thinking you have changed so much. Of course, it's truly a profound philosophy of life. You don't have a choice and can't afford to hesitate. He was livid, hurling a barrage of cutting insults at that person, aching deep down, thinking you have changed so much. Of course, it's truly a profound philosophy of life. You don't have a choice and can't afford to hesitate. Even though he is a beast in combat, he gassed out way too quickly. Nonetheless, thanks to that, my final match against Araxium has finally come to an end. During this battle, An has finally proven himself. He falls back into deep thought, honestly admitting the fact that he risked his own life. He gave it his absolute all. Just a little while ago, he was still too hesitant to bow down and beg. "I've never fought a monster before. Can I really handle this? Please let me follow you guys." Countless images of him throughout the journey, accompanying them, flashed through his mind, and he once asked him if he was scared. At the time, he just gave a naive reply, It made him couldn't help but admire. He was quite a noob when we first met, haha. But looking back now, Anki snaps back to reality, without another thought. He knows he's the type of guy who just wants to mind his own business, and he likes that. If there's a chance, he'll give him a stage to show off his true colors. Keep it up, he sincerely wishes, as the evaluation is now complete. Nanki silently adds, "From now on, you are my right-hand man, my flaming sword." Sagara stands there completely frozen. Right after that, the faint sound of an explosion rang in his ears, crackling or clashing sound of two objects. Next is Ha'an's all-out ultimate move. He delivers a powerful kick. His entire body radiates a scorching heat wave. Both charge into an aerial assault, but the advantage clearly shifts toward Haran. Sagara notices this and is momentarily stunned. At the same time, a hazy smoke spreads to cover the opponent. He was just right here. He was standing right in front of him. Now he's vanished. Thick black smoke surrounds them. He blinks, accepting his fate. Countless sparks rise and collide, merging into massive bonfires with extreme heat. Obviously, they have only one target, Sagara, who is moving at high speed. However, human endurance has limits. A massive flame is waiting to swallow him. He is forced to use teleportation. His body flashes and then disappears. After dodging the lethal blow, he turns around, counterattacking with the venomous snake strike, creating a violent seismic tremor. Suddenly, from above the flames, he appears like a god, diving straight at his face. Sagara is startled, but it's too late. That thunderous strike lands successfully, mangling his face, making it look even more distorted. He is knocked backward. Once again, Ha'an uses his lightning punch technique, his hands glowing with a bright red light. He puts his whole body's weight into this attack, becoming the boss while Sagara looks on in shock, having no time to mount a defense against his relentless offensive. His face gets dented on the right side. Another shockwave explodes, one for the right, now one for the left to even it out. He takes another hit to the left side of his face, then one right in the center. Relentless flurry of blows, leaving him no room to breathe. Naturally, each strike is followed by a small explosion, representing the intense threat of Haran's attacks. The absolute final blow, I finally did it. He suddenly realized it was a Pyrrhic victory. Even if I attack alone, I'm still heavily injured due to energy incompatibility. Both lean back as dust and smoke scatter everywhere. He glances slightly at Harren, bracing for another fierce assault. From him, a terrifying explosion occurs. His eyes roll back in his head. Then Sagara nimbly dodges and prepares to counterattack. Is this Kisaki? He thinks in horror. Meanwhile, the sword keeps lunging as blood splatters everywhere. The sword is stained crimson with blood. He moans in excruciating pain, trying to stay upright by forcing himself into a stance. A moment of silence envelops them both. He bites his lip hard, trying to suppress the pain. Damn it, his mind begins to wander, immersing himself in gentle blue water to escape the current stinging pain. In that vision, he suddenly surfaces, laughing out loud. Ha ha ha, I held my breath for 2 hours, 32 minutes, and 38 seconds. Broke a Guinness World Record. It was a piece of cake for me. Ha ha ha, what's more, I even found the gem I've been hunting for all this time. He excitedly examines that beautiful object up close, feeling amazed once again. Ha ha ha, this is sick as hell. Ha ha ha, anyone seeing this would be totally mind blown. Then he starts looking around, searching for any living thing to flex on. On the rocky ledge, a flock of birds is perched there in silence. He remains silent, thinking to himself, you birds are looking down on me, aren't you? Keep acting up and I'll wring your necks. So he had to entertain himself alone. Anyway, this stone is gorgeous as hell. Maybe I should hide it and keep it a secret. He gazes blankly at the gem in the water. It's crystal clear. Ha-An is super hyped, telling himself being alone is actually the best. This is lit as hell, guys. So I'll go buy some food and drinks. Who would have thought? I'd have to deal with such rude comments behind my back. What kind of person is that? He's ugly as hell. Why did he even come here? Oh my God. True, of course he overheard those whispers. He shot a glance at the two of them. Then he casually walked away, thinking to himself, do they really think I give a damn? In your dreams, girls. Those people were scared to death when he looked at them, but seeing he didn't do anything, they went back to dealing cards. Creepy, what is wrong with this guy? In the quiet of the night, sitting alone under the vast, starry night sky, Ha-An's mind began to wander. I am so lonely. This feeling isn't even new anymore. But do I actually understand myself? Even in a peaceful world, it was like this. Even when the world is overrun by monsters. More than ever, he has never admitted his true feelings. He thought painfully, am I not trying step by step to earn their affection? I tried to change, but on my journey of change, I feel so ashamed. The first things that touched his heart were them, his friends, his tribe. When they first met, he was very hesitant. He often called them by the wrong names. He didn't even dare to consider himself their friend. But those silly, clumsy moments soon became memories, precious memories to him. Like at this very moment, he politely reached around her neck, placing a crude necklace on her and saying, I don't have a place to keep this, so I'm giving it to you, because I know you'll take care of it. Dako stared blankly at the diamond on it and uttered, it really is very beautiful. But why do you want to give it to me? What is this thing exactly? Faced with those questions, he only gave a vague answer and some instructions, perhaps not wanting people to know too much. But it's nothing. Please don't lose it. Actually, it's not even worth that much. On the other hand, if you smash it or eat it, I'm not gonna let you off the hook. She asked Haran in confusion as he walked away. What are you planning to do? Back to the present. Without any hesitation, he gripped the sword that was impaling him. It might seem obvious, but if it were you, I could be a better friend than anyone else. His eyes flashed with murderous intent. After everything, there's no turning back for them. It's either you live or I die. Immediately after, he began his counterattack, starting with a heavy ton punch, followed by 24 more, all striking Shigehira simultaneously. He groaned and coughed in agony. By now, his body had reached its limit, automatically triggering a massive blast that blew them both away. He winced in pain. To Sagara's shock, Ha-An collapsed to the ground, burying his face in the dirt. He struggled to catch his breath, while Sagara quietly approached him. A moment of silence fell between them. He clenched his teeth, trying to stifle the pain. Damn it. Now, not just Ha-An, but Sagara could no longer hold his ground either. He let out a series of dry coughs. His grip on the sword grew weak. He gagged as he raised the sword to finish the job. At that moment, Chisaki rushed in and knocked him down. After the intense battle earlier, his body was completely spent. Even the slightest touch caused him agony, let alone a powerful kick from Chisaki, sending him tumbling far away. Finally, he realized what he had to do. Therefore, at that moment, he pleaded with all his heart to become an apprentice. Sir, I want to learn martial arts. His words completely caught the other man off guard, but there was nothing he could do. It's too late, kid. You just finished your meal. Suddenly, in his mind, the images of the battle resurfaced vividly. Returning to the fight, his eyes lit up, looking at him in this half-dead state, and then God, he was wounded. Right after that, a spirit flickered into view. He is determined. This will be my final training session. Tsukumogami together with Az. After a grueling practice, he collapsed on the floor. Beside him was his uncle, who showed no signs of exhaustion, despite going through the same high-intensity workout. Hey sis, did Chisaki just pass out already? Confirming he had fallen into a deep sleep from exhaustion, Shigeru stood up wearily and dusted himself off. He thought to himself, guess I'll have to carry him inside. Looking at the boy sleeping soundly on the ground. Not only that, but there were also snot bubbles and innocent, half-closed eyes. Thought flashed through his mind. Without hesitation, he drew his sword. This might be my chance, I have to try it. Looking at the boy once more to confirm, he thrust the sword straight down, the sound of the sword whistling through the wind. Bright moonlight shone through the window gap. So he finally showed his face, huh? It was a total success in this perfectly timed and well-executed experiment. Unfazed, he commented, I see you're the one appearing and disappearing, but always protecting that kid. He suddenly realized, I've been suspicious for a long time. Because Chisaki was always exhausted. Yet there were times when his movements were abnormal. If you really had those intentions, then you should have at least said hello to me, right? He smirked with a creepy, bone-chilling laugh. He. That was Shiomi. The scene now contrasted the image of young Chisaki, sleeping carefree despite the chaos around him. With his terrifying grin, returning to reality, he excitedly asked, what is this situation? Is it fate? Yeah. Otherwise, it's hard to explain. How in this vast sea of people they happen to be, on opposing sides and coincidentally meet again, leading to another bloody encounter. But Tsukumogami didn't usually overthink things like that. He just came along for the drama. It just so happens to fulfill his summons. He sarcastically remarked that this is just a minor battle between a weak teacher and his own crybaby student. How interesting. Chisaki silently ordered him to shut up. However, to him, the kid was nothing. But when it comes to drama, he couldn't just pass it up. So for the sake of fun, he decisively revealed his true form. Honestly, I didn't really want to show my face either. Ha ha ha! He laughed long and loud. While pulling a lantern out from the pitch-black void, a tattered one, eerie drops of blood fell like a common rain shower, blending with his ghostly laughter. Ha ha ha, his hector only intensified the haunting atmosphere. He is the paper lantern ghost, Chochin Obake, so it's no surprise that his true form is a bizarre lantern, with a deep hole carved out and an eye stuffed inside. When that seed is destroyed, my heart will stop beating as well. Everything in my mind has now been restored. There's not a shred of resistance left, and the reality remains unchanged. He still turned into a demon, and is now being attacked by his own student, with the goal of eradicating evil and vanquishing villains. In those moments of reflection, he writes his own life story. I was captured by this heartless person and turned into a killer, but even though I didn't know what I was doing, I was ready to take someone's life, even without being conscious of it, only remembering that he arrogantly claimed, "You cannot kill me," a threatening declaration of war that cannot be disobeyed. He thought, I understand now why they tried to kill her. Despite being unconscious, I was desperate. He felt a touch of emotion regarding his tragic fate, but he didn't hold a grudge, because fortunately he was able to remember, escaping the state of demonic possession and total loss of sanity. Facing each flash of the sword, he muttered, "This playful light is really making me hallucinate. Right now, lend me the darkness to fight back." A voice echoed from deep within his subconscious. "My teacher and you are equals." "Chisaki," Sagara softly called out. "I can't let you. I haven't received a single word of recognition from my master." Immediately, he blurted out without a second thought, "The more you try to speak, the more you waste your strength and prolong your death." He looked at his master in sorrow, his eyes welling with tears. His large frame suddenly collapsed. He had defeated his master, in a situation that no one wanted. Siga patted the boy's head to comfort him. "When we grow up, don't blame yourself for being a sleepyhead. Don't cry." Suddenly, he picked up his sword. Under the relentless assault of the opponent, Chisaki sat on the ground in a daze, watching the hideous monster charging toward him. "I'm almost at my limit." Calculating glances were exchanged, but I have no intention of going out quietly. A lean figure with many wounds on his body, hands tightly gripping the sword, and a fierce battle broke out once again. Shigera charged forward at a wind-breaking speed. An earth-shattering explosion occurred. Shigera looked like a total badass as he sent that guy flying hundreds of meters. He glared with bloodshot eyes and hissed Shigera's name. X stood there like a statue, completely speechless, seeing his sidekick get wrecked like that. He had to admit, "You really are a pain in the ass," Shigera declared with determination. "Even if it's an impossible task, I'll make sure to take you down, even if it's beyond my capabilities." These words made X absolutely furious. He widened his eyes and stared over. His dilated pupils looked terrifying. He stood on his toes and leaped off the sand. Those deep purple eyes appeared. Massive tentacles along with a red eyeball lunged straight at tiny Sagera. A grunt came from below. His teeth were seen clenched tightly in pain. That massive thing slammed hard onto the ground, creating a horrific explosion. Dust and debris flew everywhere, followed by a hurricane-force cyclone move. Then the giant tentacles twisted violently together, forming a fierce whirlwind. Overwhelmed, Sagera was surrounded in the middle. He had no way to escape, but he still held on to his determination, continuing to slash as long as he possibly could. The tentacles were sliced into scraps of meat flying in all directions. Everything gradually became a blur. The sound of powerful impacts hitting his body. Cough, hack. Ugh. Sit narrowed his eyes and marveled softly. You are quite interesting. Seeing him held tight by numerous tentacles, he looked at him and said, "What a stroke of bad luck for you." Hero. He leaned his disgusting mouth close to the face of Shakira to grant him one last mercy before finishing him off. If you have any last words, tell me now. Bound tight and unable to move, a faint sound came from his mouth. My name is Shakira. Sit widened his eyes in pure shock before the vast, endless void. He spoke up boldly. I am the one who will... Ken was now hovering in the sky, staring intently downward. It opened its mouth and roared as blood poured down like rain, as if to pay it all back. Sagera still held on to his conviction. I won't be defeated so easily. You will have to suffer the consequences for the crimes you've committed. Today, finishing his words, his cold gaze fixed on Zit, who was lurking in the shadows of the night. Those eyes proved Shakira was still alive. He broke free from the tentacles and landed with immense power, his feet sinking deep into the thick sand. Without a second of rest, he lunged straight at Zit. Their shocked gazes met. A look intense enough to burn. Sepp reached out his hand and whispered, I'm sorry. A surge of power exploded through his entire body. The purple eyes of that creature slowly opened. The giant hand clenched and was then ambushed. Pain-filled eyes wide open in a glare, the purple sphere begins to crack, unleashing an intense light that spreads all around. The giant monster is completely annihilated. Everything crumbles like ashes drifting in the air. The space becomes eerily peaceful. Shigehira was by a stream back then, wearing a conical hat and catching fish, returning to the present. Purple fragments fall scattered before him. Vague memories come rushing back. He slowly extends the hat forward. Shigehira free falls to the ground. The image of Chisaki bursting into tears appears in his mind. The sound of crying grows distant and faint. He lands on both feet, crouching low. His body feels like it's about to collapse from exhaustion. Shik eyes wide open, waiting for a reaction. Shigehira stands silently and heroically facing him. He thought to himself, my heart should have stopped beating by now. Sharp purple weapons suddenly charge at him. They pierce through Shigehira's body, even going through his legs. A large gaping hole appears on his body. Despite the pain, he still grips his feet to the ground to keep his balance. His resilient will leaves Shik stunned. He still stands firm. But then Shik's bloodshot eye suddenly twitches. Shigehira immediately tightens his grip on the sword in his hand. Memories flood back of a sunny day in the bamboo forest. Chisaki's voice rings out. I was a bit bummed yesterday, it was huge, but now... Whoa! Mister, you should see it for yourself. Seiha walks ahead and turns back to remind him. Chisaki lowers his head. The boy asks blankly, Huh? What was that? His eyes widen as if he just spotted something weird. By now, Shigehira has entered his battle stance, hands gripping the katana tightly. He wonders since when did Mr. A thin, half-torn leaf drifts down. A single sword stroke decimates the entire bamboo forest. A mysterious figure appears in front. The severed bamboo stalks fly toward the enemy. Followed immediately by Shigehira, Chisaki stands to the side watching and whispering. At this stage, the starting point is invisible. He hides in the corner, peeking his head out. The point of origin is completely impossible to see. A bamboo branch flashes past Shakira's face. That means the enemy can't even see the wind. Then back to the battlefield. His hands are stained with blood. He grips the sword tightly with his dying breath. Sid's bloodshot eye is still glued to him. Has that katana been fully unsheathed? Finally, Sid's shoulder is slashed open, blood spraying everywhere. Up in the sky, a brilliant golden light suddenly appears, urging with the pure tailwind. Doubtful eyes look toward one another. Everyone cries out a single name, AZ. The sky turns a pale gold. Clouds drift lazily like in a dream. He collapses onto the sand, heavily injured. His body leans backward, but fortunately, a hand catches him just in time. Bia embraces his bloodied body, silently gazing at that worn-out face. Bia's back is turned, Filled with an indescribable pain, she gently strokes his eyes as if wishing him peace. Hanky then curiously walks toward Sid's body, the person who had just been sliced in half, but his lower body still stands tall, as if nothing had ever happened. Hanky senses something abnormal, whispering, "Something's not right." His tentacles are shrinking, but the head is gone. Was it already burnt to ashes? While lost in thought, a cold huff echoes from behind, making Hanky turn around in shock. Another bizarre creature appears. His hand is clutching Sid's bloodshot eyes. He smirks. "You looking for this?" Hanky snaps his head around. Bia's eyes go wide too, not taking her eyes off the deformed creature in front. The monster smirks condescendingly and raises his voice. Gotta give it to him. Even after losing his freedom and his life, he still managed to show off his cunning. He continues with a sarcastic tone through and through. His blade never once went dull. Eyes narrowing, his hideous face becomes even more repulsive. Shik raises his head and hisses a threat. "All of you will have to die along with Shigehira." As soon as the words were finished, a giant pillar of purple light erupts, swallowing his body whole. Danong and Kiryu are stunned, staring blankly at the beam of light shooting straight into the sky. That light stream causes violent tremors, making the ground shake fiercely. Someone asks in a panic, "What's that, an earthquake?" Everyone's eyes are fixed on the light pillar. Filled with anxiety, two names are being mentioned constantly, Nancy and Barcelon. A pair of hands grips the chains tightly. Bia frowns and mutters, "This feeling, I know it." Monsters with deep red eyes look at each other with intense tension. Everything around seems to be sucked dry into that light pillar. A pair of steady feet tries to hold firm on the sand. Chisaki stands there heroically. Despite the swirling winds blowing around, he wonders, is this battle not over yet? He grits his teeth, clearly feeling his body shaking uncontrollably. Something is happening on the other side. Indeed, the purple light pillar has formed a massive tornado, sucking everything up into the sky. Nani looks back, frowning as he speculates. When we first faced Sid, he even showed some interest. Just by looking at him, I already knew there was something unusual about him. In this situation, he is the main source of the resistance. But even if I can feel the terrifying power radiating from him, the image of Shigehira is still clear. A man standing tall and indomitable. His power is truly dangerous, but it's not impossible to deal with. Thinking of this, Nani begins to feel anxious. But the aura he's giving off now is nothing like that, compared to the feeling I had when facing Bimos. Nani frowns once more. It has finally come to this. He continues in a heavy, gravity-filled voice. This requires an enormous amount of pressure. And this is definitely Sid's true form. Suddenly, a part of Sid's body lying on the sand makes a sound. For the first time, someone among us dares to resist the hero. Sid's sapling is being attacked. Nancy and yellow-eyed Bia glare at him with red eyes at the same time. Sid brutally stomps that thing into the ground and gloats. Man, getting to bask in the sun once in a while is pretty damn chill, isn't it? Someone says to Nancy. But killing him is not something I can easily let slide. He ponders, I knew it. A series of images of the former Sid flash through his mind. He angrily reflects. We've clashed before. It's just an empty shell. A sapling, animated and controlled by the seed underneath. Nani imagines the scene. He is nurturing his seed underground. Exactly, he softly agrees and continues. The monster we encountered earlier was a puppet, representing the main body. He thinks so and falls into deep thought, turning his back to everyone. The opponent charges forward with wind-splitting speed. The others see this and stare in shock and horror. Suddenly someone calls out, Hanky! His friend snaps out of it and rushes past him. If I fail, I'll leave the rest to you. His eyes glow with a blue light as he says, Please take care of Chisaki. Those words leave Hanky worried sick. Just like that, he blazes off at lightning speed without a trace. Wanting to go all out against Sid, Hani calls out Shigehira with sorrowful eyes. He falls silent upon seeing Shigehira, lying in a pool of blood on the ground. He recalls a memory at a vast manor. There's the sound of an argument. I'm not doing this, just because it's my mission or whatever. Hanky and Shigehira sit on the roof, heart to heart, he says more accurately. This is what I must do and what I desire to achieve. That's what drives me to keep trying. He spoke firmly. I love Japan, and I have no intention of leaving my homeland to blend in with others. Hanky burst out laughing upon hearing that. Ha ha, you just don't get it. He looked up as if predicting the future. In the near future, the day will come when all heroes will gather together. Shigehira asked curiously. That's something I've never even thought of. Can you actually see the future? He smirked and said, Being around strangers makes me feel uncomfortable. But Shigehira glanced over and suggested, If we ever meet again, let's share a few drinks. Of the sake that I brew myself, all right? Back to the deadly battle. A pair of hands reached out and gripped the weapon tight. He glared badassly at his opponent. This match, and every match in the future. Seeing this, Sid stood motionless and observed. He controlled his new body, raised both arms and lunged them forward with force. Just like that. His long, sharp claws slammed hard into the ground. Everyone was confused by what they saw. Suddenly the earth shook. Countless tentacles appeared from beneath, sprouting up in a terrifying way. A massive hand reached toward Bia. Luckily, she was quick enough to escape. The tentacles constantly chased after Nanaki. He ran for his life. As he ran, he thought, this is completely different. Nanaki realized he had improved rapidly. Both his power and speed had spiked suddenly, but Nanaki's feet braked on the sand, just like before. His mobility was still limited, because he was rooted to the spot. Explosions went off wherever he went. Rocks and dirt flew everywhere. Hanky booked it, knowing running was the best move. Finally, he countered with the aerial scythe technique. The two sides fought with extreme brutality. The scythes lunged out, whistling through the air. A clean horizontal slash. In fact, Hanky had actually grazed Sid's face, making him absolutely livid. The tentacles were quickly and powerfully retracted. Hanky's eyes widened in total shock. Nani gritted her teeth in disgust and muttered, "Damn Earth." Hanky had been snatched from behind with one hand. The tentacles intertwined like a nest of vipers. At this moment, Sid was mutating in a bizarre way. Sprouting tentacles took over his entire body. Nani stared in wide-eyed amazement. But by the time she realized it, the giant tentacle had already slammed into Hanky's body. All around, the wind and sand were raging. Everything began to blur. A massive surge of power erupted. Sweeping along rocks and debris shattered into pieces. Sid looked at Bia coldly and threatened her. "You're the next victim." Hearing that, she showed no fear. On the contrary, her eyes burned with intense hatred. Someone was flying from one building to the next, plunging into the garage, then zooming through the tunnel. The figure only stopped when they were wiped out. Cardboard boxes scattered everywhere. Naji sat in the middle of the pile of boxes. A guy hiding nearby was stunned. "What the hell is this?" Another guy standing next to him replied, "I don't know." The young man stared at the unbelievable sight. It looks like he just fell from the sky. The person beside him was terrified. He couldn't believe this was actually happening. "No way, you dummy!" He signaled, "Shh, shut up." The lanky guy didn't even dare to breathe heavy. I saw it with my own eyes. "But can we just play dead for now?" The fat guy next to him whimpered, "Hick! Getting out of this mess is going to be tough. I just followed you and now look at this mess." Nan's blood was splattered all over the concrete. The monster's stone arm slammed down. He quickly dashed toward where she had exploded. Something zoomed past the monster. He realized in shock that she had thrown her whole self at him. Using her body as a weapon, she took his fist to her face. She retaliated by punching him back. The two sides broke apart. She gritted her teeth hard. The monster thought to himself, such incredible power and speed. She must have been low-key, hiding her true energy. Long vines sprouted from both of his arms. The vines and his hands intertwined, pressing down on her head. She struggled to hold them back, one knee buckling under the pressure. As expected of the Saint Bombia, vines sprouted from his 5 fingertips. He slammed his fist down, forcing her to collapse. She gave a thumbs up, telling herself, "I'm good, thanks." She remembered the time she placed her hand on the boulder. The monster raised his foot and stomped on her body, pinning her to the ground. He is a swordsman, the goat swordsman, trying to push herself back up. Her head was still pinned under his foot, but her body had already left the ground. "Now it's your turn." Her feet kicked off the sand as she stood up. She punched him straight in the face. The impact of her fist left a deep mark on his face. He flipped backward through the air. Vines shot out from both his hands and feet. He combined the power of all his limbs to lash the vines at a single target. The massive vines lunged forward. She raised one hand and lowered the other. A beam of light followed her hand movements. Her hands crackled with electricity, striking down at the monster's vines. A blindingly powerful light flashed out. Several drops of blood splattered onto the ground. She flew up right in front of the monster. The light manifested again as things began to explode. The sound of blood droplets hitting the floor echoed. The monster caught her fists with both of his. "Face to face," he said in a low voice. "Now things are getting spicy." The vines wrapped from her legs to her torso, dragging her to the ground. "As I said, your death will be very meaningful." Twisted vines sprouted not far from her. The sharp tips of the vines reached out. Facing a life-or-death situation, she glanced over. She recalled the words she once spoke. "I have a wish. For all those who have put their trust in me, I want to get stronger. There are people who still depend on me a lot, and I want to protect everyone." But back then, the person in blue stood beside her in the library, shared their feelings. "That makes me pretty anxious." He also gave some advice. "I get that you know you aren't strong enough yet, and want to level up even more, but sometimes you need to take a break. You can't carry the whole world on your shoulders." Right at the critical moment, Someone appeared and stepped into the heat of the battle. She looked over in surprise, realizing Basilop had acted just in time, striking down the monster, knocking him to the ground. "You're acting like a total fool. You're nothing but a maggot crushed under my heel. Don't dream of having a beautiful death." Chisaki emphasized that killing you makes her Alcie's rival. Stone fragments fell from the ceiling as the building shook. The two guys behind the wall panicked. "Oh no, oh no, oh no, what's happening now? The building keeps shaking. It could collapse any second. What do we do?" The skinny guy next to him snapped. "Shut it! We need to get out of here, obviously. If you want to keep staring, then stay here and rot." The skinny guy's eyes widened in shock. "Wait, what the hell is that?" The Nazi from before had evolved into a terrifying shadow. Those two were freaking out. The skinny guy couldn't stand straight and had to lean on the fat one. The skinny guy immediately connected the dots. Everything that had gone down in the building, from the moment he stepped foot inside, it clicked for him. It was all because of that. All this shaking is about to bring the building down. The wooden guy was surprised, staring thoughtfully at that massive figure. Is Namging near those two? A voice rang out, deep and cold. "What are you doing in this place?" "Somewhere else, on the other side of the horizon, where a quiet green hue blanketed everything from below." Cybers Moro called out for a moment. He coldly replied, "Get lost." Moro had to back off. "Fine then." Moro pressed further. "I came here myself, just to find out what's going on, and yet I have to talk to a puppet that you sent here." Tit looked at him and stayed silent for a moment. Humor emerged from deep underground. A vine-like creature rose up. Moro wanted to clarify this, saying, "Tell me a bit. But you and I are both heading toward the same goal. At the end of the day, you're just walking the path I already paved. As I've stated before, I don't give a damn about your plan. How you deal with those humans is your business. However, mentioning the heroes is a different story. Ignorant contempt, discrimination, and curiosity all lead to hatred. If you want to take them out, go for it. But I need to remind you, Sanpao once fought the Vine Monster. That is the very hero spoken of in the legends of the Mao Squad. Those heroes are our old enemies. They are the ones standing in the way of reaching the peak of ambition." Sit talked back to Moro. "I don't buy your point of view, but I'm not scared of them at all." Moro smiled as if he had seen that coming. "Of course you'd say that, because in your eyes, you and I are the most superior beings on this entire planet. Yet that belief is just a delusion. We possess overwhelming power, that's a given. But there's one thing I can't ignore. We and the heroes actually have a lot in common. Both play a role in shaping the world's fate. Even so, there's still a gap between us and them for now. Back to the battle between humans and monsters. The vine guy lunged and plunged into the ground. The three of them immediately went on high alert. She shouted a warning. "He went underground! Watch out!" Just then, the Zit monster appeared right next to Chisaki. It threw a punch. Chisaki quickly crossed her arms to shield her face. He raised his fist high. Chisaki's arms buckled under the force of the blow. Blood splattered everywhere. Chisaki looked up. Seeing the monster's foot closing in, another massive figure suddenly stepped in front of him. The attacker's foot was blocked. Someone let out a loud shout. Bayu sprang up and landed a heavy punch on the monster's body. The impact was so strong it shook the ground. With a sharp gaze, the vines tightly coiled around Bayu's body. Someone struck hard, forcing him to loosen his grip. That person was Sanpern. Blood sprayed as her foot remained pinned firmly against his face. Right then, he turned to Moro and asked, "What do you mean?" Moro calmly explained, "Humans and heroes are no match for me. Nothing can surpass our power. But that's only because no hero has truly broken through yet. Things have changed now. Today's heroes aren't like before." Basilop pushed himself up with his hands. Moro's words echoed in his head. Those creatures were born to overcome fear. He hauled himself up using his own strength. Moro understood this perfectly. Because I surpassed them, I became the launch pad for their evolution. The results are stronger than ever. That's also what Moro was telling Sid. Furthermore, they still have the potential for massive growth. That is the biggest difference between the two species. How ironic. I've become the tool that helps them grow stronger. All your wild delusions are ultimately just empty dreams. I hope you can clearly understand what I just said. Sid flipped through the air. He wanted to tell his monster friend, "Moro, you're wrong. All those people are thinking the same thing." Green vines wrapped around him. He stabbed the vines into the ground to prove a point. Just wait and see. Vines coiled around Basilop's leg, forcing him to his knees. He punched Basilop right in the jaw. Blood splattered everywhere. Tsukumogami stood silently, chuckling with smug satisfaction. "Aha, finally!" Chisaki trembled. "Tsukumogami!" He reached his hand into the blue circle, pulling out a water jar with a mouth. That water jar was Kamiosa. "Hey, why me?" He replied, "I already told you. This is the moment a useless person like you needs to step up and be helpful." Water monster. Something flowed out from an old jar like Kamiosa. TLN. Kameyosa are monsters. Yokai said to bring good luck and wealth. Specifically, it's an old jar used for holding alcohol, sake, or water. You must be very lucky to have them appear in your home. Chisaki reached out to touch the water in the jar. The water he scooped up. Even though it's just water, it feels so different. He saw his reflection in the water. Seeing the white-haired guy smiling smugly, "Haha, let's fight!" The entire surface beneath their feet was water. The two hiding behind, slumped down, clutching their heads. "Ha ha ha ha! The building collapsed, but we're still safe." Once things quieted down, they looked up. What the hell just happened? I recognized the wailing of spirits. That sound hasn't stopped yet. She stepped down into the water. She felt the surrounding dust vanish. My vision is slowly clearing up. The transparent liquid at my feet revealed. The surface below. Is this water or something else? The power to create such a massive space, along with the ability to change environmental properties. Could this just be an illusion? Chisaki collapsed, coughing violently. Tsukumagami looked over. Damn it. Looks like I got a little too greedy. That massive body is loaded with weapons. We've been playing with them for way too long. She asked, "What's your name?" He answered, "Chisaki." She repeated, "Chisaki." She was grateful to him for helping them. "Thank you for fighting alongside us. Please hold this space. I will fight and protect you." We were so helpless, not knowing when we'd face a counterattack from underground. But with many of your friends who can fly, it seems our survival chances have gone up. Suku held up the water jar and laughed. "I didn't mean to pour water on you, but I had no other choice." "Yeah, this Kamenosha guy is truly useless." Kamenosha spoke up. "Put me down!" He criticized, "This idiot is a lost cause, unless I splash water on him." That's the extent of his ability. She cracked her knuckles and said, "Enough." A purple light radiated down toward them. The water became tinted. Byu reached out to continue clashing with the vine monster. Both were injured, but this time the monster got the short end of the stick. He punched him in the face. Vines sprouted from his body and struck him. The battle grew even more fierce. She rushed forward, her eyes wide with intensity. His hand reached out. Light shot up from the ground toward the open sea. "Just as I thought. You're really powerful. You've nearly drained your energy. Yet you can still pull this off." Two people sitting in a small boat, shaped like a giant slipper. She asked Basilop, "Haven't you eaten anything yet?" "What logic are you following?" He replied, "I don't know." She shook her head. "You dummy, what about you?" "For what reason? Did you build this ridiculous vehicle?" She admitted, "Anyway, I'm pretty jealous of your recovery speed and your power." He lost his patience. "Stop talking nonsense and check your own status. What's your current condition like?" Basilop covered one eye with his hand. "All right, by alternating which eye is open, while distributing my strength. My ability to recover and fly has significantly improved. But the progress is slow, so it's hard for us to move quickly." He looked at her and said, "You really took a massive gamble. But fortunately, your plan worked out." "How long was I out?" Byu explained. "Just a few minutes. I'm sorry for acting on my own, but it was an unavoidable situation." He asked again why she was reminiscing about the past. She replied, "Well, the reason I didn't give you the telescope is because I have a question first. How was the monster you fought?" He felt a bit of regret. "I should have been able to kill him. But actually, that was the first time. I was afraid I might bite the dust in battle." She guessed that if there were more at that time, there would definitely be a larger crowd of them. He was surprised. "I didn't know it myself, that there were many other monsters than only Kiryulov knew. When I looked through the telescope, I saw 4 of them heading somewhere. But even looking with the naked eye, I still felt overwhelmed by their terrifying power. Basilop, I feared that you would have an unpredictable reaction in that situation, so I didn't say anything. Now that I've told you, what do you think? Was my decision wrong back then, Byu? What would you have done if I had told you that?" He had to admit one thing. Her power was indeed incredible. The two slippers glided faster across the sea. "Don't worry," he reassured her. "Your decision doesn't affect me." He grit his teeth and thought to himself, there was more than just one of those monsters. His heart was full of regret. "I should have been able to take out at least one of them." "Hell, you showed up just in time, Sanpern. But let me handle this myself. It's time for me to pass this test." His hands smoked. He took this as a promise. "I will keep fighting until you turn into dust. Don't even think about escaping." The monster looked at him with surprised eyes. "What?" "When the vortex appears, it doesn't matter how many opponents there are." His vine-covered foot struck him in the face. But when they charged to attack all at once, he raised his hand and landed a punch on the monster's body. "Humph, I don't want to doubt myself." A vortex of dust and smoke. A flash of light pierced through and exploded there. The monster's body was hit. He lost a few chunks of flesh. He rushed in, his heart racing as he reminisced about the old days with Ali. "How come?" The monster back then was lying in a pile of concrete rubble. He stood opposite and said, "Don't worry. I will remember your name." "That battle was so boring, Ali." Luckily, Ali didn't actually have to witness it. but I want to say that you were very strong and fought with everything you had. Now you can rest. Our unfinished battle. The monster grabbed his fist with one hand. He countered with a punch straight to his face. He told himself, I will remember your name. The white monster, Chisaki's friend, cried out, Ki-di-di-di! Just as I thought, we're out of room. Right, Chisaki? Kamiosa trembled in his hands. Oh, ho, ho. Chisaki looked back and asked, What's wrong, Kamiosa? Is there something? Sweat was beaded on the outside of the jar. The white-haired monster spoke up for it. Something is entering the mystical space that Kamiosa created. Shi's dark magic flew toward them. They watched closely as the white-haired man, now turned black, appeared. I've arrived, but what exactly led me here? The water on the ground suddenly froze and then shattered completely. Chisaki gasped in surprise. Kamiosa felt guilty. I'm so sorry. He comforted. Don't worry, it's not your fault. You don't need to blame yourself. Even if you can't stay for long, at least you did your job well. Kamiosa was about to say more, but Chisaki coughed violently. He asked Tsukumogami, What just happened? Tsukumogami replied, I call him Janji. Intruding without permission. Like I said, something is coming, and it has shattered this space. Chisaki's eyes were filled with shock. Who are those people? The vine monster looked at Nanji and said, It's you. You are the chosen one. Nanji's eyes glowed a fiery red. The monster's vines reached out and bound him tightly. His fist lunged forward, striking Nanji square in the face. The monster punched Nanji, sending his body spinning through the air. Nanji unleashed a powerful explosive strike from about 2 meters away, making everything blow up. The two bystanders were both stunned. The monster made his move. The eye on his back emitted several beams of light. Alisama Sagira, X's suppressed power has now been restored. The light from his eyes shone down. 2 vine arms sprouted out again. In the end, it's just you and me. Nanji fell to the ground but stood up with one eye glowing red. The light from his eye gradually spread. Deeper. A circular light appeared near a large sphere. Small light merged into the sphere like dust, vanishing into the solid matter, gradually getting much deeper. The watermarks on the sphere glowed blindingly. Nanji's eyes were lava red as his entire body erupted. He let out a roar that left everyone watching in shock. The spot where he stood turned into red light, shooting straight into the sky. What's going on? Nanji? Everyone was panicking. Chisaki suggested, I think we should leave this place right now. A massive hand slammed onto the ground. Dean had just finished fighting and then collapsed. I'm going out there, I have to help. I must take revenge for those I can never see again. I must help them. Daphne supported her, worried. Dean, what are you thinking? You still haven't recovered yet. Diane placed her hand on Daphne's arm. Daph was still worried, but she insisted, I've come to my senses now. I have to go. I will fight with everything I've got until the day I die. At the same time in France, inside an antique shop named BBL, the inside was a mess with items scattered across the shelves and floor. Music played, mixed with the sound of a broom sweeping the floor. A bald man was cleaning up. Then the phone started ringing off the hook. Mohan picked up. Hello? The person on the other end yelled, Mohan, are you crazy? Where did you go? Why didn't you give me a heads up? He replied, You talk too much. Oh, look who's talking, the other side barked. That quiet jerk, Mohan, shut your mouth. The other person was furious. What did you say? The TV screen lit up as the news started playing, and now news from Australia. Up in the wooden loft, a boy stands holding a phone with a glowing screen. The TV station reports, in a recent press release, where 5TF declares, there are still no updates regarding the war taking place in Australia. The person on the other end instructs, anyway, if you have time, remember to stop by. I have something to discuss with you. The TV continues. However, according to local sources, a large number of heroes have moved to this area. It seems they are doing their absolute best to protect humanity on our beloved Earth, striving to prevent our doom. The other person screams, if you don't come, I'm not telling you. Hey, are you even listening? Mohan asks, is that good news or bad news? The other side is surprised, huh? What did you say? He replies, what do you mean? If it's not good news, I'm not coming. You blockhead! The other person snaps, wait, what? How dare you say that? Darn it, Mohan. Nanji has now turned into a lava man. A black ring orbits his upper body. Another black ring appears in front of him, transforming into an attack that lunges past Sid. He dodges. Nanji flies toward him as Sid's eyes glow. Nanji raises his fist, standing in a wide horse stance. Both hands open as the black ring flies high. He launches from the ground, soaring through the black ring. Afterward, Sanpon silently calls out, Nanji. Sid also takes flight. Nanji moves his hands, and the black circle cracks in half, creating a massive enclosure around Sid. Finally, he is trapped within those two segments. Sid pushes back, but the black enclosure tightens further. He strains to shatter the black segments. Ah! Sanpon rushes in and punches through his body. Her hand pierces the monster's chest. Sid loses his strength and falls to his knees. Cough! His hands press against her, throwing her far away. Cough, cough. A fiery red beam shoots down at the ground. The ground explodes into a long line of water. Nanji punches Sid hard, leaving a visible crack. He countered with a punch to her face. A black circle appeared in front of Sanpon. Sid looked up in shock. Flipping in midair, his vine stabbed into the ground. She grabbed the vines and yanked hard. "Where do you think you're crawling off to?" She lifted her leg and stomped down powerfully on Sid's body as he lay on the ground. Just as Moro once told him, they have evolved. The force of the impact made the ground tremble. Sid's face was contorted and covered in sand. Moro had once warned, "Heroes are our sworn enemies." Nanji reached out and choked Sid. Moro had foreseen it. They are like barriers on the path to the peak that we long for. Nanji's eyes strained as red veins appeared clearly. He said, "You've got nowhere left to run. Watch this." Several circles appeared above Sid's head. Nanji's gaze was filled with shock, then turned into a beam of light shooting down, blasting Sid out of his hands. Sanpon looked over in surprise. "What the?" A large wound was gouged into Sid's side. He looked at Nanji. "This guy is a defector." Nanji roared, "Ah! Go to hell!" He leapt forward to face Sid head-on. "You've really lost it now." Two bystanders observed the battle. The blue-haired girl was stunned. "What the heck? No! What are they doing?" Sanpon thought to herself. "Those two brilliant lives. Is that Nanji? Where's Sid?" They jumped up and then crashed back to Earth. The ground surged. She realized something was moving underground, which meant it had just passed right by her. The ground split into 8 paths heading toward the sea. She looked in that direction. 8 circular objects emerged, rising in strange forms before diving into the ocean. They only had one eye, exactly like Sid's. You could call them mini-monsters. Next, a flash of yellow light streaked toward the sea. That was Sanpon. She swam after them, thinking to herself, "Crap, I didn't think he'd actually try to bail. Can't lose their trail. They're swimming too fast and there's a ton of them." Someone once warned her to be careful. If they look exactly the same and are gathered in clusters around here, it means they have locked onto their prey. She rushes forward as boulders orbit the stone golem. She stands outside the fray and yells, "Basilop!" "We Basilop are staying right here. This is no longer Nanji. Either he goes down or we do." Tsukumogami speaks up. "There is a way to bring him back to his senses." Chisaki asks, "And how's that?" Tsukumogami mentions the price. "Kichi, you're definitely going to use the toys, aren't you? However, I will let you decide. You know the toll for summoning. A toy of this magnitude will be terrifying and far more horrific. The fallout will be way beyond your imagination." Chisaki doesn't care. "Cut the crap and just bring it out." "I'm not afraid of a damn thing." Kira Tsukumogami reaches into his dark core. "Don't be so stiff. I still like that crybaby kid better anyway." He raises an object. "Ungaikyo Angaikyo." He places the Ungaikyo on the ground. Streaks of blue light flicker. An egg-like form emerges from the earth. Nanji looks over as the Ungaikyo manifests before him. The mirror reveals the hidden truth. A golden veil surrounds him and the mirror above. Tsukumogami explains, every bit of mental chaos will be reflected through this. Chisaki coughs again. A small blue sprite appears, clinging to the mirror, pointing at Nanji's reflection. This is a first. I'm not even sure how to judge this one. Is this emotion born from being abandoned? Just see for yourself already. Nanji's dark silhouette appears in the mirror. His eyes glow intensely. Old memories flood back. He opens his mouth and lets out a savage roar, shattering the mirrors all around. The blue sprite still clings to a shard, saying, "No use denying it, that was a scream for help. There is no hiding it anymore." Nanji screams out loud. The blue sprite realizes he wants to prove that he truly exists. Everything explodes violently from where Nanji stands. Tsukumogami panics. "This is bad, I failed." At this rate, the barrier will be shattered. Someone quickly rushes forward. A hand is placed on Chisaki's shoulder. He turns back and asks, "Who's there?" It is Master. The white-haired man steps onto the battlefield. "Leave it to me. I'll clear a path into the monster's lair." He leaps up and strikes Nanji's body with a powerful mantra. His body glows gold as memories flood back. Nanji carries a pack on his shoulder, thinking, there are countless places to go. "I'm thinking about where to visit first." Sighs. Ding wonders, "What's up with you?" Nanji looks back. "The decision to follow me or not is yours." A sandstorm swirls over the dunes, the sound of someone calling him in a daze. Nanji, are you awake yet?" He has returned to his original form. He collapses to the ground as people rush over to Nanji. Tokisaki and Sid ask, "Is he awake?" Based on the mantra he just used on him, it might take a while before he wakes up. "I'm afraid it will be some time before he comes to." The purpose of using the memory mantra is to force him into the memory space. If successful, he will fall unconscious. That resistance was truly terrifying. My fingers are all broken and severely burned. I don't know what it was, but he turned into a frightening entity. I hope he can return to normal soon. Basilop silently observes Nanji's condition from the side. Maybe I went a little too far, or perhaps it's just the aftershock of my own power. Everything before him becomes blurry. My vision is starting to fade. He recalls Nanji in that shadow state earlier. The burst of raw energy, could that be his true strength? If he can't control it, it will only get tougher later on. His wrath will definitely be harder to handle than Sid's. When that time comes, Dui, his power exploded to an unthinkable level. Kiryu suddenly remembered Sid's presence. Wait, where is Sid? Not seeing him, she figured he'd bailed. They were all surprised. Basilop looked back. He slipped into the sea in a flash, so immediately went right after him. But I think a different arrival set their minds at ease. No, Sid can't run away, so don't worry. Gen Sonata walked over, saying the fight was almost over. I don't know everyone here, and I don't know why we ended up here. But I have one request. I hope everyone will listen carefully. The entities that Sid spawned are swimming deep in the ocean. They looked at Sonata in surprise. Bo has been chasing them down, a deep voice called out to Bo. She looked over at her sister, reporting that Sid was completely gassed. His host body was well aware of that, but he can't escape Henry's pursuit. I've got this. Trust me, you should head back now. Ayla and another person ran up, calling her name with worried faces and tones. Both of them were out of breath from exhaustion. Aha, she replied. Hi, Ayla. This was when she voiced a major decision. It looks like everyone has gathered together. She recounted the events from before. Her heart was always filled with a debt of gratitude. For Daff, that was hard to put into words. Listen up, everyone. This battle has been going on for a long time, and I am the one who caused it. After the Great Pacific War, I went to Australia to meet Daff and check the situation there. I must have caused a scene when I arrived, but luckily Daff recognized me. She protected me and helped me get my strength back. I've always felt like I owed her. I want to say that I'm sorry, and thank her for meeting me on the shores of Australia. And thanks to Scott and AA for helping Daff. The monsters were always lurking. I know this is a bit out of the blue, but these monsters exist only to make their race could rival heroes while I was in a weakened state. They chased me all the way to Australia, but fortunately they failed because ALA showed up. If it weren't for ALA, my recovery process would have been cut short, and we wouldn't be here today, because she fought so bravely. Right as the war first began, I managed to recover in time to keep moving forward. After my battle alongside AA, we went head-to-head with PN, and P's arrival helped the whole team take them down fast. All of us have put in so much effort. I know it was super dangerous back then, but thanks to everyone, we were able to keep on fighting. Ultimately, we've gathered here to win. That is the goal of the Hero Alliance. Our mission is to claim victory over the enemy. Genesonata calls Kirilop's name. Kirilop pays attention. Genesonata recalls his help from before. When I went down, I remember you said there was a group of monsters that are particularly dangerous, just like Sid. It's truly a living hell. They say that only heroes can stand against the monsters. They aren't wrong. So if those like Sid move in groups, isn't that exactly why we formed the Hero Alliance? The damage they cause is just the tip of the iceberg. In other words, they won't let a single thing slide. Losing so much in a life-or-death battle, specifically the bond between comrades, and many other relationships too. She has witnessed and experienced this firsthand. We have traded away many precious things in this war, and from now on we'll have to face even more losses. She also wanted to say one thing. By the way, I believe I am the best person to step up and lead the Alliance. I'm super strong and my skills are top tier. She raised her arm. It was trembling, no longer as strong as usual. She was also aware of her own condition. However, my current state isn't exactly great. Her eyes glistened as she frowned, her face full of heavy thoughts. At least for now, Sonata alone didn't want to tell her the reason that had left her so physically drained. The reason my body is gradually falling apart. You will find out later. Ayla was stunned. What exactly will lead to nothing? And no one can grasp the whole picture. Gen Sonata understood. The strongest alliance is a united one. In this battle, if we don't hold our ground, we will lose everything. I only hope this alliance will be a gathering of heroes, ready to sacrifice themselves for the people and protect the world against all enemies. A golden figure rose from the blue sea and Bo leaped onto the shore. Gen Sonata called her name. Bo, listen up. I'm appointing you as captain. Pern ran over and hugged her tight, sobbing uncontrollably. Sid's spawns are still swimming toward their host. They're almost at the host's location. They are in hot pursuit. Gotta speed up and shake them off. Gen Sonata took off her earrings and tossed them away. Ayla grabbed her, crying out that it was more than enough. What exactly are we doing this for? Jen Sonata said her farewells. See you all on the other side. She dove into the sea, chasing after Sid's spawn. It's been a while, little one. She grabbed one of them. Clench. She held on tight, making it impossible for them to swim any further. Crack! The entity turned to stone along with her. The stone flew up onto the sandy beach. They stared in wide-eyed shock. Basilop thought to himself, that stone. Did you switch places with the stone chasing Sid? They were taken aback. The atmosphere felt strangely heavy. A light breeze drifted past. Everyone stood frozen in the dead silence, feeling as though they were being pierced by thorns. Everyone was devastated, sharing the same pain as they realized what had just happened. At that very moment, it marked the end of Jen Sonata's journey. Ayla walked over and knelt beside the stone. Her hand rested on the rock, one hand clutching Jen Sonata's earrings. She wept in mourning for Jen Sonata. The leader is gone. She knew the road ahead would be brutal. What am I supposed to do now? I'm not ready to carry on your legacy. I'm still too flawed and too green. She flashed back to the past, when they faced off against that monster together, the one with that terrifying power. She had asked Jen Sonata, he's way too strong. I know, right? How do we even distract him? Jen Sonata was certain they would win. We can win this. Just protect the tower, our opening will come. Get off your butt and listen, Ayla. Ayla had zero faith in the battle. Save it. Waiting for an opening is pointless right now. Jen Sonata fired up her fighting spirit. Even if there's a mountain we can't climb, if you break down, it'll all be over soon. Now staring at the stone before her, she remembered the Jen Sonata of that day. The anchor slammed down onto the canvas. That massive weight sent debris flying everywhere. Ayla pulled the anchor back. She jumped up to update Jen Sonata on the situation. Jen, while they're busy dodging the blood, they'll all huddle together. That's when I'll hurl the anchor. Jen Sonata suddenly called Ayla's name. I don't know, maybe I'm getting ahead of myself. But all the sweat and blood you're sacrificing in this fight, I'll always remember it. The monster was brought down by AA's anchor. She was taken aback by Jen Sonata's words. Wait, what? Huh? Always remember it? Are you trying to play the hero or something? You two are talking about the battle between me and Jen Sonata. I don't understand. Jen Sonata joked, haha, I guess that's just how it is. And now, as the past of a long-time comrade in arms comes to a close, he slumped over and sobbed on the stone that Jen Sonata had turned into. Even if I died and came back to life, I still couldn't be like you. Everyone present couldn't hold back their tears. She will have to fill Jen Sonata's shoes in the future, and that won't be easy at all. But I'll give it my all, so I hope you'll watch over me, Jen. The white-bearded man embraced her. Kirio silently whispered Jen Sonata's name. His eyes widened as the wind swirled across the beach. Basilop jumped down from the bridge. Let me tell you, your revenge is finally over. Aliyama lay among the rubble. Basilop grabbed Aliyama's arm and hoisted him onto his shoulders. We won. Now you can close your eyes and rest in peace. Alisama? The white-haired young man spoke his mind. But still, it's a bit weird for a hero to join that competition. I get it. Well, maybe he has his reasons. The person beside him guessed, probably just for the prize money. Who knows? The white-haired young man didn't buy it. That's just your theory. As for this guy, the bald man was watching something on his phone. The conversation paused for a moment. The two of them looked over. What's up? The bald man held up his phone. Oh, looks like it's over. The news on the screen announced the current Australian government status. The bald man explained, the war in Australia. The TV station reported, and now for our next update on the ongoing crisis in Australia. U.S. Special Forces have now been deployed to the red alert zones, while the government is carrying out aid distribution to those affected by the war. Helicopters have also been deployed to check the current status and search for any casualties on the beach. Even though there has been an official announcement that the war is over, the government remains vigilant against any surprise attacks from the opposition. The Australian military continues to control the situation without lowering the risk alert level. And now, the most prominent news regarding the crisis in Australia. Our hero has a statement. Reporters crowded around Hakim to interview Kirill. Could you please tell me your name? Can you answer some questions? Where are the other heroes? It's an honor to meet you. Thank you very much for your contributions to the recent war. Are we safe now? Are you connected to Sanpon at all? I want to ask this first. Is the war finally over? He pursed his lips while letting them babble on. He stayed silent, feeling a whirlwind of emotions inside. He just kept looking at them. Then he answered seriously. The war is over, and we are safe now. My name is Kirill from Russia. Together with the other superheroes, we have successfully tamed the creatures that invaded Australia His voice broadcasted from the TV. I'm sorry. I can't provide any more answers. But the war is over now. We have rescued most of those affected by the war, but the losses on the superhero side are immense. Mohan was watching the news report on television. He stayed silent for a long time, reflecting on several things. Someone heard the unbelievable story that the war in Australia had ended. Why? Sound came from the TV. So many things went down during the battle, they still couldn't believe it. For real? The announcement continued. We need to announce some important news, but first, we need to understand it correctly and convey it with total accuracy. The short-haired girl listened intently to her father. The bald young man looked anxious and sad. They announced that a hero had fallen in battle. First and foremost, we are deeply saddened by the passing of a superhero who dedicated so much to us. They were all in shock. The short-haired girl looked gloomy. On the flight, the crew made an announcement. Our plane will soon arrive at Slayer International Terminal in France. Ladies and gentlemen, we are delighted to inform you that the war in Australia has ended with a victory for the heroes. The long-bearded old man lowered the book covering his face and said, my throat is killing me. Ugh, this is so boring. Well, I think we'll be meeting soon. That damn bastard. On the Monsters Island, that guy asked Tobayan, how many islands have you destroyed already? He thought for a moment. I don't really remember. I haven't been counting. Maybe 100? That number is climbing. Moro told Tobayan to take it easy. Enough with this game of hide-and-seek. The joke is over. Tobayan dived into the sea following Moro's orders. Tobayan, stay hidden until I tell you to come out. He caught on. I see. They leaped onto the shore. He marveled at the sight before him. Wow, what a beautiful sight. That fat monster roared. The beast looked at the monsters from Moro's side standing in front of him. Looks like our path is blocked. The giant monster screamed while they covered their ears tight. Inside the cave, Phibot flicked his cloak. The one beside him asked, Buyu, is something bothering you? Buyu kept huffing and puffing. Buyu, the kind-hearted monster. Then let me give you some advice. Her eyes widened in a glare. Fibon walked out of the cave. This place is only for those welcomed by the blue moon. She watched intently. Oh, what's with this guy? The monsters were surprised by Mpon's appearance. Previously, that white-haired guy had crushed Phibot Mpon's head. She was certain that he had lost his original powers. How interesting. I'm sure you became useless once that angry old geezer ripped your head off. Would you mind explaining to us exactly what happened? Phibot Mpon. They kept chanting his name, Phibot Mpon, Phibot Mpon. The clone of Phibot Mpon emerged from the sea. Phibot Mpon. The clone spoke up to clear its host's name. Mpon is innocent. He is innocent and a loyal ally. His only goal is to follow orders. Phibot Mpon. Moro thought, a clone, I see. Buyu looked down, his body expanding and shaking. His belly fat jiggled with a loud noise. The other monster said, welcome ashore. 2 new monsters appeared. They introduced themselves. I am his servant, and Vicente is my name. Vicente Hologin looked at the white-haired monster. You've shattered all of Jack's illusions since the moment you set foot on this island. I've served him for centuries, but you are beyond my understanding. As a foreigner, you ought to use your head a bit more. He said I should be polite to a newcomer. He was getting triggered and losing his cool. The white-haired monster couldn't stand another word. He stepped closer. He reached out with a massive hand to grab Vicente Hologin, threatening him. If you spout one more word of nonsense, I'm gonna blow you up. But Vicente Hologin remained unfazed. We came here to find something, and you're just getting in our way. Polite, are you serious? You think we're just here to mess around? Instead of sweating bullets while talking to me, you'd better call your master. Teresa stepped in to stop them. Ha ha ha! Everyone just calm down. We are merely servants, delivering a message from Jug. Before he could even finish his sentence, the white-haired monster made his move, slicing through his upper body and sending it flying. Another monster's arm reached out. She couldn't bear to watch any longer. Oh, you guys know this is just total BS. Vicente Hologin whispered Teresa's name. The wide-mouthed monster opened its jaws, sucking in the clones of Phibot Mpon. Just as Phibot Mpon flew in, it snapped its mouth shut. Phibot Mpon was stunned. What the hell is this? Did he just eat them? Buyu shivered out of habit. Ooh, and praised him. You're really fast, the other replied. Just lucky. The monsters vanished into the mist. We'll see you again soon. Fibon looked up. Are they gone already? No way. The white-haired monster suddenly appeared. I knew it! As expected. You won't show your face unless I crush your entire fortress. He placed both massive hands on the castle. Vicente Hologin could only sigh and watch him. This psycho has zero patience for talking. He pressed his hands down on the castle. Vicente Hologen's eyes widened, but a miracle happened at the last second. A deuce stood atop the castle, holding back those massive hands. He lifted the monster's hands off the castle. A deuce jumped down, and the one-eyed monster recognized him. He held up a hand. "It's fine. If you don't want to die, don't jump in." The others all fell silent. The female monster asked him, What's your goal?" Appearing out of nowhere like that, he didn't answer. Moro asked again, "Your name is Aphrodite, right?" He looked over. Moro introduced himself. "My name is Moro. We're here to see Jack. What's your relationship with Zakaya?" He pointed, leaving the monsters confused. He pointed across. Buyu was being held in the white-haired monster's hand. He ordered, "Release!" The white-haired monster's hand reached out. He caught the others by surprise. He was completely fearless. "Now you get it, right?" He leaped from the white-haired monster's palm, then went skipping across the sea's surface. The white-haired monster flew along the mountain. Several parts were smashed by the two monsters. He flew back toward the shore. The female monster's claws lunged at his face. The claw marks slashed through, leaving a long scratch across his back. He spun around and punched the female monster's body. He hit her so hard her face was knocked out of shape. "Oh, I love it. You're really strong, aren't you?" She punched him right back in the face. "Looks like we're cut from the same cloth." She suggested, "Why don't we sit down and have a little chat?" He laughed loudly as his hands reached out. "Ha ha ha!" With that, they lunged back into the fight. Moro watched them in silence. Vicente Hologen wanted to stop Lord Athos. "I'm fine. Please calm down, my lord." But on second thought, he hesitated. "No, I can't stop him." The white-haired monster's giant hand slammed down from above, knocking the female monster away. She hit the ground, shocked that he'd even harm her. "What, did you just attack me too? Why the hell are you meddling?" He bluntly drove her away. "Get lost!" Kim sighed, a bit peeved. "Fine. I guess I don't have a choice. But to shut my trap, huh?" Uyu appeared behind her. Mist drifted from his mouth. She looked up, facing his massive countenance. "So you having fun?" He replied, "Fun or not doesn't matter. But there are definitely a lot of interesting things happening around here." Jack had mentioned before that the time of boredom was over. "Hatteras, that moment is almost here. Now you can do whatever you want." Aphrodite looked up at the sky and laughed out loud. The white-haired monster gloated. "I knew it. This place will be the graveyard for fools and lunatics like you. Just as I expected, someone finally worth my attention. You know that once this starts, it's all-out war between us. Don't you agree?" Otis asked him. "You want a war?" A magic circle appeared. The white-haired monster's massive hand loomed. The monsters looked up. "Oh?" Moro spoke about the situation between them. "This meeting is incredibly tense. It's spiraling out of control. Playtime is over. You guys let me handle these punks. Just follow my lead." Keely and Buyu looked at him. "What?" Buyu asked. A vortex of black energy blew through as they realized something. "A black wind. The atmosphere is shifting." "Something's not right," Buyu cried out instinctively. "Fu! Zakaya stood within the magic circle. "I can't see him or his subordinates anywhere. Have we been teleported?" Moro stood very close to him. "So it was you, Juge Hapugan?" Buyu's voice echoed through the castle. Fu? Keely watched silently. "Hey!" The white-haired monster spoke up. "You really are a royal pain in the ass. And now you've brought us to this place. Are you the type of guy who invites people just to get yourself killed?" He replied, "Precisely." The white-haired monster was momentarily confused. "Huh?" Zakaya asked, "What exactly drives your tyranny?" Moro kept quiet. "You call it tyranny? You don't need to know our goals. However, I'm curious to hear what you think our motives are." Jack admitted he wasn't capable. He was displeased with Moro's disrespectful tone of voice. "I can't help but care. Don't ask me to think about it. But since you've shown me zero sincerity, I'll make you pay for that insolence." Silence fell, with only the sound of Buyu remaining, not making everything hollow. The white-haired monster showed no fear either. "You've got guts. But can you actually do anything to us?" Zakaya spoke with absolute confidence. "Of course I can." He gave them a warning. "Brace yourselves for the consequences of touching my inverse scale." Note, inverse scale, a single scale growing backward on a dragon's neck. If touched, one must suffer the dragon's ultimate fury. Furthermore, it is a metaphor for provoking a ruler or someone in a position of power. The meaning stems from the fact that dragons are incredibly powerful, yet usually quite calm, unless someone touches their inverse scale. That person will immediately face the dragon's wrath and be killed on the spot, without exception. The castle's stone walls were shattered. His feet hit the ground with a foo-foo-foo sound. The white-haired monster praised his bravery. "You pesky little rat. You really have a death wish, don't you?" He laughed loudly. "You've got a sense of humor? Ha ha ha!" Jack looked up as a shadow streaked into the castle and landed. "Forgive the unannounced intrusion." He delivered the news to Jack. "I wish to report that Lu Tong is approaching." He replied, "I'm already aware." A shadow appeared beneath the blue sea. The water surged upward, catching the attention of the clone monsters. Lu Tong stepped onto the shore, dragging the carcass of a massive fish. One of the clone monsters stared intently. It was a gigantic corpse. The monsters standing on the shore realized he had returned. "Lord Lu Tong!" they shouted. "Binks Lu Tong!" Moro turned his head. Keely asked, Lord Lu Tong, who else is coming? You guys are just like a bunch of low-life parasites. More of them just keep popping up out of nowhere." "You guys..." She interlaced her fingers and stretched her arms out. "You really want to get into some wild stuff, don't you?" Buyu shouted loudly, "Foo, foo, foo, foo!" Moro gave Jack a heads up. "Unless you're a total idiot. You should understand this clearly. You must have known from the moment you sensed our presence. Right here, when two forces of pure destruction collide, it sparks a war without end. I hope you're ready for a hellfire, beyond your wildest imagination. But I don't think you brought us here for that reason. So right here, right now, before we do something to destroy one another, I want to take this chance to ask you something. Have you ever wondered why I even exist?" 2 days after the war in Australia ended, at the Gold Coast, Isla's hand reached for a soda can. A phone began to ring. Ring, ring. She picked up the call. The person on the other end spoke. "Hey, it's Daff." Isla asked, "Who's calling this early in the morning? Are you back home yet?" The other side replied, "Yeah, I'm already home." "Listen, I just finished up a few things." Isla asked curiously. "Like what?" Daff reassured her first. "It's nothing serious. I had a mountain of messages and emails from my students at school. I read every single one of them. They were all full of cheers and support. And I've replied to all of them." Ela responded with a soft, Daff continued with his story. "And now I'm writing my resignation letter. I just feel like I don't fit in here anymore." Daff asked about Scott. "You've been busy? So how's Scott doing?" "That guy kept me drinking until the break of dawn. Scott is passed out on the couch, snoring like crazy." She paused for a moment so Daff could hear the snoring. "Listen closely. Can't you hear him snoring his head off?" Daff laughed loudly on the other end. "Ha ha ha!" Isla's voice turned serious. "Daff, can you get ready quickly? We're leaving earlier than planned." Daff agreed. "Oh, for real? You got it. I'll be there in 30 minutes. Isla set the spot. "All right, meet me in front of my house." "Okay," Daff replied. "Gotcha." She threw socks at Scott's face while he was fast asleep. "Wake up!" His mouth was wide open as he sniffled. She raised her voice. "Put your socks on!" He held his head and sat up. "Ugh, what the? These socks aren't even mine!" She picked up the liquor bottles scattered all over the floor. "Just how many bottles did you drink? My God, look at your eyes. What is wrong with you?" Both of his eyes were swollen shut. "Ugh, are we really heading out right now?" She carried the bottles away. "That's right, so get yourself together." "I can't go. Why, what's going on?" "I've got things to do today, you know that." She turned her head. "Just get ready. It's going to take quite a while to get to his place. We need to hit the road early, so get up." Seagulls soared over the blue ocean sky. Isla and Daff stood on a rock, shaped like a small boat. The rock sat isolated on the sand. Daff said excitedly, "Check out the ocean!" Isla handed over a paper bag. "Catch, Daff." Daff caught it. "Whoa!" Scott stood down below. He asked in confusion, "What are we doing here?" "I thought we were going to the airport." The two of them were so focused they didn't even hear his question. Isla held up the paper bag to look inside. "Wait, what's this?" "It's so warm. What's in here?" Daff leaned over to grab more food from the container that she had brought along. "Sandwiches, steamed buns, rice balls, and a few other things. I've got drinks here, too." He watched them in silence. Isla noticed, "Whoa, you even brought a cooler? Man, you're the GOAT!" "Daff, looks like we're gonna have ourselves a blast, huh?" She turned to Scott. "Yo, what are you talking about?" "We have to go to Sam's, remember?" He asked again. "Uh-huh, and how exactly do you plan on getting there?" She called out, "On this rock across the sea!" Scott was terrified as he sat between the two of them. "Take it slow, please. This is scaring me to death." Isla laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha." She gave him instructions. "If you feel too sick, just let me know, okay?" He replied in a low voice, "All right." Isla ate her burger. She excitedly enjoyed the moment. Daff just gave a gentle smile. Only Scott was so scared that he was literally foaming at the mouth. Ah ha ha, over here in Britain, everyone was paying their respects to her. Duyin's body, Sonata, had been prepared for the funeral and taken to the chapel for the baptismal rites, on a wooden carriage. My name is Sophia. This is my little sister, Isabel, and we live in Manchester. The royal guards couldn't help but let the tears stream down their faces, yet they remained stoic, fulfilling their duties as soldiers. A young British girl named Sophia wanted to send her a message. I know you don't know who we are, but we all know you very well. You're the one who saved us. From every window in the buildings, and along both sides of the street, people watched from everywhere. They broke down in uncontrollable sobs. The little girl still remembered at the edge of the oasis. A building had suddenly collapsed due to its poor condition. But we saw you. You came to rescue us. Sobbing, we heard the news that you had passed away. We immediately ran to hug our mom, and cried so much our eyes got puffy. Why did someone like her have to die, Mommy? That's what we asked. Because Duyan did wonderful things. And now she is going to heaven. The girl's mother held Sophia's hand to comfort her. Isabel, instead of feeling sad that she's gone, just remember everything she did for us, okay? She hugged her young children. They cried in each other's arms. Be grateful and love her forever. Isabel still couldn't write proficiently yet. On the road to Sonata's final resting place, Sophia held a bouquet of white flowers and a piece of paper in her hands. The little girl ran alongside the line of soldiers. Her mother, who was holding Isabel, called out to Sophia. Isabel also shouted, Sophia! Sophia had written a letter to give to Jen Sonata. So I wrote this letter on behalf of my whole family, to express our deepest condolences to you. The little girl spoke to a royal soldier. Sir? She started the letter. Dear Duyan. The little girl needed his help with something. Could I ask you for a favor, please? The second line of the letter read, I hope you can rest in peace in heaven. The little girl stood on her tiptoes, holding up the letter and the bouquet. Please, take this. This bouquet and the letter. Could you please give them to Duyan? The girl's sincerity moved him deeply, bringing tears to his eyes. He took them and said, Of course. Here, give them to me. Thank you for saving us. She will definitely receive them. He patted the little girl's head. And I know this little one feels just like I do. He said to the girl, Even though Duyan has gone to heaven, I'm sure she'll read it. The procession arrived at the church entrance. The soldier spoke to the two sentinel birds. Please make way. They opened the doors, and the soldiers marched in. Daphne made a shh gesture. Isla remained silent, her mind preoccupied with something. Man, it's so weird and so heavy. Having to see you in an empty casket like this, with no body and no soul inside. Kiro sat with Bai. He took in the funeral atmosphere. So this is what a funeral is like, so quiet. Bai, as grumpy as ever, replied, Well, what did you expect? Someone to grab a mic and sing an upbeat track? Someone recognized him. Was that Basilop's voice? The other person shouted, I'm out of here! The noise caught both of their attention. A male voice tried to stop him. Wait, Shui! B wondered, What's going on? Kirio thought to himself, Who is that? Shui broke down in tears. I told you I didn't want to come here, sobbing and gasping. The person beside her comforted her. Please, stay calm. I know how hard this is for you. Ben silently looked over at her. Then someone placed a hand on his shoulder. Ben, Shui will be all right. She's just angry and heartbroken over everything that happened. Just leave her be for a while. It's best to give her some time to cool off. The blue-haired duo sat with a red-haired person. With furrowed brows, she said, Sis, I know you're gone, but I want you to remember that we've only just begun. So please watch over us. In Mexico, a group of people stood leaning against cars, waiting for their captain. One grew impatient. It's been over an hour, right? Can we move out yet? The person next to him replied, Give him some space. Let him stay there a bit longer? The bearded man sat before his friend's grave. Tears rolled down his face. As soon as I heard the news, I rushed to the nearest airport just to see you. I even bought the things you liked. In front of the portrait were Allie's favorite foods. There were even a few types of liquor. Do they taste good? The bearded man watched intently. I don't get it. The bald man standing nearby said, Cut him some slack. There's nothing else we can do anyway. We can't possibly understand what he's going through right now. Tony was the captain's oldest friend. They shared a deep, long-standing bond, especially since the captain unified the 4 main teams and gave us all a new lease on life. He sobbed and wailed like a child. You idiot! You know I'd never scold you if you hadn't done something so stupid. Reminiscing about the past, Tony had once asked him to take a photo of him. He reminded Tony, It's time, let's take the picture. Tony struck a pose. He was wearing nothing but a towel wrapped around his waist. A moment later, the wind almost blew it away. Whoops, my towel almost fell off. He said cheerfully, "It's so windy, haha. Come here, Hayata." Tony was still worried about his towel. "My towel!" The two of them were completely at ease, ha ha ha. He held the portrait of his late friend. "But I'm also so proud of you. More than anyone else in this world." "Ali!" He pulled the portrait to his chest and wailed, bursting into tears. "Now that you're no longer here, I'll definitely do my best so that you, up in heaven, can be proud of me. Thank you." Ali, Japan in the middle of a forest. Ossie's grave looked so empty and lonely. Ossie's friend stood before the grave. "I hope you're doing okay. From now on, Kenta, and I will continue the journey you entrusted to us. Right, Kenta?" Kenta was the eagle perched on his shoulder. It let out a sharp cry. He leaned back and fell into a deep sleep on the grass. Kenta kept pecking at his forehead. Poke, poke, poke. However, he remained fast asleep, showing no signs of waking up at all. Snoring. Oh, only when Kenta's sharp beak jabbed into his face did he finally snap awake. "Ow, stop it, that hurts!" A man's voice rang out, catching his attention. He was standing before Ossie's grave. "A long time ago, there was a man, a great master who taught me about Batujut. He always guided me with such discipline, even when I wanted to give up. The words he spoke, the things he shared, completely changed how I see the world. He didn't just change me, he changed the whole world. Thank you, Sagara." He softly called out, "Uncle!" But before he could finish, the man covered his mouth. "Don't mess with me. What do you mean by calling me uncle?" The boy mumbled, unable to speak. "Huh?" the man said sternly. "Just call me Harren, got it?" He made a few muffled noises to show he understood. Suddenly, Kenta lunged at the man and attacked. "Oh my God, what is wrong with this bird? Hey, get away from me!" He panicked and cried for help. "Kenta, did you forget who I am? Hey, kid, what are you doing just standing there? Save me! It hurts so much!" Finally, when everything settled down, he sat down next to the boy. "Ouch, my butt really hurts." He became serious. "Regardless, I wanted to say I'm sorry. I should have been there for you back then." The boy looked up and asked, "What about Nazi and Zhang Yang?" He replied, "They are somewhere near the mountain. Zhang Yang is fine, but Nag is quite busy. Remember that weirdo? That Vector guy? Yeah, the kid is interrogating him." He remembered. Vector. He immediately turned to him. "Oh, what about Go Easy? After the battle in Australia, you said you would go look for him." He paused, reminiscing about the past. "Zhang Yang, I have a favor to ask. There is a place I need to go." A black vortex appeared in midair. The two of them looked at each other in shock. He speculated, that kid must have shown up here. Maybe he couldn't leave on his own. Back to the present, Kenta perched on his shoulder. Regarding Go Easy's whereabouts, he sighed. "I'm not really sure. Once, by the time we went to find him, he had completely vanished." He blamed himself. "I really should have paid more attention to him. That was my fault." A blue light cast down from the ceiling. A shattered suitcase sat there, stained with blood. Go Easy looked exhausted. Cough, cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. 3 giant creatures surrounded him. "Do you have anything to say for yourself?" "Pion, don't make Moro play guessing games. You survived, only to join the ranks of those heroes." Emon Babirusa interrogated him. "Answer me. Tell me what you were doing there." Suddenly, Cam Oper's voice rang out. "What a bunch of idiots." He grabbed Go Easy. "You guys are being way too soft on him. Can't any of you force him to talk?" Cough. "Did you forget how to speak like a person? Answer me. If not, I'll rip that filthy mouth of yours wide open. Or maybe I should just gouge your eyes out first. Maybe I should just kill you and get it over with." A flying monster intervened from above. "Wait! We have to wait and see how Moro decides to handle him. If we kill him now, we won't get any information out of him." Bino was slammed hard onto the ground. He had no intention of sparing the boy's life. "Damn it! What's the point of keeping a mute alive?" The boy lay on the ground, groaning. Thoughts echoed in his head. "He's too stubborn. That just makes me want to kill him even more." He was about to be crushed. Amidst the panic, he recalled happy memories within the League of Heroes. The first time, when he was tied up on their boat. "Let me go!" When they reached the shore, Harren grabbed and dragged him along. "Give me a break!" Nazi had once entrusted him to Harren. "Please look after Go for me. Just 5 minutes, it's like a furnace inside this bag." Then, in another moment, he was sitting on this man's head. "Ah, this feels so good," he yelled angrily. "Who gave you permission to come out and sit on my head like that, huh?" Nag asked back in surprise. "Wait, what?" Miura Chisaki also curiously peeked over. "Oh no," Nazi had once told him. "There's no way for you to make amends, but if you follow and help us, that is the only way you might be forgiven." His whole body trembled, but in his heart he had made up his mind. "I want to make it up to them. Even if you stab me 100 times, I won't say a single word." Babirusa, do you know where Moro is? He replied, no. But I was still able to contact Moro recently. Not anymore. But I'm certain he is still somewhere safe. Once we reconnect with him, we'll be able to ask. On the TV screen, a light flashed and the next news segment aired. The funeral for the British hero Dien Sonata has concluded without any incidents. However, a sense of deep sorrow still lingers, and people across the country of England are still expressing their condolences for the heroine. Many people attended the funeral to pay their respects and say their final goodbyes. Other superheroes also arrived at the ceremony. It is highly likely that one of them will become the new president. Kondo, standing behind him, spoke up, just as expected. The number of votes is completely overwhelming. Congratulations, Mr. Masters. Marcus remained silent. The TV station continued to report. Meanwhile, a person named Jam Diro also mentioned the formation of an organization that San, Paul, and other heroes call the Hero League. The first meeting of the League is confirmed to take place later today at a secret location. During this meeting, the HT will primarily discuss ensuring social safety, as well as future cooperation with other organizations. He asked Kondo, can you guess where this Hero League meeting is going to be held? He adjusted his glasses and replied, with little confidence, I'm not entirely sure. But there is a lab, where San's personal assistant is currently located. Right now, even though we don't know the exact coordinates, we can still analyze the data and previous locations to run some calculations. He assigned this task to him. But first he instructed, notify DN immediately. I am Zero Mara, a member of the United States Congress. I hope the Hero League will allow me to attend the meeting. In the meantime, the ghosts of the monsters were gathering in the castle of Jacob. But he just echoed the other's words. Am I supposed to be interested in your presence? It seems you've misunderstood. It's not just you, nothing can pique my interest. Searching for answers is no different from trying to decode the mysteries of the universe, because everything is an act of destiny. Everything follows the law of cause and effect. That's why I'm not afraid of you. We have no choice but to accept it. Destiny has been preordained, whether living or dead, victory or defeat. Moro went silent for a moment before speaking up. Very interesting. Fatalism. Destiny is both right and wrong at the same time. Moro didn't hesitate to say, you don't have the right to decide. Moro replied, it's not about deciding, it's about what I know of it. I'll say it once more. Destiny is both right and wrong, and the only one in this world who can measure that balance is me and only me. A powerful light shone down from above, enveloping Moro. The surroundings became surreal and blurry. A pale yellow light cast over him. His cloak billowed in the wind. Beneath his feet was no longer the castle floor, but a red liquid. Before his eyes was the mysterious dark purple sky, making the tiny stars twinkle. He looked around in shock. An illusion? No way! The landscape now held only him and Moro. He asked, where am I? Moro replied, in this space there is only you and me. This has to be an illusion. Half of Moro's face was shrouded in darkness. He answered, this is the reality of this world. The rise and fall seen by my supreme consciousness. But Zakia didn't seem to understand the concept of supreme consciousness. A golden light appeared before him, circling through the space. Moro also saw those streaks of light. It was a halo of light, like a film reel, replaying images from the past. It only hovered around Jack. The monster realized in shock, Lord Jack! He knew for sure this was Moro's doing. He asked, what did I just go through? What the hell did you do to me? Moro replied, what you just saw and felt. Didn't see that coming, did you? Jack burst out laughing. Ha! He threw his head back and laughed out loud. Ha ha ha! The rocks in the cave began to crumble, under the force of his laughter, falling bit by bit into the water. Phew, ha ha. Moro silently observed him. Lord Jacketus kept up that terrifying laugh. He was puzzled. What? The other monsters standing outside were also caught off guard when the rocks in the castle shook and came crashing down. Surveying the scene, Megapixel could tell that this tremor was definitely caused by Jacodus's laughter. He wondered, what the hell is going on in there? A monster looked up and asked Lord Lotung, I think the situation inside the Phantom is very suspicious. Should we make a move now? Lotung sat on Tobin's back, looking totally chill. What do you mean suspicious? Didn't you just hear it? Jack has just been laughing this whole time. Inside the castle, Jack spoke up about Moro's so-called supreme consciousness. Fascinating. This thing you call supreme consciousness is just a collection of memories you've lived through. A world you've fabricated just to mess with me. But do you really think the truth you've cooked up could actually make me believe it? Moro still wanted to elaborate on his philosophy, Believe it or not, it's on you. All I can say is, you've just stood face to face with the truth. How you take it is your call, your own set of rules. We'll decide how you perceive and follow your own destiny. I've said it already, destiny is half right and half wrong, but there's still a right path. That leads straight to success, and I am someone who never picks the wrong way, always walking on the winning side of fate. When it comes down to it, Jack also felt a bit of a vibe with Moro. Now you're actually starting to sound quite legit. A gathering of transcendent beings, like us, is no different from a ticking time bomb. Set a timer. But the key to perfecting everything is you, Moro. That is the very reason you were born, so I will lead the way for your destiny. Afterdos, Lotung, the Phantom, and even the will of all living things on this island will all follow the path of your destiny. Moro wanted to speak his mind, but there is one condition. Jack still hadn't said he would go along with it. He turned to challenge him. What? Are you delusional enough to think that I have accepted your faith? He guessed the condition was just another joke. Moro, what are you trying to say? Moro mentioned the name of an Iskarian. You must have seen him within my supreme consciousness by now. He is a very important person that I am looking for. Jack knew this guy, an Iskarian also known as Heptahan QSN, or by another name, Hyperion. What about him? Do you want me to punish him? Korea Samu Dojo. V sat in front of the room and asked Mibong, I thought I told you to turn off the lights. What are you still doing out there? Mibong stood by the fire. I just can't catch any Z's. Yeah, I can't close my eyes at all, because he was worried about someone's safety. He asked V, do you think he made it to safety yet? Just imagine, you were just talking to a friend the other day, and then suddenly you hear they're gone. It feels like being cheated. He must be feeling so down right now. Tried to reassure him. Don't worry. I'm sure he has reached a safe place. We will see each other again. I told him to come back if he had nowhere else to go. Suddenly a hand quietly smacked him on the head. Everything became too quiet. He clutched his head and turned around. The old man asked, what kind of stupid plan are you cooking up out here now, huh? He shared his feelings. This dojo is the only place we can call our home. I can't believe it. You actually sneaked that monster back here. Thanks to him, Jagun has been passed out for an hour now. Do you want to get grounded? Everyone in the dojo was terrified. All of them had their eyes wide open. Right at that moment, Heptahan walked in and spooked them, making them scatter. Look, a monster! V ran over to stop them. Stop running, wait up! But no one listened. They just hauled ass out of there. Hurry, run! He waved his arms. Hey, come back, everyone! Grandpa was always worried about this Hepta guy. In just 2 days, he's already become close with everyone. You really can't judge a book by its cover. Heptahan has shown us his strength. But he never explained why he is so friendly toward us. He is totally different from his own kind, so strange. But if anything goes south, remember that you are the only one who can stop. Heptagon. Finally, he just wanted to advise not to get too involved. You must always stay cautious. The next day, V didn't hide anything and told him honestly, after lunch, we're going to a deserted beach. I invited him to a swimming contest. The old man asked again, what did you just say? Trusted his gut and believed even more that Tobin wouldn't harm him. Grandpa, don't worry about me. I feel like he's truly a good friend, just like Yuji. East Sea. A man was buying fish at the market for them. This is way too much, sir. Oh, come on, don't be shy. The owner's being generous, just take it. He happily replied, thank you very much, ma'am. His daughter sat down, poking her finger into the basin of fish. Whoa, Daddy, look! Something fell from the blue sky and exploded over the port. The fish shop owner was shocked. What? The customer clutched his head. Ah, what the hell was that? The little girl called, Daddy, while wondering what just happened. Clack. The monsters gathered. The leader ordered, Moro, lead the way. He replied, understood. The war isn't over yet. The monsters are invading the human world. Everyone panicked and ran. Get out! A monster! Ah! The 4 of them scrambled away together. Damn it, run for your lives! You, fishmonger, hide behind your own tank. The owner covered her mouth tightly. What on earth is happening? Plus, I can't even breathe. The young girl hid behind the car, curling herself up. Her lips were pressed tight. She didn't even dare to breathe. Her legs were shaking. The ground beneath her feet kept trembling incessantly. I can't make a sound. I'm toast. I have this feeling like they're stalking me from behind. If they've already spotted me, then hiding is completely pointless. You looked up. I can't catch Iscarion's scent. He wondered if it was because of the humidity. This is the memory of Iscarion's 5 senses. It's the key to tracking his location. He began to analyze. With a maximum smelling range of about 80 km, if I can't pick up his scent, it means he's not in this area. I think it's best we keep pushing forward until we reach Iscarion's zone. This is a high-stakes mission. Lotung's stood behind him. He could feel that they had to step on it. I can tell that. Lotung's breathing is getting heavier. Then after stepped down with his massive foot. His entire body grew much more giant. He took off flying. Ul watched every single movement of El. It's fine, just keep up with him. Ul realized, got it. Cars were tossed aside as flashes of light zipped past. The workers in the fishing village ducked behind large objects. Flashes of light flew wild everywhere. Ul flew after him and guessed, could it be that he somehow sniffed out Iskarion's location? Overexcitement was making his senses even more cracked. No, that aura is massive. Just stay on his tail. It also makes me feel like I'm being squeezed to death. The dojo is about to have a meeting. Everyone gathered to watch the news report on TV. Is that breaking news? Master, the news bulletin is making an announcement. Today's breaking news. The government has issued an emergency alert regarding the monsters. 3 flashes of light zoomed past, leaving ruins everywhere. Someone whispered, what's going on? The news report continues. The invaders are confirmed to be monsters. It seems they are rushing somewhere, while destroying buildings along the way. The disciple looked over at him standing by the window. He said, I think you should see this. The TV screen lit up. The report announced that the government has intervened in the investigation. The government has responded to this sudden invasion and is investigating the motives of those monsters. Geez. Reports show that 4 monsters have been recorded. The government advises all citizens to be highly alert, as this issue may be related to the war in Australia. This made him feel very strange. He had never seen this many monsters appear together. His disciple could see through their plot. Kind of suspicious, right? It looks like they're searching for something. Wait, no way! An image of VKP Kang Kang appeared on the news. After studying numerous reports, it seems the war was triggered by the hero, VKP. He thought to himself, we need to stay cool. Let's not rush to conclusions about their goal just yet. Instead, let's keep watching. Everyone was anxious to find him. Where's Kang? Everyone go find him right now! Kang was standing on the rooftop. He ran out. Did the kid realize it? People started running out too. What? Where is Dongbai? He raised his hand to stop them. Calm down and gather up quickly, he advised. Don't hide in the secret bunker. We don't know where the fight will break out. Or where they are right now. He pointed his finger. Head west. We don't have much time. Move out immediately! They hesitated. Master, but we... He raised his voice. No exceptions, just listen to me. Because I don't want... And to repeat my mistake ever again. They were silent for a moment. Finally, they all agreed. Yes, sir, let's go. Cow, there he is! Everyone shouted. Hurry up! He flew up and stood next to Chow. You should get ready. Them... His eyes widened. No way. Girimsa Temple. The sound of chanting echoed within the temple. Supreme Nirvana. Namo. Buddha of the Triple World. According to Prajna and perfect wisdom. Grandmaster Dongjun stopped. It has been a long time since we last met. I thought you had left forever without a word of goodbye. I am chanting right now. Hector entered. He asked, do you have something to say to me? Hector Han replied, I was wandering in the wild. And then I unexpectedly ended up here. I want to thank you for letting me stay. He laughed cheerfully. Ha ha ha, why do you say that? When someone has nowhere left to go and is looking for a place to stay. If I were to refuse that request, then I wouldn't deserve to be called a monk anymore. I was surprised at first when someone like you asked for that. Still, I believe helping those in trouble is the right thing to do, so don't overthink it. But where do you plan to go next? He recalled his time at the dojo. Somewhere. The monk quietly observed his face. He could tell, it seems you've made some friends, haven't you? He didn't understand what friends meant. The monk laughed loudly again. Ha 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 ha, no need to force yourself to understand. The sutra teaches that one should not get stuck in the past, nor should one worry about the future, because the past is gone and the future has not yet come. I hope that the anger and misunderstandings you've endured, will vanish. That is the wish I have for you as a friend. His eyes looked up. Something is falling right here. It crashed into the temple, leaving a hole in the roof with smoke billowing out. He was blown away. Damn, what happened? The one who crashed into the temple was us. He stood up and smirked. Looks like my gut was right. Iskarion. The solemn sanctuary had now turned into total chaos. The monk was so terrified he started stuttering. Who are you? What the hell is going on? Hector Han grabbed his collar. He told him, I've never met you, but I'm sure Moro sent you here. He stood up. I came here on my own. I have no beef with you, Iskarion. He leapt through the ground below. He was shocked. He instinctively pushed the monk aside with his other hand. His sharp head flew toward him as he punched down. The monk fell onto the empty courtyard outside the window. Cracks appeared outside the main hall. 2 different colored lights soared up, turning the temple into a pile of rubble. He laughed out loud. Ku-ha-ha! His hands were covered in blood as he raised his fist. Ha-ha-ha! Both sides clashed, throwing wild punches at each other. From the outside looking in, only 2 large blurs could be seen zipping back and forth. The blue sky had turned gloomy. He watched from below. The fellow monks in the temple rushed over to him in a panic. Master! Master Dongjun! Master! He turned to them. Master Jian! Master Mun! Jian shouted. We're coming! He whispered. Everyone. Ion helped him up. Are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? The other 2 monks looked up in fear. What the hell is that? The monk realized the situation was bad. Is it a monster? This isn't good. Jian asked him, what are those monsters doing at the temple? Master, what's going on? He remained silent with a somber look, remembering what he had just said to Hepburn. Hepburn, the scriptures say, one should not live in the past forever. Up above, Hepburn landed a punch. The words Master Dongjun said to him. And don't hold a grudge against the future either. He replied to Master Ion's question. They're here to fight Hepta. Atos punched him in the face, and a flash of light zipped back toward the temple. He landed, then light flashed across his chin. He dodged with quick reflexes. So fast! The light flashed by once more. He leaned back, bracing himself with one hand on the ground to barely dodge it. A long streak of light tore through the boulders above the temple. The temple that stood for so many years was completely destroyed. That green energy string struck upward. He could feel this power. His attacks are at a terrifying speed. This is definitely his immortal sword. There's no running away from this. He gripped tight with both hands, blood splattering everywhere. He leaped up. Hoo-ha-ha! He surveyed the battlefield. The distance between us is over 200 meters. But with the sword's insane speed, it helps him move in less than a second. Hepburn stood below. What's more is he only using 2 of his swords right now. His hands clawed at the stone courtyard below. He gripped with both hands, calculating. Just as I thought. He has been aggressively attacking from the very start. I've never had such a hype fight before. He laughed loudly and flew down toward him. The situation became more chaotic than ever. The monks hid behind the wooden doors not far from the battle. This is bad. Everything is spiraling out of control. Even though he was hiding far away, he still felt like he could be killed at any moment. Just one tiny slip-up and he'd be caught instantly. We have to get out of here fast, the monk cried out in terror. This is not good. The monk with glasses covered his ears tight, worrying that he had to do something right now. He started to take action. Master Manhwa, carry Master Dongjun. We have to run as fast as we can. I'll give the signal and lead the way. 3 streaks of light zipped across the city. He called out, Do you know where they are? Yu Kang replied while running. Yes, we're heading there. We're almost at the exciting part. Upon hearing that name, he was taken aback. What? He warned his grandfather. This is extremely dangerous. Please be careful. He replied, I got it. As the light zipped away, he told him, just do your thing. Master Ion checked the situation and shouted, Run! The monks ran at once. Master Munang carried Master Dongjun on his back. He screamed as he ran, Ah! Master Ion looked back. Sorry for the sudden signal. Hurry to the cars! He bumped into a massive figure. Oof! He fell to the ground. Everyone was exhausted. Ha ha ha! That tall figure was Uller! He was terrified. Ah! Over here, Rotung, the mastermind, gave the order. Uller said, Brick. I'll go after Iscarion. The rest of you proceed with the plan. Remember Moro's requirements. They obeyed. Understood. Loud and clear. Master Jenny looked up in shock. Rotung? A superhuman? Ukang Kong leaped down onto Uller. He crushed him, slamming him deep into the concrete floor beneath his feet. His eyes teared up. It's Kang! Uller's head was bleeding like crazy. Above the temple, a chaotic battle raged between Headburn and Aphrodite. The 2 monsters stood right below. Drake turned his head and yelled, Uller! Rotung also looked back to see. He recognized this person. This is the hero Ayaka told us about. The white hat superhero. He is the source of the conflict that I saw in your supreme consciousness. He is the one who will tear our plan apart. And from the very roots, Moro stood not far from Zaka. Exactly. Since we lost track and couldn't find Iscarion, high chances are those 2 are together. Afteros reminded, that is the most likely possibility. So plan accordingly and stay cautious. All of you will carry out this mission, and it must be finished without a single mistake. Uller and Brick stood side by side. The 2 monsters didn't say a word. Back to the reality in front of them. He is the legendary white hat hero. He had also been warned by Moro about this man's appearance. He showed up at the exact same time as us. Isn't it a bit too early for that? Moro said, once he shows up, Feta won't be able to escape. Now we're going head-to-head. I finally understand this mysterious aura. Even though it's coming from such a small human, it really is annoying as hell. This, Drake stuttered, glancing over at Lu Tung. Lu Tung, that's White Hat. He replied, got it. But keep sticking to the plan. Surprised, Lu Tung dropped into a fighting stance. He stomped his foot, shattering the floor tiles. Start preparing the horizon. Anyway, we can't afford to waste this chance. Fine, wait for my signal. Brick zipped away. Copy that. Kang's eyes widened. He dashed toward one of the grandmasters. Next, he caused the temple to crack even further. The master curled up to dodge as he leaped away again. Oops, his grandfather carried Master Yong and ran off. The grandmaster was shocked by his sudden appearance. Master, focus on running. You've kept everyone waiting long enough. Now let's get out of here. Can everyone still move? The masters turned to him. Master, master! The master with glasses recognized the master of the nearly blind dojo. There's no time to hesitate. He urged them, hurry, let's get to safety. Suddenly, he stopped and looked up high. Both his hands were shaking. His whole body broke out in a cold sweat. It felt like he was trying to escape from the clutches of Lu Tung. He first met Heppen. It felt like being trapped in a ring of fire with no way out. He still didn't get why those freaks were here. But this time, the feeling was even more off than before. Lu Tung flew up and grabbed Kang by the shirt. He caught his wrist. His eyes glowed, and then he punched him straight in the face. Blood splattered everywhere as he leaped away. Ados stood below. He also landed. Heppen looked over and said, White Hat, I still don't know how to swim. But Adus couldn't take his eyes off him. That is definitely the White Hat superhero. Lu Tung coughed up blood, spraying it from his mouth. Elder Ados, when the horizon signal hits, seize Iscaria immediately. I'll be the one to finish off this White Hat superhero. However, Afteros didn't seem to care much, remaining cold as ice. Just do whatever you want. The battle became more chaotic than ever. Brick flew up. In his hand, he held a long white cylinder. It featured blue patterns on all four sides. Finally, he slammed the object into the ground. Electric sparks shot out. He had placed those pillars all over the temple. Light radiated from the pillars in circles, beaming straight up and surrounding the entire temple. He reported to Lu Tung, Lu Tung, it's a wrap! Lu Tung turned. Atos had been grabbed by Headburn and flown away. He broke free and launched a continuous assault. He defended himself, holding both hands up in front of his face. Something dropped right in front of Brick. He shouted, his mind racing with thoughts. X3 second to go. Over here, W. Kang Kong faced off against Lu Tung, his brow furrowed deeply. Those blue horns, he could feel a terrifying power radiating from them. Lu Tung raised his fist and slammed it hard into the ground. See you on the other side, White Hat superhero. A water vortex surged up from the ground. His eyes widened. He leaped high into the air. Down below, his grandfather spotted a whirlpool. Man, what the hell is going on? He intended to go up to where they were fighting. But a magical seal on the ground made him stop in his tracks. He was stunned. Wait, a beach? Everything had vanished. Replacing the temple was a stretch of sand. It was those pillars that caused this. He couldn't understand what the heck just happened. That light was coming from the monster's island. The temple was now on this island, and the battle was here too. The monsters stood outside the fray, watching closely, laughing. He was indeed looking at Headburn, but his entire body emitted a blinding light, making it impossible for him to look directly at him. It was really hard to even glance at him. Kwang's grandfather reached out to touch the sand. The fine white sand slipped through his fingers. This is real sand, so it's not an illusion. I can even smell the ocean. So weird. Above all, this sandy beach. It feels like a remnant from the past. Gloomy shadows are creeping all around this sand, but a strange energy is flowing through this place. What on earth is it? He looked past the circular boundary. Ah, I see. This place has definitely been completely cut off. A part of this temple has been swapped with a certain section inside their base. He remembered that guy Brick earlier, the one who planted these stupid things here. No one else could have done it but him. This area is unique because of the way these stakes were set up. He could tell for certain now. This is a barrier. He used to teleport from this spot to another location that is also surrounded by stakes, but I still can't wrap my head around it. What exactly is going down right now? I need to dig deeper to figure everything out. He looked in surprise as Kwang landed on the sand from out of nowhere. He whispered, Kang. His eyes widened. Hedahan! With a somber look, he admitted, yeah, I was wrong. Their only goal was to capture Hedahan. They didn't even bother to counter or attack us. Kelly stood outside, watching the fight. That's wild, she exclaimed. Whoa, They actually managed to get that whole area over there to shift right over here. It makes me even more curious about its limits. This will definitely come in handy. The previous day, Lord Jack knelt down looking towards Lu Tung. It seems Lu Tung's condition isn't too great after that surprise attack from the enemy. However, the opening of the horizon was a success. Standing by the shore, he praised, "Well done, Brick." Brick didn't want to take all the credit. "It's all thanks to the efforts of Afteris and Lu Tung, sir." Lu Tung walked up. "That white-hat superhero guy got in our way." Moro joined the conversation as well. "You made the right call." Lu Tung replied, "Yeah." "Let me ask, what did you think of him?" They were silent for a moment before Lu Tung spoke up. "He's just like what Moro described. The first time I encountered him was when Iscaria went into hiding. He remembered their first meeting when Kwong landed on him, back when he had first arrived there. I didn't even feel a thing at first. 1 second, 2 seconds. As time ticked by, I began to realize he was getting stronger by the second. I could feel a terrifying power surging within him. Of course, we weren't about to waste our strength by starting a life-or-death brawl right then and there. But when those two stood side by side, I felt a powerful bond between them, something beyond imagination. Specifically, when WKP Kong Kong and Heppen stood together. However, there are countless ways to take out that white hat superhero, and if we pull it off, no one will be left to stand in our way. Someone had stepped out of the temple. By now, Lu Tung had spotted Iscarian, but Atados had already been taken down by Headburn. He stepped on the face of the man lying on the ground. Coldly, he looked over at Moro. "I don't give a damn about you anymore. Now tell me, what are you really after?" Atos took the chance to fly up. He landed and let out a loud laugh. Lu Tung straightened himself up. "Listen here. Chill out, we just got back. Besides, it's all over now." The operation was a success. With glowing red eyes, the other monsters gathered. He swung his arms and rubbed his muscles. "Haha, when did I ever say this was over?" Kiri looked at him in shock. "This guy, what the hell is he doing?" "He's totally lost it." Moro called out to him, "Iscarian, do you remember what I told you? You'll eventually come back to me. And once you've returned here, you'll have nowhere left to run." He refused to go back. If they couldn't accept it, then might as well just scrap it out. You and I are no longer on the same path. So if you want to stop me, I will definitely fight you, with everything I've got. A blinding light appeared. Moro wasn't surprised at all. "Just as I predicted. You're such a dummy, Tin. You're toast anyway, so just hand it over to me. That person has proven it. Look, I'm still kicking." A white-haired man checks the news feed on his phone. He sits with his legs propped up on the chair. The reason for the sudden appearance of the monsters in South Korea remains unclear. Fortunately, citizens were evacuated immediately, likely thanks to the efforts of the Rapid Response Forces. There have also been no reports of any casualties in the area. However, an unbelievable incident occurred at Giri-sa Temple. A portion of the temple simply vanished. It appears to have been completely removed from the site. Because of this, the temple has been temporarily closed for investigation. In other news for today, his gaze lowered. "Vanished, huh?" The TV continues reporting on James Gennaro, the representative of the new superhero alliance, who stated his intent to cooperate with the U.S. government and announced they will share their plan soon. He lets out a long sigh. He ponders. The world is getting more chaotic by the day. Should I do something about it? Tina's voice calls out from behind Even. "Even." She hands him a blindfold mask. "I don't know what this mask is for, but Cajun picked it out for me." Cajun looks up at this girl happily. "Bunny hat." She explains, "We just stopped to grab a few things." He takes the bunny hat. "Oh?" He puts it on. Even Tina is shocked by his actions. "Whoa, I didn't see that coming." "But the hat is so cute. Do you like it?" Carol scolds her. "Tin, you dummy! I picked that hat for you!" Tin admits, "I don't really get this fashion stuff." "Okay." He takes the glasses from the back of his neck and puts them on. "All right. During the Korean War, I completely numbed my emotions. Photos of my face are sold everywhere, even in other countries. Without a disguise, when arriving at the airport or anywhere else, some random punks might recognize me, but I'm sure that by now, Talisman must already know about my existence. That guy really makes me suspicious. For instance, how did he find out about the existence of my skills and powers? So it must be you, the man who made the deal with me. I wish you all the best. This stalker really creeped me out. Ever since that happened, I've been on high alert. Up until this very moment. It seems like no one is tailing us anymore, including him. But the important thing now is still the clue. Punta gave me the lead on Talisman's hideout, somewhere in France. If so, I wonder if Talisman already knows I'm here. The light shines on his face, signaling to his two teammates. Nothing to report at the moment, and I don't expect anything unusual to happen. However, until we find Talisman, let's keep our distance from each other. Based on the situation, it seems he's not tailing me. But if he actually does, we'll surround him. The red-eyed guy reports the status to him. Evan here, nothing suspicious on my end. Yeah, and about Talisman. I bet he probably doesn't know we've come all the way to France just to look for him. Even so, how are we supposed to find him? Going door to door across the whole of France just to find one person doesn't seem very feasible. If it really comes down to this, then he won't need them. He'll have his own way. Well, if it's like that, I'll be the one to find him. Just leave it to me. No need for you guys to get involved. Just wait for Punta's call. His phone rings. Ring, 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 ring. He picks up the phone. Speak of the devil. He answers, and the first thing he says is, "You got a death wish? If you're calling just to talk a bunch of nonsense, then I'm going to kill you." Punta isn't scared either. If you're going to threaten me, I guess I should just hang up. Stop it. His hand gripped the phone tightly. He tapped a few things on the screen. The guy picked up. "Hello, my bad, Bunta." All right, it's on me. I'm sorry, Bunta." On the other end, he was munching on a mouthful of cake. He felt like the situation didn't seem safe for you. "I'm actually worried about you," Evan asked. "Is someone tailing you so hard that you can't handle it?" "What? Why did you bring up being in France?" "Anyway, I'm at the train station outside. Come on out and let's talk for a bit. I'll send you my exact location." He was surprised. "You're already in France? How did you get here so fast?" Bunta replied, "That doesn't matter. I'll tell you the details later. I've already sent you the place and time." He didn't forget to remind him, "Remember to be on time. If I were you, I wouldn't show up late. Oh, and Evan, remember to pay me back. Otherwise, I'm calling the cops." He frowned angrily. "What the hell are you talking about?" Bunta didn't say anything else. "All right, see you later." He was pissed but couldn't say another word. "Kid." His eyes were filled with shock. A monster's head opened its mouth wide and roared. That person was just in a costume. The man looked embarrassed. "Sorry, sir," he said from behind the mask. I'm sorry." The little kid ran off ahead. He explained, "I didn't see Evan." The man in the monster mask chased after the kid dressed as a superhero. The two of them were happily playing tag. The man shouted out loud, "Die, you superhero!" Evan felt gloomy seeing this scene. He raised his hand and told the two of them, "I'm heading out for a bit. Don't do anything stupid. Just stay put in the hotel from now on." Cajun asked him loudly, "Evan, where are you going?" He called back, "To meet someone. I'll be back soon." She went silent. In the forest, the dojo disciples were casting nets to catch fish in the stream. The master's junior asked his senior disciple, "Senior Mai Bong, should we really pull the net like this? Won't they all just escape?" The master ran out. "Dong Bik Myung Bong." The two of them turned their heads. The master asked, "Have you guys seen Kang?" "Yes," Dong Bik replied. "He already crossed the river." Mi Bong explained in more detail. "We have, master. We ran into him just a bit ago, but he seemed to be in a real rush to get somewhere. He said he wanted to go down to the beach." "Yes, Kang?" Kang is standing below the lighthouse corridor, looking out at the sea. The master sighed. "I see. Then let's just let nature take its course." The two of them responded. "Yes, master." He instructed, "Don't be late now, and make sure to eat as soon as you get back." The two of them said in unison, "Yes, sir." He jumped away, his eyes clearly showing sadness. "Zhang, this is the first time I've ever seen you like this. Before, no matter what the circumstances were, I've never seen you look so lost." At the train station, Evan rushed over as agreed. He said to Bunta, "Sorry I'm late." Bunta turned around. He was already used to him being fashionably late, but it was fine. After all, you're like this every single time. Evan sat down beside him. He noticed the bunny hat that he was wearing. "Oh, cute hat. Do you actually like stuff like that?" "Yeah." He stayed silent for a moment. "Don't even go there. You can't judge me just because of this hat." He got serious. "Now, can I ask why you chose such a crowded place to meet up? I thought we had some serious business to discuss." When setting the meeting in a place like this, Bunta had calculated everything very carefully. "Evan, man, you really have no clue. When exchanging classified info like this, it's best to blend into a normal setting, like talking in a bustling place with people everywhere. Your approach is way too amateur. Wouldn't meeting in a more secluded spot actually make us look even more suspicious? Two hackers know how to communicate, and it's not just through radar systems, but in crowded places too." Evan didn't want to hear it anymore. All right, that's enough." He cut to the chase. "So any news?" "I don't want to be a burden, but since I'm in France now, it seems like he's still trying to track me down. So hurry up and give me the intel." Bunta wanted to be practical. He held out his hand. "Like we agreed, Payment up front. As you wish. He placed in his hand a wad of cash wrapped in a black bag. It was actually a bit heavy. He grunted. He had checked it so he wouldn't waste time. No need to check, I've already counted it myself. Even though he had quickly finished the transaction, he was still a little surprised. Bunta turned to Evan. Is there something so absurd it makes you laugh like that? And don't the employees there care? Damn. It seems like working in such a weird place would be fun. He didn't like things that were overly complicated. He explained so he wouldn't get angry. Hey, don't get mad. I just wanted to remind you that I hate complex stuff. So keep it simple. What does that class have to do with talisman? Bunta tapped on the tablet screen. Look at your phone. The image of a green-haired young man appeared on the screen. He asked, who's this? Bunta explained this person's background. Eden. He's my student and currently working as my assistant. Since I can't gather any more surface-level information at the club, he asked the guest to show their ID. The guest looked at the blurry neon lights outside. He said, whoa, like they say, this place is fire. This is my first time here. Just as I thought, the entrance is pretty cool. Standing before the security guard, that guest was Eden, Bunta's assistant. My assistant. The guard raised his hand. Next, the guests crowded together. Come on, shake a leg. Are you guys snails or what, Eden? This mission will be assigned to Eden, according to Punta. Tonight, we'll investigate Club V. Since Punta's reach is limited, he needs an extra hand to investigate this club more thoroughly. As he said, tonight we're scoping out Club Reef. Eden stepped into the club. His actions will follow the agreement with Punta. Once he gets inside the club, he'll start searching for traces of the talisman, easily monitoring the club's daily operations, as well as conducting additional checks as requested. He saw what he was looking for. Oh, there he is. A guest said to the bartender, yo, let me get 2 beers. The bartender started gathering the ingredients. Coming right up. Loud laughter erupted. Ha ha! Eden glanced at the security guy. A tall figure stood in front of the bar. The bartender. He's one of the people on the list from Punta, Immortals. Evan asked, Punta, aren't you afraid they'll get suspicious? He was very confident in his assistant's skills. Don't worry, I know him inside out. I hired him as a mole for a high-stakes mission. On the black market, Stephen. Even though his asking price was pretty low, his capabilities and skills are top-notch. I was impressed with him, so I kept him on retainer. Gradually, he became my go-to guy. After catching a vibe for this line of work, he became my right-hand man. Ouch. Besides, he's great at acting like a total normie. Evan wasn't as convinced. I'm not so sure. We might be going up against a superhero here. The ones who made those amulets are definitely on high alert. Even if he's playing the role of a regular person, he could still be clocked. I think you shouldn't overdo the digging. Just collect simple but useful intel. Punta pushed up his glasses out of habit. Anyway, when he returns, he'll definitely bring back some tea. On their activities. He grabbed his messenger bag and threw it on. Just have faith in him. All right, see you at this same time tomorrow. I'll send you the location later. Evan stood up. He patted his shoulder and praised, Good job, Bunta. Suddenly, his face darkened as he turned back to ask, But anyway, aren't you afraid of me? He looked calmly at Cha. Acting all angry like that just makes you look like a fool. So I'm not scared at all. If it weren't for me, you'd be locked up by now, remember? Evan turned and left, pouting like a child. You're right. But calling me a fool is a bit harsh. I have my bright moments too, you know. He reminded, Make sure you're on time. Seagulls soared across the blue sky by the coast. People nearby turned their attention to Kwang's grandfather. Whoa! Look, is he some kind of superhero? I wonder where he's from. The two were astonished. He recounted, Yeah, let me tell you both everything. I was sitting in the warehouse, terrified. Last night, Club Reef was suddenly attacked. I'm not entirely sure. But I think he was a superhero. Attacked? What do you mean? Ivan tried to explain. I mean... Bunta cut him off. Wait, Ivan, what's wrong with you? This is so weird. Look, what happened? Yesterday is already in the past. And we have Evan now, so don't worry, you're safe. Just calm down and tell us what happened. His hands clenched tightly, sigh. I'm sorry, sir. He continued. So last night, I was singing my heart out, totally lit. Everything was going smoothly at first. The music was such a vibe. While enjoying the party, I kept checking my phone to find those people. First was Franklin. He wasn't performing on stage. He was busy hitting on some girls at the bar. Franklin was flirting with a girl in the club. I noticed you couldn't take your eyes off me for even a second when you're on stage. You're a lot bolder than I thought. A lot of people get me wrong, but I'm actually not a bad guy at all. The girl ran off. What's he yapping about? Her friend asked. What's up? What's going on? Who ticked you off? What's the matter? They looked over. Franklin blamed himself. I'm such an idiot. You scared the living daylights out of her. But women are like boomerangs. Once they're bored with other guys, they'll come right back to me. He shouted, "Hey babe, you're playing way too hard to get." Phew, ha ha. Through the meticulous observation of Eden, I spotted a few security guards, doing occasional rounds. They kept a very close watch on their sectors, and at first glance, they looked pretty intimidating. These two scary guards are Bruno and Danny. Eden was fully aware of the danger. I tried to stay out of their sight as much as possible. While blending in, I slowly approached the club owner. Hugo is the bartender at the club. His hands were busy mixing drinks. He greeted Eden. "Oh, first time seeing you here." "Hey, where are you from?" Eden's eyes kept darting around. But whenever there was a chance, I would check every nook and cranny of the place. Unfortunately, I couldn't find any traces of the talisman. Two glasses clinked together. Thanks to this atmosphere, he enjoyed the excellent drinks and the funny people. Someone was dancing to the Gawa beat. The girl said to Franklin, "This is our first time meeting, right?" He leaned his chin on his hand. So? Everything seemed fine with the great music. It really was an awesome place to hang out. But suddenly something happened. Bunta asked him, but I heard that. Fights at Club Reef are pretty common, aren't they? Could it have been just a minor scuffle? Eden, of course, knew that fighting in this club was totally normal. But something about this was different. I know, the security stopped a few people. And then a brawl broke out. But it wasn't just any ordinary fight. A black object fell and Bruno collapsed to the floor. He cursed angrily. "Who invited this guy to be security?" His voice was booming, attracting the guests, who were enjoying the atmosphere of that club. Ankino and two bodyguards walked in. The security at Club L looks pretty tough, but they can't even stand up to our surprise attack. Sorry for the trouble, but I need to find something. Danny helped him up. Bruno was covered in blood. He recounted the situation from earlier. "I was punched in the gut and they took my gun. I don't know how you got in here. What do you want?" The bodyguard swung his leg to kick. Danny agilely dodged as his elbow struck the man's face. The other bodyguard drew his gun. He shot him in the right arm. Gunshots echoed loudly throughout the place. Everyone in the club started screaming. They couldn't run. They could only crouch down with their hands over their heads. "Help me, I'm so scared, I want to get out of here." Franklin pulled his girlfriend into his arms. Showing no fear, he signaled everyone to be quiet. "Everyone quiet, let the security handle this. Just shut up and stay still." But everyone was terrified and hiding. He thought to himself, maybe I should escape through the exit next to the restroom. But if I go that way, I'll definitely be spotted. Danny sat up. The scarred man guessed. "Looks like that guy is wearing a bulletproof vest, huh? Why didn't you just blast him in the head?" Finally, he decided to show himself. Imos stepped out. Note, the immortal. Imos called him Ankino. Ankino replied, "It's been a hot minute, hasn't it, Bunta?" Bunta checked his phone. Ankino Ramen, or something like that. He explained the guy's background. Before the governor's line fell, he was one of the most powerful people there. Rumor has it, the high-ranking members of the governor's line were just figureheads. And Ankino was the real shot caller. After the governor's line collapsed, the remaining members joined the Dupin gang. Dupin is currently one of the largest criminal organizations in the world. The reason the Dupin crew showed up there is to get revenge on Emote, the one who destroyed Ankino's old gang. The bodyguard waved his hand and stepped out. Scarian was shocked. He dragged out another person he had defeated. He taunted, "Surprise, surprise!" He called out the name in a weak, trailing voice. "Lion." Emos couldn't believe his eyes. "What's this, even our leader?" He spat the toothpick out of his mouth. With 2 fingers, he crushed the earpiece. My bad, Lion." "But we are Dupin." Ankino burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha, get up!" "I remember this name all too well." "You're very talented, what a total waste." "Do you have any idea how many people were humiliated by his perfect strikes back then? Your expressions today are quite entertaining. Must be regretting your choices right about now, huh?" "Ha ha ha! Shut it!" He raised his hand. Ankino threatened. "Hold it, shut your mouth and listen up." "Stay still, Lion. If any of you takes even one step, your friend's head is gonna kiss the floor instantly." Lion looked over at his friend Hugo. Hugo only hoped he wouldn't give in to him because of him. "Lion, just do it, don't mind me." Lion asked him, "What do you want?" Ankino laughed out loud. "Ha! Unbelievable, you're giving up just like that? Just killing you isn't enough. I want to destroy everything you hold dear. So let's start by wrecking this club." He witnessed the chaotic scene. Then they smashed everything and brutally beat all the customers without mercy. It was a total one-sided massacre. Ankino loathed Lion to the core. "My friend, because of you, I lost my left eye and my left hand." Now I want you to feel the exact same pain, even if I expose your weaknesses. Or if some monster comes to gouge your eyes out and eat them, you have to stay frozen. Casanova spoke up to stop them. Stop right there. Oh boy. Even when causing trouble, you should know when to draw the line. Casanova.